Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 212, When in Doubt, Explosive Tags. After hearing Jiraiya's question, Funin responded with a laugh. How to fight? How else can we fight? In the most violent way possible, obtaining victory. With a decisive gesture, Funin ordered the attack. A large number of shinobi began their offensive. Their attack was simple and direct: explosive tags. All they had to do was find a way to launch them to the other side. After understanding, Jiraiya was a little stunned. Hokage-sama, how many explosive tags do you have? For this battle, I took out 30 million explosive tags. Jiraiya was speechless, his jaw dropped. Tsunada's eyes were also wide open. Hokage-sama. Tsunada suddenly said, if all we need to do is send the explosive tags to the other side and detonate them, I don't think there's anyone better suited to the task than me, right? Funin looked at Tsunada, understood her idea, and said, there is someone more suitable. Anybody else? Me. Tsunada was speechless. But forget it. Funin waved his hand and said, I still have to deal with Onoki. This credit will be handed over to you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Tsunada said, though her tone lacked the enthusiasm she had initially shown. What had initially seemed like a good idea, now didn't seem so exciting. Summoning jutsu. Tsunada concentrated her chakra and summoned Katsu. Lady Tsunada? Katsu asked, watching Tsunada curiously before looking around. After a few seconds of sensing the atmosphere, she raised her head in surprise. Wow, Funin. How interesting. Has war come? Are you going to send me to the battlefield? Tsunada felt depressed again. Although Katsu called her Lady Tsunada, her tone when referring to Funin was closer and more familiar. Exactly. Funin said with a smile. Katsu. Tsunada ordered in a deep voice, split up. I need your clones to take all these explosive tags to the other side and detonate them. Seeing the sheer amount of explosive tags, even Katsu, with all her experience, was momentarily paralyzed. Then, she began to split up, creating small slugs that carried the explosive tags towards the enemy. That's a good plan. Jiraiya commented, impressed. Funin glanced at him and said, do you know what my original plan was? Jiraiya and Tsunada instinctively began to decline in momentum. Funin didn't leave them in suspense for long. My plan was for all the shinobi to use the shadow clone technique and rush into battle. When they couldn't fight anymore, they would blow themselves up. Funin clapped his hands and gave the order. Suddenly, countless shinobi began to use the shadow clone jutsu. Kill. Funin ordered forcefully. A loud hum echoed through the air, and a gigantic construction appeared in front of the Hidden Lee village troops. Jiraiya's mouth opened wide again. Tsunada was also surprised and said, is this the trick of Hidden Stone's village? Damn, if they use this thing, our explosive tags. Earth style, Great moving earth core that was one of Hidden Stone's village's ninjutsu, and it was especially effective against a massive attack of explosive tags. Attack! Onoki shouted. In response, the Hidden Stone's village ninja standing atop the giant mound of earth began making seals. Earth style. Hundreds of ninjutsu rained down from the sky. At the same time, more earth-style ninjutsu began to rise from the ground beneath the feet of the Hidden Leaf village shinobi. Although many tried to dodge, the number of attacks was overwhelming. Despite their efforts, several Hidden Leaf village shinobi were hit, suffering significant casualties in this first exchange. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Funin activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the next moment the Susanoo began to form. Summoning Jutsu. The gigantic three tails appeared. Good boy. Jiraiya's jaw almost dropped. Funin, this guy, actually turned the tailed beast into his own summoning beast? Jiraiya had some concerns in his heart. Sometimes, when the Hokage is too powerful, it can also be a headache. However, considering what Funin had done, he relaxed again. Tsunada's brows were also furrowed. She had no idea about this. Funin's summoned beast had always been Katsu. If she now had a new summon, Katsu should have informed her, but she didn't. What had Funin done to gain Katsu's favor so much? Three-tail, do it. Funin shouted, and a scarlet light was condensing on his hand. The three tails opened its mouth and fired a tailed beast ball towards the enemy's gigantic mound of land. Dust style, detachment of the primitive world jutsu. A white flash crossed the sky, and, with a violent shake, the tailed beast ball was neutralized. Onoki, I knew you were here. Funin sneered. Yasaka Blood Magatama. A destructive power, no less terrifying than the tailed beast ball, flew straight towards the Hidden Stone's village ninja legion. Various ninjutsu surged out, clashing against the Magatama, but they didn't have much effect. Although particle style could stop Magatama, it required time and preparation. Boom, finally, the Magatama hit the great moving earth core created by the Hidden Stone's village ninja legion, creating a huge hole. Huh? Funin was a little surprised that it didn't break at once. The next moment he began to gather another Yasaka Blood Magatama. The three tails received the order and also prepared another tailed beast ball. Seeing this, Onoki was so angry that he almost jumped up and cursed. Onoki made a prompt decision and said, let one legion hold the great moving earth core and withdraw the others. Also bring Han here. Yes. Kitsuchi was stunned just after receiving the order. He looked ahead in astonishment. What's wrong? Onoki turned his head hurriedly. There they saw a small slug slowly crawling towards them. Onoki's pupils shrank violently. There were a large number of explosive tags on the slug. Damn Funin Uchiha. Boom, accompanied by Onoki's roar, explosions began to occur throughout the formations of the Hidden Stone's village ninja legions. A little slug resting on Funin's shoulder spoke, more than 90% of my clones have exploded. More than 90%? Yes, Hidden Stone's village is worthy of being one of the 5 major shinobi villages. The shinobi under its command reacted quickly, and some of my clones were killed. There was some helplessness in the slug's words. Well done, Katsu, thanks for your effort. You're welcome. Tsunada looked at them in disbelief. You are my summoning beast. You were summoned by me. What are you doing now? Forward, kill. Funin gave the order, leading the charge. His target was Onoki. The Hidden Leaf village shinobi, explosive tags in hand, charged. At that moment a shrill horn sounded. Suddenly, a large number of Hidden Stone's village ninjas separated from the formations. Haha, Onoki kid, where are you? With a resounding laugh, Funin Uchiha descended from the sky. While laughing loudly, he launched himself straight into the great moving earth core. Onoki, who was about to go to battle, was startled when he heard this voice. Although the tone was somewhat different, it really seemed like he had seen that person again. That nightmare. One that had haunted him for countless nights. Even after that person died, that shadow still appeared before his eyes. It was his greatest shame, a scar on his life that he could never erase. Father! Kitsuchi shouted, awakening Onoki from his trance. Onoki gritted his teeth and said, Uchiha. Funin. Swoosh, earth style, lightweight rock jutsu. Onoki shot into the sky. Kitsuchi, act according to the plan. Yes. Kitsuchi said loudly. Father, please be careful. Funin Uchiha was standing on the top of a gigantic rise of land, looking down coldly. Eh? Funin was taken aback for a moment and muttered, a flying shinobi? Could it be that brat Onoki? Swoosh, the next second, Onoki appeared in front of him, staring at him coldly. Hey, Onoki brat, long time no see. Shut up, Funin Uchiha. Onoki shouted angrily, you actually dared to use the tail beast in the first battle, good, good, it seems that you are ready to fight to the death. Ahahaha. Funan laughed out loud, staring at Onoki. His eyes were full of spirit, and said, "Feel the pain, Onoki." A crimson fire snake lunged towards him. Onoki quickly dodged, coldly replying, "We'll see who feels the pain." Dust Style, original realm peeling jutsu. The battle between the two Kage had officially begun. Onoki knew he was no match for Funan, so he stayed in the air the whole time. Funan's Susanoo and fire style constantly clashed with Onoki's particle style. Meanwhile, the battle between the two shinobi armies had taken a sharp turn. The great moving earth core was destroyed by countless explosive tags. In desperation, the Hidden Stones village ninja could only completely abandon the legion formations and fight with the Hidden Leaf village shinobi. Fortunately, the Hidden Stones village ninja outnumbered the Hidden Leaf village shinobi and were not afraid. The Hidden Stones village ninja were full of confidence. So, they witnessed a scene that they would never forget in their lifetime. Hidden Stones village Ishi, an elite jonin with great ambitions, was among them. When he heard that the Fourth Great Shinobi War was going to break out, he felt nothing but excitement. War was perfect? With war, he would have his chance. If he excelled in battle, Onoki might notice. Maybe he would even accept him as his disciple. What worried Onoki the most? Not having a successor. And he, Hidden Stones village Ishi, could be that successor. He could become the fourth Sushi Kage. With ambition and hope for his future, Hidden Stones village Ishi charged into battle. But soon her body became paralyzed with fear. What he saw was an endless stream of explosive tags. As soon as he appeared, he was detected by the Hidden Leaf village shinobi. Almost instinctively, they threw kunai with explosive seals attached. So many. How am I supposed to dodge them? Before he could react, everything went black, and he lost consciousness. Hidden Stones village Ishi was unlucky because he was the first to rush out, and the shinobi of Hidden Leaf village were looking for a target. So, he was locked in at once. A shower of explosive tags reduced it to ashes in an instant. Not a drop of it was left. Chapter 213, When in Doubt, Set Everything on Fire. Every Hidden Stones village ninja who had just appeared in front of the Hidden Leaf village shinobi found themselves facing dozens, if not hundreds, of explosive tags. Many were killed in an instant. Only a few managed to escape, but they were still seriously injured and in a pitiful condition. Kitsushi's face was gloomy. How could there be so many explosive tags? Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Act according to plan." "Yes, sir." The Hidden Stones village ninja began to move. Some rushed towards the Hidden Leaf village shinobi, while others quickly retreated. "Do you want to run away?" Jiraiya sneered and made seals with his hands. Summoning jutsu. A huge toad appeared in front of everyone. The huge Gamabunta had arrived on the battlefield. "Hey, Jiraiya. Looks like things are getting interesting, huh?" Gamabunta said, smiling as he blew out a smoke ring in a carefree manner. "Shut your mouth." Jiraiya growled. "Look over there." Following the direction Jiraiya was pointing, Gamabunta turned his head without much concern. Just then, he saw Funan releasing a gigantic dragon-shaped flame. The fiery blood red glow and the immensity of the ninjutsu made Gamabunta's eyes sharpen, and immediately his relaxed attitude turned fierce and full of violence. "Jiraiya, tell me, how do you want us to attack?" Gamabunta thundered. "Mount Mayabaku and Hidden Leaf village have a deep friendship. Fighting for Hidden Leaf village is an honor for me." "Fuck." Jiraiya and Tsunade cursed in their minds at the same time. Such a loud noise, he is afraid that Funan can't hear it, right? Jiraiya bluntly pointed towards the reforming Hidden Stones village ninja legions and ordered, "Use oil, burn it all." Gamabunta looked at him in disbelief. For a moment, he was tempted to draw his sword and cut Jiraiya to pieces. "Idiot." Jiraiya cursed and said, "Aim for the parts where the great moving earth core formation has been destroyed. Throw the oil. I can't believe they can withstand another attack." "Ah, I see." Gamabunta said, finally understanding. He opened his mouth and released several bursts of oil. Jiraiya, timing the attack, unleashed a powerful fire style to ignite it. The result was immediate. The order that had barely been restored thanks to Kitsushi's orders began to crumble. The Hidden Stones village ninja began to get nervous. Tsunade, seeing the situation, gave a quick order. The Hidden Leaf village shinobi began to launch explosive tags to generate even more chaos. Kitsushi, seeing this, gave a mocking smile. "Lady Tsunade." The sensing ninja reported, "The Hidden Stones village ninja's retreat has not slowed. Can't we stop them?" Tsunade muttered to herself and then shouted, "Kill. I want them all killed." Jiraiya, stop trying to destroy the great moving earth core and focus on the Hidden Stones village ninja. Kill them, as many as you can. Understood. Order all shinobi to attack with everything they have. I want you to use up all explosive tags. Yes. The messengers quickly transmitted the orders to all the shinobi. The Fourth Shinobi World War began with Hidden Leaf Village's attack on Hidden Stones Village. Funan's battle did not disappoint the people of Hidden Leaf Village but disappointed the people of other shinobi villages. 3,000 shinobi against tens of thousands of Hidden Stones Village ninja. In the first battle of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, Hidden Stones Village was defeated. Hidden Leaf Village won. In the end, Hidden Stones Village left behind more than 2,000 corpses and fled in a panic. Although there were not many dead, there were many wounded, exceeding 3,000. But what most infuriated and worried Onoki was the state of the legions. Now most of the shinobi in charge of coordinating the combined ninjutsu of the legions were killed or disabled. Cough. Cough. Onoki coughed several times and, with a gesture of his hand, indicated to Kitsuchi to withdraw, then ordered coldly, mobilize the new legion personnel into formation. Also, why hasn't Han arrived yet? It should be coming soon. A Hidden Stones Village shinobi said in a deep voice, but, Tsuchikage-sama, even if Han comes, there is only one person. Hidden Leaf Village is said to have 4-tailed beasts. Onoki stared at the man coldly and said, Hidden Leaf Village can't send all the tailed beasts to us. The Hidden Stones Village shinobi was not to be outdone, and said, what if the other party really did this? Funan Uchiha, he is notoriously crazy. Onoki was silent. Alright. Kitsuchi shouted coldly. Elder Masashi, this is not the time to argue. You should say less. Kitsuchi, do you think I am against your father? Masashi stared at Kitsuchi coldly and said, you are wrong, I am worried. I am worried that if what I just said comes true, what will Hidden Stones Village do? Can you tell me? Alright. Onoki's deep voice sounded. When Han arrives, we'll at least be able to deal with the 3 tails. As for Funan Uchiha, I'll take care of him. As for the other tailed beasts, Hidden Clouds Village should be preparing their move. Masashi hesitated and said, will they? I'm worried. Don't worry, they will. Onoki said decisively, I know what you're thinking. It's true, those of Hidden Clouds Village would prefer to see Hidden Stones Village weakened. But if they don't act right now, I would be willing to surrender to Hidden Leaf Village and then go crush Hidden Clouds Village. Gee. Give up? Everyone in the room was speechless. Yes. Onoki sighed and said, I underestimated Hidden Leaf Village. Even without the tailed beasts, I didn't expect Funan Uchiha to be so cruel. He could actually take out so many explosive tags. Damn, how long has he been preparing for this war? That's what most people thought. They all think that Funan has been preparing for the Fourth Shinobi World War for a long time. The next day, Hidden Clouds Village, who received Onoki's secret letter, immediately took action. They did not launch an immediate attack on Hidden Leaf Village, but instead sneaked closer to the border. A full 8,000 shinobi. The intention is very obvious, in order to put pressure on Hidden Leaf Village. Funan quickly adjusted the battle strategy. He moved Guy away from Kakashi, assigning him to the front lines against Hidden Clouds Village. At the same time, Shisui and Fugaku also appeared on the same line. If war broke out, Guy's strength with his 7 gates open, along with Shisui and Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, would be a great surprise to Hidden Clouds Village. After completing his preparations, Funan turned to the shinobi behind him and, laughing heartily, exclaimed, friends, who dares to raid the Hidden Stones Village camp with me? We will follow the Hokage to the death. They replied in unison. Okay, let's go. Funan rushed out of Hidden Leaf Village's camp with his men. At the same time, under the command of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Hidden Leaf Village's 3,000 shinobi began to move forward again. Not far ahead was the camp of Hidden Stones Village. As the Hidden Leaf Village army moved, they also became nervous. Alas. Tsunade sighed. War. Jiraiya saw it clearly. This war is inevitable. Hidden Leaf Village wants to develop, and other shinobi villages don't want us to develop, so conflicts arise. That's what I said. Tsunade's expression was full of contradictions. Jiraiya said calmly, Hidden Leaf Village is so good now. Whoever wants to destroy it, I will kill him. Tsunade was stunned and said, you actually agree with Funan Uchiha so much? Is Hidden Leaf Village not good now? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and whispered, didn't you notice? Your fear of blood is decreasing. Tsunade was silent. How could she not notice this? Maybe, your hemophobia is just enough. Tsunade stopped Jiraiya loudly and said, let me keep one last thought for the old man. Jiraiya was silent. Her blood phobia wasn't just a fear of blood itself, but rather a fear of certain memories. And certain responses. Zahahaha. Onoki kid, come out and play. A wild laugh sounded. Immediately afterwards, endless blood-red flames began to spread in the camp of Hidden Stones Village. Funan Uchiha. Onoki's roar sounded. His short body floated in the air, looking at Funan with a ferocious look. Onoki brat, come on. Funan hooked his finger at him. You. Onoki was so angry. This bastard, every time he saw him, he spoke in the tone of Madara Uchiha and called him brat all the time. Funan Uchiha. Onoki said with a cold face. Your Uchiha clan should not exist, and your entire clan should be destroyed. Many people think so. Funan said with a smile, according to my understanding, there have been shinobi who are qualified to fight against the Uchiha clan, but unfortunately, they all perished. Now I will let you perish too. Onoki's tone was indescribably gloomy. Zahahaha. Then you try it. Funan laughed loudly and rushed directly towards Onoki. Particle style. Onoki clasped his hands together and used the particle style directly. Funan laughed out loud and quickly avoided the particle style, then counterattacked with the fire style. Onoki flew higher, dodging the attack. Earth style, golem jutsu. A gigantic rock golem roared into view in front of Funan, throwing out a punch. Bang, a blood-red hand blocked the giant's blow. Susanoo. I don't have that much time to play with you, little Onoki. Funan laughed wildly. Just go and die. Onoki remained unfazed and controlled the golem to attack again. Bang, at the moment when the rock giant punched Susanoo, Funan also pierced through the opponent with the sword in Susanoo's hand. You're wrong. Onoki shouted. Earth style, ultra added weight rock jutsu. The golem's fist, which was still touching the Susanoo, began to gain enormous weight. Crack, the Susanoo was being pressured by the golem. The brutal impact completely shattered Funan's Susanoo. Immediately afterward Funan began forming stamps. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. The battle between the two began again. Funan did not use the complete form of Susanoo. Too powerful the force would only make the other shinobi villages completely united. Including Mate Rumami. Although that woman had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with him, if she ever found herself facing an enemy that threatened Hidden Mist Village, she would not hesitate to ally with others to try to eliminate it. Therefore, Funan decided to gradually weaken his enemies, just as he did when he faced Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, this is not the main reason. The main reason is that Funan can increase his strength in such a battle. If he used a full Susanoo and wiped out everyone in Hidden Stones Village in an instant, there would be no bodies left to absorb life energy from. However, now, he could fight while at the same time absorbing the life energy of the fallen bodies through the God Tree, strengthening his own power. Looking at the fruit that is about to mature in his body, Funan is very satisfied. Step by step, that was the best way. This way, he wouldn't wake up those final bosses too early. Madara Uchiha with the Rinnegan, Funan is very sure that he can't beat him now. When he also obtained the Rinnegan, then they would be on equal footing to fight. Not to mention that Kaguya. Chapter 214, Onoki's Worst Nightmare. Boom, inside the Hidden Stones Village camp, constant explosions rumbled. 200 Hidden Leaf Village Jonin. Each of them had devastating attack power. What's more, they were all loaded with a bunch of explosive tags. Once in Hidden Stones Village territory, they dispersed. They were not afraid of being surrounded by the Hidden Stones Village ninja, because they never stopped. They are always moving. Whenever they saw an Hidden Stones Village ninja, without hesitation, they would throw a bunch of explosive tags at them. And then, they ran away. The entire Hidden Stones Village camp became chaotic. When Onoki saw 200 shinobi chasing the nearly 6,000 Hidden Stones Village ninja, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Funan Uchiha. What are you yelling for? Funan curled his lips in disdain and said, lower your voice, can't you see that they're fighting? What if you shout so loudly and affect them? We're the Kage of a village, can't we have some manners? Onoki's eyes reddened with anger as he stared at Funan. Gritting his teeth, he said, the Uchiha clan is a curse that must be eradicated. How long have you been preparing for this war, Hokage? With so many explosive tags. Do you expect me to believe this was improvised? Onoki kid, don't find other excuses. Funan laughed and said, you can say what you want, but this war was started by you. Every dead shinobi is your responsibility, and you are the main culprits. Onoki's eyes were bloodshot. He would never have imagined that Hidden Leaf Village could have so many explosive tags. Although he did not understand the exact reason, Onoki knew that Hidden Stones Village had suffered a great defeat. No, he couldn't allow it. If Hidden Stones Village received such a strong blow, Hidden Leaf Village could not emerge unscathed either. Onoki turned his cold gaze towards the 3,000 Hidden Leaf Village shinobi who were slowly advancing. What's happening? Funan immediately realized Onoki's intention, laughed loudly, and said, you still want to attack my Hidden Leaf Village shinobi? You can try, Onoki brat. Onoki looked at him coldly and without saying a word, he began to fly directly towards the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Particle style. Hey, brat, didn't you hear what I said? Onoki was startled, turned his head suddenly, and looked horrified. Once again, Funan had activated Susanoo. But this time, it was even bigger, and it also had wings. Funan's Susanoo exuded absolute danger. Any movement seemed capable of wiping Onoki off the face of the earth. Since when was he so strong? Onoki's eyes filled with terror. Funan looked at Onoki coldly, and the Susanoo's wings moved slightly, and it quickly caught up with Onoki. The Susanoo held the knife in both hands and swung it forcefully. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Onoki kid. To challenge the Uchiha is to seek death. Boom, the sword fell, and the earth cracked under its power. That night, after the first clash between Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi launched a surprise attack on the Hidden Stones Village camp. Hidden Stones Village was defeated. They were already in retreat, but now, their army was practically in ruins. More than 3,000 shinobi died. In just one day, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village had clashed twice, and both times, Hidden Stones Village had been defeated. Hidden Stones Village had lost nearly 6,000 shinobi in total. A number so high that even the Rukongai was left speechless upon hearing about it. Meanwhile, this swift and decisive battle caused other shinobi villages to begin to stir with unease. If Hidden Leaf Village continues to develop in this manner and its strength continues to increase, what future remains for the other villages? Immediately, all the villages began to take action. But the shinobi that Hidden Leaf Village had mobilized were all elite. Especially the commanders, who were at the Kage level. Even facing the Kage from other villages, they would not fall so quickly, and some of them might even win. They were more than enough to stop the advance of the other villages. Not to mention that, aside from Hidden Clouds Village, neither Hidden Sand Village nor Hidden Mist Village would act at full strength. Therefore, Funan made some adjustments to the strategy, assigning the most powerful shinobi to the defense against Hidden Clouds Village. In the camp of Hidden Leaf Village, Funan had just finished the battle report when something caught his attention. He waved his hand and said, "Get out, you've worked hard today, go and rest." "Yes." The Nara clan member in charge of the reports answered without hesitation. Funan made another gesture, and one after another, the members of the Uchiha clan also left the place. In the blink of an eye, the whole tent became quiet. "Come out." As Funan spoke, the space twisted, and Obito with a tiger pattern mask appeared in front of Funan. "You actually found me?" Obito asked, with a look of surprise. Funan smiled slightly and said slowly, "Wait a moment." He took out a three-eyed silver mask and placed it on his face. "It's okay now. Say whatever you want to say." Obito took a deep breath and resisted the urge to slap this guy. That was the mask he prepared for himself. He was going to wear it in the final battle. Now, he is still having a headache about what mask to wear in the final battle. Funan suddenly said, "Are you thinking, since I put on such a good mask, what will you wear in the future?" "Honestly, you don't have to worry so much." Funan said seriously, "As long as I make a little effort, you have no future at all. So why worry so much?" Obito sneered and said, "The one who came out just now, was he from the Nara clan?" "Funan Uchiha, you have some guts. You even dare to use people from the Nara clan. Aren't you worried that you'll get stabbed in the back?" Funan said arrogantly, "Worry? Why would I have to worry? I, Madara Uchiha, do not have to worry about the people under my command not obeying me." "Funan Uchiha, why do you always like to pretend to be Madara Uchiha?" Obito couldn't help asking, his expression was extremely strange. "Who pretended to be him?" Funan said disdainfully, "Do I need to pretend to be someone? You want to say that you are Madara Uchiha? Do you have evidence to prove that I am not? Does this need to be proven? As long as you are not blind, you can see it." Obito took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care if you are Madara Uchiha, I just want to know, what are you doing? Why did you inexplicably provoke the Fourth Shinobi World War? Akatsuki's order." "Lie." Obito could no longer contain himself and shouted. "When was that order given? Who gave it?" Funan glanced at him. "Who are you? Why should I tell you? You are so arrogant, does Pain know that?" "Okay, I won't ask any more about that." Obito said coldly, "I just want to know if you need help. Even though you've defeated Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village has already mobilized, Hidden Mist Village is restless, and Hidden Sand Village won't be lenient just because you have business with them. Do you really think you can take on 4 villages at the same time?" Funan asked with interest, "Why? Akatsuki is ready to fight?" "That depends on what price you offer." Obito's voice was calm. Funan thought for a moment and said, "Defeat Hidden Clouds Village, S-level mission, 2 million Ryo, how about that?" Obito said dissatisfiedly, "That's all? What's that enough for?" You're also a member of Akatsuki. Don't you know how strong Akatsuki members are? Don't tell me how strong Akatsuki is. I myself am one of them, I am very clear about that. That money is more than enough. 5 million ryo. Obito demanded. If you give me 5 million, we'll help stop Hidden Cloud's village from the shadows. Impossible. Funen shook his head without even thinking about it. Why would he hire Akatsuki if he could handle the situation himself? His main goal was to force Akatsuki to act. If they didn't intend to do so, why should I pay them? Is money earned so easily? Obito said with a gloomy face. Funen Uchiha, you are also a member of Akatsuki. Why are you not willing to help? Have you always had your own plans? Did you join Akatsuki with some goal in mind? Funen yawned and said, what are you saying? Don't you have your own goals too? Come on, we're all the same. Some things can't be ignored. If everything comes to light, do you think you will do well? Do you want to try it? Obito's face changed slightly. What does he know? Many times, what Obito wants to say or what he wants to do will be anticipated by Funen, which makes him suspect that Funen knows more than he lets on. Since Funen joined Akatsuki, things started to change with Pain. Obito had serious difficulties not to attribute the changes in Pain to Funen's influence. Obito could barely contain the headache that was beginning to invade him. Chapter 215, War on one side, Obito the troublemaker on the other. Obito and Funen finally reached a certain level of cooperation. Both sides need to keep an eye on each other, and the best way is to cooperate. However, Funen hired Akatsuki's people not to participate in the battle, but to collect the tailed beast chakra and fresh corpses. What do you want so many tailed beast chakras for? Obito was also puzzled. Funen said unhappily, don't meddle where you're not supposed to. With only one eye, you still think you can see everything? Okay, I know. Obito threw down a sentence and turned away. He had already had several encounters with Funen, and every time they crossed paths, he felt his blood pressure rise. If this continued, one day his heart would collapse. Once Obito left, Funen also had a headache. Not enough money. Although Funen has made a lot of money from his business over the years, especially with Hidden Sand Village, but the Uchiha clan required a huge investment. Furthermore, the investment in Hidden Leaf Village was large, not taking into account the purchase of a huge amount of explosive tags. Even though Konan was now his woman, there was no way the explosive tags were free. The main reason is that Funen does not want to anger Pain too much. Although he wasn't afraid of it, wouldn't it be boring if he was? The interesting thing would be if Pain and Obito fought each other to the death. I don't have much money left, what should I do? Funen thought for a while and looked towards the direction of Hidden Stone's village. He didn't have money, but someone else did. The battle with Hidden Stone's village should be over soon. Onoki's face was pale, and he sat in the big tent in a mess. The elders who had once accompanied him in discussions were no longer there. Many of them had perished. This made Onoki even more heartbroken. These elders aren't the kind of waste like Koharu and Hamura from Hidden Leaf Village, they are true talents. Although they sometimes argued with him, they always performed their duty loyally and efficiently. Even they had died, let alone other Hidden Stones Village ninja. Now Onoki didn't even dare to look at the casualty reports. Tsuchikage-sama, it's time to retreat. One of the elders said quietly. We can't win. Haha, what? Are you giving up? Onoki brat. There was an arrogant laugh. At this moment, a man wearing a tiger-striped mask appeared between distortions of space, entering the store. Who are you? Everyone present shouted. Onoki looked even more gloomy and stared at the other party. Who are you? My name is Madara Uchiha. Fuck you. Onoki screamed, his eyes bloodshot. At that instant, a shower of ninjutsu filled the tent. After a long time, the whole big tent was destroyed before it slowly calmed down. Obito stood there with full of anger, not moving at all. All ninjutsu could only pass through his body. Have you had enough? Onoki stared at the other party coldly and said in a cold voice, time and space ninjutsu? Something like that. Obito said vaguely. Onoki brat. Cough, cough. Feeling Onoki's murderous gaze, Obito swallowed the rest of the sentence. Onoki, do you want to deal with Funen Uchiha? Onoki's heart moved, and he said coldly, of course I do, what? Do you have a way? I can provide you with some help. Onoki fell into silence. He naturally didn't believe what he said. However, Hidden Stone's village was in dire straits. If he didn't want to give up, he would have to try another path. I accept. Very good. Obito smiled with satisfaction, and a surge of excitement surged in his heart. He has always been suppressed by Funen, and now he finally has a chance to plot against Funen. First, We need to unite with other shinobi villages. After 2 battles between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village, the war came to an abrupt stop. It seemed that the 4th Great Shinobi War had reached a stalemate. Everyone knew that this moment of calm was only brewing an even more violent storm. It only remained to wait to see who would make the first move. This calm would not last long. Unexpectedly, the first to make a move was Land of Fire itself. On this day, the soldiers of the Land of Fire went out in large numbers and smashed many shops in the Land of Fire. People in the shops were arrested and killed. In just one night, those once prosperous businesses turned into ruins. The news soon reached the ears of Funan, who was on the front lines against Hidden Clouds Village. They have guts. Funan laughed. Hidden Stones Village had lost more than half of its forces, and what was left was under the control of Jiraiya and Tsunade, who would continue to advance without problems. Moreover, Funan knew perfectly well that Onoki had paid a heavy price for escaping from him. In his current state, Onoki might no longer be stronger than Kakashi. Therefore, Funan decided to abandon the battle against Hidden Stones Village and concentrate on the border with Hidden Clouds Village. At this moment, he was already considering attacking Hidden Clouds Village. Hidden Stones Village was holding on desperately, refusing to give up. So if they were going to play at resisting, he would strike at Hidden Clouds Village as well, weakening their forces. Who knew that at this time, he actually heard the news that the Land of Fire had begun to take action. It's really interesting. In the command tent, Funan touched his chin and murmured, "Guy, why do people always seem hell-bent on bringing about their own death?" The shops that were destroyed belonged to both him and Hidden Leaf Village. The losses for Funan and Hidden Leaf Village were enormous. Besides, war is won with money. The loss of those profitable businesses also had a great impact on Funan's war. In his heart, Funan was seething with rage. Surprisingly, this time Guy didn't shout or get carried away by his youthful ardor, but instead spoke seriously. "Hokage-sama, they are the nobles." "So what?" Funan really couldn't understand the people of this world. What does it matter if they are noble? Without power, they are nothing more than dogs. In Funan's eyes, the daimyo is worse than an ordinary Hidden Leaf villager. However, in front of the daimyo, even Saratobi Hiruzen was fearful and respectful. In a world with extraordinary power, Funan didn't understand how an ordinary person could have so much power. Even missing ninja didn't dare to harm nobles. Even if the shinobi villages lost the war, nobles had to be respected. Funan didn't understand it at all. Alas. Funan sighed and said, "Hayo Umaru." Here. A member of the Uchiha clan emerged from the shadows. "Let's go." Funan said calmly, "Bring back the heads of those nobles who did it. Oh, by the way." Funan added, looking at Hayo Umaru. "Can you find out who was responsible?" "Don't worry," Hayo Umaru replied with a smile. "Those who acted are few, you just need to follow the trail to discover their superiors. I'm more worried about killing the wrong ones, you know, sometimes some take advantage of the situation to betray their masters." "It doesn't matter," Funan said, waving his hand. "It's better to kill more than to let someone get away. Understood?" "Yes." Hayo Umaru replied forcefully, before leaving accompanied by a group of shinobi. Funan was still muttering in the same place, not paying any attention to the strange looks around him. "A bunch of ordinary people, guys like ants, I can kill you easily, damn, who gave you the courage? Fuck. A bunch of trash. Report." The sound of hurried footsteps sounded. A ninja burst into the command tent, kneeling on one knee in front of Funan. "What's the matter?" According to Jiraiya-sama's information, Hidden Stones Village has begun to move. Jiraiya has already had a small clash with them. "Onoki brat." Funan was surprised. "Report." Another ninja ran over and said, "The Hidden Clouds Village shinobi army is approaching us, and the sensing ninja has also detected the aura of the Rukongai and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki." Funan narrowed his eyes slightly. Inside the store, the atmosphere was filled with murmurs. "Report." Another ninja ran in, speaking in a hurried tone. "Hidden Mist Village. Hidden Mist Village has attacked Shizue-sama. Both sides have engaged in combat in which both sides have suffered damage." "What?" Funan's eyes became sharp. "Hidden Mist Village?" "Yes. Hidden Mist Village's army went out to attack our Hidden Leaf Village shinobi army at night. Fortunately, our army was vigilant and did not let the other side succeed. According to preliminary statistics, our losses exceeded 700, and Hidden Mist Village's losses exceeded 1,000. Haha. Funan laughed. "Matru Mummy. The first person to take action was actually you. You have guts. Just wait." "Report." Another ninja entered the command tent. Funan said lightly, "Don't tell me Hidden Sand Village has also acted." "No, but a coded message has arrived from Hidden Sand Village." "Give it to me." "Yes." Funan took the letter, opened it and read it quickly. His eyes narrowed and a dangerous look appeared in his eyes. Obito, that guy had been playing a double game, offering to help while allying himself with the other shinobi villages to attack him. It was exactly what he would expect from him. What Obito didn't know was that Raza was on Funan's side. The only person capable of opposing Raza, Pakura, had already decided not to return to Hidden Sand Village. The situation in Hidden Sand Village is very stable. After thinking for a while, Funan wrote a letter and said, "Send this letter." Yes. It was a letter to Raza. The fact that the other villages had already launched their attack and Hidden Sand Village remained silent would raise suspicions. Since that's the case, Raza should also participate. Raza has enemies within Hidden Sand Village, and this battle is the perfect opportunity to consolidate his power. Guy said loudly, "Hokage-sama, what should we do?" "What should we do?" Funan sneered and said, "What else could we do? We're going to fight, of course." Chapter 216, Between Lightning and Fire. Funan stood up, looked in the direction of Hidden Clouds Village, sneered, and said, "Let's beat these guys first." He looked at Fugaku and said in a deep voice, "Kill these guys as quickly as possible. I still have to go to Hidden Mist Village. The little beauty matron mama gave me a surprise, and I also want to give a gift in return." Haha, I like to give surprises to beautiful women the most. Despite the smile on Funan's face, those present felt a chill run through their bodies. The sound of the war horn echoed through the air, but this time, it was Hidden Leaf Village who blew it. 3,000 Hidden Leaf Village shinobi advanced slowly, with the Uchiha in the vanguard. Hidden Clouds Village immediately began to respond. The Raikage stared at the opposite side with a sharp look. "Come on, start." A blood-red Susanoo appeared on the battlefield. Fugaku also activated Susanoo. Two giants now dominated the battlefield, imposing their presence. Summoning Jutsu. Funan summoned the giant Three Tails to the battlefield. Humphrey. A growl was heard from the Hidden Clouds Village side. The huge Eight Tails appeared on the battlefield, staring at Hidden Leaf Village coldly. Hey, B, is our opponent that Funan Uchiha?" The Eight Tails' voice echoed in Killer Bee's mind. "This guy is very dangerous." "I know." Killer Bee's face was also not good. In his heart, he and Funan have a common language, and the two are like-minded comrades, but the positions of both sides are destined to make them hostile. "You talk like it's easy." The Eight Tails replied with a resigned tone. "Look at the situation on the opposite side. This battle is really not easy to fight. It is likely that you and I will die here." Killer Bee frowned. "Don't worry, Big Brother is here too." "Okay." The Raikage is indeed very strong and can share a lot of pressure. Moreover, their numerical advantage is too obvious. At this time, Funan laughed again. "Do you really think that's all? You're wrong. There is also this summoning technique." With another shout from Funan, a huge creature nearly 100 meters tall appeared before everyone. "What?" The Eight Tails was completely perplexed. The Raikage was also stunned. Funan had first summoned Katsu in front of a crowd. My. Katsu exclaimed, her tone delicate and not befitting of her appearance. "Funan, I wonder if you'll ever be able to summon my full body." "I don't know." Funan replied frankly. "But my power is still increasing. I'm sure I'll be able to do it soon. I'm looking forward to that day." Katsu laughed. "Now what do you need me to do?" "Don't tell me it's another explosive tags strategy. Heal the shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village." Funan gave an order. "We've already used that tactic once, and I'm sure they'll be prepared by now. It's time to change the plan." "Of course, some extra clones can try it if they want." "Okay." Katsu said. Katsu then began to split her body into small slugs, which slithered towards the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. In response, the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi felt a little uncomfortable, but under the orders of their superiors, they gritted their teeth and persisted. After all, this is a life-saving thing. Others want it but don't have the chance. Meanwhile, the rest of the slugs, loaded with explosive tags, headed towards Hidden Clouds Village. The Raikage's expression turned serious. Unexpectedly, Funan had such a trick. This is a bit troublesome. "Fugaku. It's time to attack." "Understood." Fugaku replied with a roar, and his Susanoo charged at the Eight Tails. "Yahoo!" The Eight Tails yelled and punched Fugaku fiercely. Fugaku blocked it and punched back. Bang, the collision of the two behemoths officially began. Funan laughed loudly, and a blood-colored magatama slowly condensed in his hand. At the same time, a group of figures jumped out, surrounding Funan's Susanoo, and in the blink of an eye, a faint blue glow formed a barrier around it. A barrier? Funan looked at those people in surprise. Each of those shinobi radiated a strength comparable to Kakashi's. These people are the real trump cards of Hidden Clouds Village. Zahaha. Perfect? This situation is ideal to test some of my ideas. Funan sneered, and the blood-colored Magatama began to slowly fuse into the Suzunu's fist. Look at my bloody fist. Boom, Funan struck the barrier, but a tremendous rebound force sent him reeling. At the same time, a torrent of lightning fell upon him. Fortunately, the Suzunu absorbed most of the impact. He was stunned. Is this barrier so powerful? He turned his head to look at the shinobi maintaining the barrier, and upon seeing them, he let out a sigh of relief. These shinobi also looked half dead, their breath was weak, and many of them were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. I'm going to destroy you. After recovering, Funan raised the Suzunu's great sword and began to strike the barrier furiously. The barrier began to tremble wildly. Ugh! One of the shinobi exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine as he breathed raggedly, his body trembling slightly. Darui-sama, if this goes on, we won't be able to hold out for long. A shinobi shouted. We have to hold out even if we can't hold out for long. Darui looked grim and said coldly, think about what would happen if we let this dangerous guy out. How many of our comrades would die? Boom, a gigantic shockwave hit them from within the barrier, causing Darui and the others to spit out blood. Before they could recover, another powerful wave of energy attacked them from outside. No. A shinobi shouted, and the barrier shattered. The shinobi who had set up the barrier also fell to the ground. Well done, Three Tails. The timing of this tailed beast ball was perfect. The Suzunu moved forward as Funan smiled and looked at the few people who had set up the barrier. The game is over. Although it has just begun, I appreciate your efforts and grant you death. Darui stared at Funan, suddenly smiled slightly, and said, indeed, the game is over. Huh? A flash of lightning struck the Suzunu directly, where Funan was. Crack, at that instant, Suzunu shattered. At the same time, Funan was pierced and the whole person was taken out of Suzunu. As Funan was thrown into the air, his gaze fixed on that lightning bolt with icy cold eyes. Die. The Rukonga's deafening roar still echoed as he transformed into a bolt of lightning and attacked Funan with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Funan's body was torn apart. The Rukongai stopped, his gaze cold. No, he's still alive. C suddenly shouted. Rukongai-sama, behind you. A figure had already appeared behind the Rukongai, his hands already formed a seal. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. Blood-colored flames coiled around the Rukongai. The Rukongai, transformed into a bolt of lightning, dodged at high speed. When he reappeared, he was already above Funan's head. Lightning straight. The Mangekyo Sharingan rotated slightly in Funan's eyes, and a layer of armor appeared in front of Funan, blocking the fierce attack. Boom, guillotine drop. The Rukongai gave Funan no respite and launched his next attack with a downward kick. Bang, a giant red bone hand suddenly appeared, sending the Rukongai flying. In the blink of an eye, the giant skeleton of Suzunu appeared again. With a powerful boost, the Suzunu charged towards the Rukongai. Bang, the Suzunu's arms intertwined and struck the Rukongai, burying him into the ground. What followed was a hail of punches. I'll give you a good beating. Bang. Bang. Bang, water style, water bullet jutsu. A water dragon rushed towards Funan. Funan didn't even turn his head and said coldly, Darui, you're looking for death. Darui, with a stern expression, continued to form hand seals. Lightning style, wave of inspiration. Lightning bolts ran through the water flow, heading towards Funan. The water quickly spread across the area, followed by a barrage of lightning that surrounded the Suzunu. Even Funan, despite being protected by the Suzunu, frowned slightly at such an attack. Darui's third technique arrived at that precise moment. Storm style, laser circus. Countless lasers, rushing towards Funan from all angles. Hateful rat. Funan shouted coldly, and Suzunu began to enter the second stage, and then quickly started the third stage. All the attacks crashed against the Suzunu, but they made no dent in it. Funan raised his hand, and Suzunu followed suit. A huge amount of energy appeared in his hand, forming a blood-colored Magatama. Darui, let me take you to hell. Watch me blow you to pieces. Funan sneered. Hokage, don't forget, I'm still here. A massive force suddenly attacked, launching the Suzunu into the sky. Good opportunity. Darui immediately formed a seal again. Black thunder appeared and hit Suzunu flying in the sky. Others followed suit and attacked. Boom, countless ninjutsu and explosive tags flew towards Funan. The sky rumbled with explosions. The attacks ceased and the Suzunu that had broken in several places fell to the ground. We did it. A Hidden Clouds Village ninja shouted excitedly. Defeating Funan Uchiha meant that Hidden Lee Village would no longer be a threat. However, the other Hidden Clouds Village ninja remained serious. C couldn't sense Funan's presence, but a sense of latent danger still permeated the area. Suddenly C detected it and turned his head sharply. Be careful. Puff, the Hidden Clouds village ninja who had shouted excitedly looked at the hand that had pierced his chest in astonishment. He was completely bewildered. Young man, never forget that until the last second, no one can say that they have won. Funen's voice sounded calm and mocking behind him. Go see the Sage of Six Paths and tell him what I just told you. Puff, Funen pulled out her hand, then looked coldly at the Rukongai. How? Under that attack? The Rukongai asked, gritting his teeth. The attack was strong, but unfortunately, it never reached me. Funen spread his hands and said, after burying you in the ground, what you saw was just a shadow clone. My real body has been standing by, watching you attack silently, do you understand? Chapter 217, Who Has More Grudge and Chakra? Buzz, the Rukongai stared at Funen, and the lightning-style chakra mode on his body became more active. Zahahaha. Rukongai, you still want to fight me? Funen smiled. Look at the people around you, they are a bit miserable. Funen continued, pointing at the shinobi surrounding him. One of them lay dead, and the others were also seriously injured. The Rukongai's condition was not too good either. Being continuously attacked by Funen, even a shinobi like the Rukongai, with thick skin and flesh, was a little overwhelmed. Our situation is complicated, I don't deny it. The Rukongai let out a mocking laugh, his eyes fixed defiantly on Funen, not showing an ounce of retreat. But what about you? How is your team? Hokage, I don't believe that you still have enough chakra after fighting for so long. And the Rukongai glanced towards the battlefield. Despite the help of the Three Tails, the military power of Hidden Clouds Village, which surpassed that of Hidden Stones Village, was evident. A group of shinobi had managed to momentarily trap the three-tailed beast, but Hidden Leaf Village's attacks with explosive tags continued to be a problem. Still, the Rukongai's resolve could be seen. After withstanding the self-destruction of Katsu's clones, the Hidden Clouds Village shinobi fearlessly advanced, launching a desperate offensive that destabilized the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. So what? After seeing the situation on the battlefield clearly, Funen laughed wildly and said, no matter how you look at it, in the end it's Hidden Clouds Village that's going to fall. What do you think, Rukongai? You want to lose your 8,000 elite shinobi just to inflict a few casualties on Hidden Leaf Village? 1,000, or maybe 1,500? Wow, who knew you and Onoki were such good friends? Damn it, you're willing to sacrifice so much for him? Now that's true love. The Rukongai's expression turns grim. Speak, Rukongai. Funen continued to taunt him. Or don't you know that Onoki probably still has your father's corpse on an experiment table, drilling those long, thick things in and out of it all day long? That's so bitter. Shut up, Funen Uchiha. The Rukongai roared, and activated the lightning-style chakra mode again, before rushing towards Funen. At the same time, he roared, Funen, you don't know that while you and I are fighting, Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village are also attacking Hidden Leaf Village. Just wait until Hidden Leaf Village turns into ruins. Funen constantly dodged the Rukongai's attack, and said lightly, of course I know, but, Rukongai, how can you be sure that they are attacking Hidden Leaf Village, not Hidden Clouds Village? The Rukongai's movements paused slightly. Zahahaha. Really, Rukongai? Who's to say that Onoki hasn't already invaded Hidden Clouds Village, laying waste to everything in his path? Shut up. The Rukongai just said this coldly. Funen Uchiha, you can't even imagine that there was a third party that intervened against you. Your Hidden Leaf Village is finished. The Rukongai could have kept that information a secret, but seeing the enormous loss of Hidden Clouds Village, he couldn't help it. He hoped to distract Funen Uchiha in this way. Funen still smiled slightly and said lightly, it won't be a one-eyed man wearing a mask. You. Zahahaha. Do you know where his eye went? Funen smiled and took out a silver three-eyed mask, put it on his face, and said, his eye is here with me. The Rukongai wanted to vomit blood. Hidden Clouds Village's advantage seemed to be fading, and his judgment was fading. Had he been tricked? What if the masked man's real target wasn't Hidden Leaf Village, but Hidden Clouds Village? Roar! A scream filled with fury resounded at that moment. It was the three-tailed beast. After being restrained for so long, it was enraged by the humiliation. And Funen, although smiling, was not satisfied with this. The situation could get much worse for the Three Tails, he could even end up being beaten again. Tailed Beast Ball. Three Tails opened his mouth, and the Tailed Beast Ball condensed in his mouth. Hey, hey, hey! The Eight Tails fighting Fugaku's Susanoo exclaimed. There's no way they can stop that Tailed Beast Ball with just those few shinobi. I know. The Eight Tails roared, increasing the intensity of its attacks and managing to force Fugaku back off, taking advantage of the opportunity to launch himself towards the three-tailed beast. The three tails' accumulation of power quickly ended, and it released the tailed beast ball. Boom, the eight tails appeared at the last moment, deflecting the tailed beast ball with its tails and launching it into the sky, where it exploded with a deafening roar. However, the eight tails were left with burn marks and many wounds. We did it. The eight tails celebrated with relief. Bang. At that moment, a huge hand grabbed him by the tail. Stopped? You bastard, you don't take me seriously, right? Fugaku's cold voice sounded. Fugaku looked ferocious, roared, and blood began to flow from the corners of his eyes. However, his strength was also pushed to the limit. As the deep red chakra enveloped the Susanoo, Fugaku gained momentum and launched the eight tails into the air, then climbed on top of it and began to beat it mercilessly. Boom. Boom, the eight tails let out a roar of anger and its tails attempted to wrap around Fugaku's Susanoo. Every time the tails were about to envelop Fugaku's Susanoo, he would use the gigantic sword and cut off the eight tails' tentacles, making it impossible for it to entangle the Susanoo. However, to the eight tails' surprise, this situation did not last long, and Fugaku's Susanoo developed 4 additional arms, making a total of 6, of which 4 wielded swords, and mercilessly swung them at the eight tails, cutting off its tentacles. The two giants engaged in a fierce fight, rolling and attacking each other relentlessly. It's my turn. The three-tailed beast exclaimed excitedly, seeing that no one could stop him. The next moment, the three tails curled up into a ball and then rolled towards the Hidden Clouds Village ninja. Several Hidden Clouds Village ninja were crushed on the spot, turned into mere masses of flesh. Earth-style, fissure. An elite Jonin stepped forward and created a large fissure in the ground, causing the three tails to fall into it. The Hidden Clouds Village ninja, seeing this, gathered around the edge of the fissure, ready to launch ninjutsu into the fissure in an attempt to finish off the three tails. But to their surprise, the three tails rolled upwards and emerged with force, continuing its crushing onslaught against the Hidden Clouds Village ninja. In the blink of an eye, the Hidden Clouds Village ninja had already suffered catastrophic casualties. With the intervention of the three tails, Hidden Clouds Village's troops began to crumble. Zahahaha, Rukongai, how do you feel? Funin laughed out loud and said, look at your Hidden Clouds Village shinobi. Zahahaha. The last spark before they die is truly beautiful. Funin Uchiha. The Rukongai was furious. He never dreamed that there would be such a loss. When you die, Hidden Clouds Village will be finished. Funin stared at the Rukongai with excitement. The truth is that Funin was not prepared to completely wipe out Hidden Clouds Village, but the situation had already reached this point, so Funin decided to continue. Goodbye, Rukongai. Ugh. Funin was about to attack the Rukongai when he suddenly groaned. A cold light flashed. Although he managed to dodge it, Funin felt that his chakra flow had frozen for an instant. A figure appeared beside the Rukongai, staring coldly at Funin. The man had a sparse beard, a bandage wrapped around his head, wore green layered armor, and carried a samurai sword. Funin's eyes turned cold, and he said, Mifune? Is the land of iron no longer neutral? You samurai dare to intervene in the shinobi war? You are seeking death. Mifune was about to speak. Funin has already started to make hand seals. There's nothing to discuss. If you're here, it means the land of iron is no longer neutral. Perfect? Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A huge fireball more than 50 meters in diameter emerged from Funin's mouth. The scene left several Uchiha in a cold sweat. Get out of the way. Mifune was also horrified. Although the surprise attack was unsuccessful, it did manage to injure Funin Uchiha, giving him more confidence that Funin was not as invincible as he thought. At that moment, Funin used ninjutsu to teach him his place. In the end, only the Rukongai remained facing Funin. How could it be? The Rukongai murmured. How can you still have so much chakra? The two have been fighting for so long that even the Rukongai felt tired. But Funin could still cast such powerful ninjutsu. Damn it. The Rukongai almost let out a curse. Not even the Uzumaki clan had that much chakra. Rukongai, aren't you going to hide? Funin sneered, formed seals with his hands again, and said coldly, then I'll roast you. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. Funin released a sea of fire from his mouth. Mifune took advantage of that opportunity and quickly approached Funin, and although his sword was still in the sheath, a deadly edge began to emanate from him. Funin sneered and said, do you really think I'll give you that chance again? The Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, and a red bone structure appeared around Funin. Die for me. Funin shouted angrily and the skeletal arm attacked Mifune. Clang, at the last moment he managed to block the attack, but Mifune, panting, fell onto a large rock nearby. Nice trick, Funin sneered and said, you managed to cut off my Susanoo's arm. But tell me, how many times do you think you'll be able to do it? The next moment the Susanoo's arm regenerated. The Raikage stared at Funin, silent, though something in his eyes indicated a new understanding. Funin Uchiha, are you furious? The Raikage stared at him, smirking. Nonsense. Funin shouted. After fighting to this point, of course I'm angry. Did I give birth to you to tolerate you until now? Or do you think that with your appearance you deserve my attention? You. The Raikage almost spat blood in rage. His face darkened and the confidence he had gained from seeing Funin's fury vanished, replaced by unbridled rage. Funin Uchiha, why are you so arrogant? You must be very anxious now, right? Of course I am anxious. Funin sneered. Look at your white hair, and you haven't found a woman yet. How can I, as your godfather, not be anxious? Mifune. By the way, you called Mifune here. Isn't it because there is something going on between you two? Otherwise, would you trust him so much? The Raikage took a deep breath, resisted the urge to curse, and said coldly, Funin Uchiha, don't be arrogant. I can see that you are getting anxious. You are not as calm as before. Bullshit. Funin interrupted him again and shouted, we Uchiha are a clan good at fire style. What calm do we need? We are the fire. As Funin spoke, he cast another fire style ninjutsu. The Raikage dodged again and sneered. So, your chakra reserves are running low, right, Funin Uchiha? After fighting for such a long time and using high-level ninjutsu many times, who can withstand it unless it is the Uzumaki clan? Hearing this, Funin suddenly became quiet. He looked straight at the Raikage and laughed. Zahahaha, Raikage, do you think so? Then I want to congratulate you, you guessed right, my chakra is running out, so you must hold on. If you hold on a little longer, you will definitely win. Zahahaha. Chapter 218, Unlikely Allies and Unseen Enemies Pretentious. With a loud shout, the Raikage lunged at Funin again. Mifune followed closely behind, also heading towards Funin. Funin looked at the two with a mocking smile and let out a light laugh. Swish, as the Raikage lunged to attack, Funin easily evaded the blow. The Raikage looked at him with a mix of disbelief and distrust. Buzz, the Raikage activated the lightning-style chakra mode to the limit and stared at Funin coldly. Swish, the Raikage appeared in front of Funin and launched himself with all his power to hit him. Boom, with a loud bang, the ground cracked, and a crater formed after the Raikage's impact. However, Funin reappeared at the other end. I'm sorry, but you still haven't managed to get me. Don't forget about me. Mifune shouted furiously, appearing right behind Funin. As he was about to attack, a huge hand descended from the heavens and crushed him, sending him flying. Ah! Funin yawned and said, of course, I didn't forget you, although I didn't pay much attention to you either. Mifune steadied himself with difficulty, spitting out blood and looking at Funin with a grim expression. Mifune was not the Raikage, his body was not that resilient. Taking a hit from Susanoo almost killed him, had he not reacted quickly. The Raikage looked at Funin with a grim face. He had tried to attack him again and again, but he failed to land a single blow, he always ended up evading him. This can't go on like this. He could continue to resist, but Hidden Cloud's village could not afford that luxury. The Raikage turned to Mifune and said, Mifune, where are your samurai? Didn't we agree that a large number of samurai would come to support us? But you are the only one here. After a brief silence, Mifune gave the answer. They are on their way. A hint of anger flashed across the Raikage's face. Funin stared at the Raikage with a smile on his face. He wasn't the least bit worried, except for Fugaku, who was a bit limited. Everyone else could take their time. They had a lot of explosive tags. If they continued to fight, the only one who would suffer would be Hidden Cloud's village. Even if Fugaku couldn't hold on, they could always have Guy open the 7th gate or send the 3 Tails to confront the 8 Tails. That's right. Funin suddenly thought of something and formed seals with his hands. At the same time a slug appeared near Fugaku's body and began transferring chakra to him. In this way, Fugaku can hold on for a while longer. Funin laughed even more happily. As for the Mangekyo, there is no rush. The fruit of the god tree can slow down the negative effects. Raikage, don't stop. Let's continue with this. You. The Raikage had seen with his own eyes how a slug crawled towards Fugaku who was covered by the Susanoo. Raikage-sama, we must retreat. Mifune's deep voice broke the silence. He understood, no matter how much chakra Funin had left, if he continued to delay them, Hidden Cloud's village would suffer enormous losses. The Raikage looked at Funin with a fierce expression, his eyes filled with rage. Retreat? Funin laughed and said, my chakra may be running low but holding you two back is no problem. Do you really think you can retreat now? What a joke. Raikage-sama. Mifune looked at the Raikage, who still maintained a furious expression as he stared at Funan. Does the Rukongai not understand that they must retreat? But how to do it? Retirement is not something that is achieved simply because one wants to. The Rukongai seemed to have lost his mind, but he was actually more sober than Mifune. Boom, at this moment, an accident happened again. Numerous spears made of rocks flew towards Funan. What the hell? Funan was surprised. Swish, Funan dodged these attacks in an instant, and at the same time, he began to make seals with his hands. Swoosh, before Funan finished making seals, a long sword emerged from the ground and stabbed fiercely. The fierce attack made Funan feel a tingling sensation on his skin. The Kusanagi sword? Funan sneered and said, Orochimaru-san, what's wrong? You're still involved in this matter. Now you're getting braver and braver. You dare to participate in the war of the 5 major shinobi villages. In the middle of his sentence, the Kusanagi sword pierced Funan's body. Bang! Instead, a piece of wood appeared. Funan's real body has appeared at the other end. Wind style, great breakthrough. A familiar voice sounded in Funan's ears. Damn it. Funan was stunned. This buddy is here too. The one-eyed Danzō, no, he now has both eyes, and one of his eyes is even a 3-Tomoe Sharingan, was staring at Funan coldly. Funan had to admit that that look was very fierce. Funan was excited. After not seeing Danzō for so long, Funan felt that nothing was interesting. And now, seeing him again, he felt revitalized. Danzō-chan. Funan called him affectionately. Long time no see, are you okay? I miss you so much. Everyone present paused for a moment. Uchiha, Funan. Danzō said word by word. As expected, the Uchiha clan is an inherently evil race. And you, too, are a brat with evil in your blood. Yeah, you are so damn right. Funan nodded repeatedly. What a familiar tone. What familiar words. Funan's eyes were wet. For him, the 3 great pleasures in life were eating, accompanying his women and torturing Danzō. Ever since Danzō had been forced to become a missing ninja, Funan had felt that her life was becoming boring, that the colors were duller. Sometimes he regretted whether he was too harsh on Danzō. Otherwise, how could Danzō become a traitor? Had he known, Funan probably would have been more merciful. But now, here he was again, facing him. How should he act? Swish, after avoiding the attack, Funan stood to one side. On the opposite side were the Rukongai, Mifune, Orochimaru and Danzō. Funan was surprised. Wow, Rukongai, you actually united all of Hidden Leaf Village's missing ninja. You certainly have the makings of a leader. The 4th Rukongai had an even more gloomy expression. He cast an icy gaze towards Orochimaru and Danzō. What's the situation with you? Huh? Mifune was startled. Don't worry, Rukongai. Orochimaru laughed and said, we just don't want Funan Uchiha's enemies to fall too quickly. Humphrey. The Rukongai grunted, reluctantly accepting the explanation. Alright. Danzō waved his hand and said, everyone, it's time to retreat. TSK, TSK, TSK. Funan sneered. Danzō-chan, I'm not surprised. Wherever you go, you seem to be the natural leader. Sensing the sinister look of the Rukongai, Danzō's face turned cold. What? Rukongai, you want to lead Hidden Cloud's village to continue fighting Hidden Leaf Village? The Rukongai remained silent. Humphrey. Danzō snorted and sent a signal. Suddenly, a group of people came out and launched an attack on the shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village. Rukongai's eyes lit up and he immediately issued an order to retreat. In an instant, the Hidden Cloud's village army began to retreat in mass. Funan frowned slightly and looked at the shinobi who suddenly appeared. They were suicidal warriors. After they appeared, they immediately rushed towards the shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village regardless of anything. They also carried a large number of explosive tags on their bodies. This self-destruction method successfully blocked the shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village. Funan clasped his hands together. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. The flames rose into the sky, as if it were the end of the world. The sight shook everyone present. Danzō and the others couldn't believe the magnitude of this ninjutsu. It's time to retire. Danzō said, casting one last glance at the Rukongai. Retire? That easy. The Rukongai was about to object, but his voice trailed off. A figure appeared before them, and everyone looked at the newcomer in astonishment. Water style, water formation wall. A gigantic wall of water emerged like a reverse waterfall, facing Funan's fire style. The water collided with the flames, generating a dense cloud of steam. However, the blood flames were not something that a simple water style could defeat. Soon, the wall of water broke. The ninja who launched the ninjutsu was exposed to Funan. So it's you. Funan smiled. That ninja faced the blood flames without fear, without dodging, persisting in his ninjutsu. It was a suicide attack, sacrificing himself to give time for the others to escape. Finally, under the pressure of the blood flame, he was reduced to ashes, and his ninjutsu vanished. In his final moments, a spark of life appeared on his lifeless face. He looked at Funin, then at the flames of blood. Uchiha. Impure world reincarnation? Who dared to use me? Funin looked expressionlessly. He was not completely satisfied with this battle. While fighting the Rukongai, Mifune had taken the opportunity to attack him. Then, Orochimaru and Danzō treacherously joined the attack. Finally, Orochimaru used impure world reincarnation and resurrected the second Hokage. Funin decided not to continue the pursuit. His goal was to leave the Rukongai or Mifune behind, but now he couldn't do that even if he wanted to. It seems I have too many enemies. Funin murmured. Also, if Orochimaru has summoned the second Hokage, that means he can summon the first Hokage as well. That's when things will get really interesting. Funin pouted. He did not believe that even with the complete Susanoo he could face Senju Hashirama if he entered Sage Mode. Sage Mode? Shit. Sure, I still had Sage Mode. Funin scratched his head suddenly. Accustomed to hiding his strength, he had forgotten that he had mastered Sage Mode. If he used it, would he really be inferior to the first Hokage? If he wasn't, could he then consider eliminating the 4 shinobi villages quickly and absorbing the shinobi's vitality before facing Kaguya? While thinking, Funin returned to the camp. With the Rukongai and the others retreating, the Hidden Clouds village ninja had also retreated en masse. At the last moment, the Eight Tails broke off a piece of its tail and transformed into a clone to block the other people in Hidden Leaf village. Now, that piece of tail had become a supplement for Funin to absorb. Hokage-sama. Fugaku strode over and said, I request to go to battle. Hidden Clouds village has been seriously injured. This is the best opportunity for us to attack. Funin shook his head and threw a bottle of potion over. Don't worry, Fugaku, let's have a meeting first. With a serious look, Funin added, I am the Hokage. I cannot limit myself to seeing only what is in front of me. With Orochimaru's grandson here, we can't attack at will. Without hesitation, Fugaku drank the medicine. Instantly, a powerful energy gathered in his eyes, and he sighed in relief. Chapter 219, The Hokage's Price for Ending the War. This is really a good thing. Fugaku exclaimed. With this, we who have the Mangekyo will be able to appear on the battlefield more frequently. Faced with this clear insinuation, Funin did not give it much importance and simply threw another bottle of potion at Fugaku. I may not be by your side in the next battle, so be careful. You also know the weakness of the potion. Thank you. Don't worry, I will use it properly. Fugaku put away the potion with a smile on his face. For a Mangekyo user, this potion was a true treasure. Soon, the senior officers entered the main store. Funin looked up and asked, Do you have the casualty report? Yes, it's ready. One of Funin's deputies, Naruto, stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Hokage-sama, of our 3,000 shinobi, more than 300 have fallen in combat, and around 1.2 million explosive tags have been used. Everyone in the room felt a chill upon hearing this, and some even held their breath. What about Hidden Clouds village? At least 3,000 people died in the battle, and the number of injured cannot be determined. It is definitely a lot. Nato said in a deep voice, the Eight Tails is seriously injured, and at least 10 elite jonin have lost their combat capabilities. We have won a great victory. Funin fell into deep thought. The results were impressive. But the state of his troops was not the best either. Guy wouldn't be able to fight for a while. Fugaku used his Mangekyo excessively. After all, his opponent was the Eight Tails. Although thanks to the potion he was able to mitigate the impact, it would take some time to recover before returning to the fight. As for Katsu, that was another story. Although Funin had summoned a clone over 100 meters long, it meant nothing to Katsu's main body. For the next battle, she could be counted on without any problem. Rest. For a while, there will be no more fighting. Hokage-sama. Hearing Funin's decision, the people present exclaimed. For them, this was the ideal moment, with their spirits high and the absolute advantage. They could not understand why they should stop advancing. Funin said firmly, Do as I say, remember, I am the Hokage. Yes. People present sometimes feel puzzled. For some reason, Funin always likes to repeat I am the Hokage. Funin remained in the main tent, without leaving. He was waiting for reports from the other battlefronts. Although he knows that the actual results will not be much different from the expected results, he is still worried. Orochimaru and Danzō will appear here, so will there be any accidents in other areas? It wasn't long before the latest reports came in. On the Hidden Mist village front, Shizui had displayed impressive strength, repelling Maitru Mummy. Itachi had also entered the battle, confronting and containing the Six Tails. The Kiri ninja relentlessly attacked Hidden Leaf Village's defense but were repelled by Hidden Leaf Village's explosive tags strategy. In the end, although Hidden Leaf Village lost close to 1,000 shinobi, Hidden Mist Village left behind more than 2,000 corpses. Reading the reports, a spark of fury flashed in Funin's eyes. On the Hidden Stones village front, the tired Onoki no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Although he tried to attack, he was repelled by Jiraiya. In fact, Jiraiya and his troops managed to advance directly into the territory of the Land of Earth. As for Hidden Sand Village, Kakashi had set traps beforehand, luring the Hidden Sand Village ninja into them and killing over 1,000 in one fell swoop with explosive tags. Hidden Sand Village had to retreat in shame. This was the official version. In private, Raza and Funin had collaborated to eliminate certain disobedient or unstable shinobi from Hidden Sand Village, consolidating Raza's total control over the village. Huh. After reading all the battle reports, Funin breathed a sigh of relief. They had won. A total victory. Funin closed his eyes, beginning to recover his chakra. Inside, the intense battles had produced a large amount of vital energy, forming various fruits of different levels. As he meditated, these fruits quickly dissolved, releasing pure chakra that flowed through his body. Funin felt his chakra rapidly restore itself, and at the same time, each fruit strengthened his body. The fruits enhanced his Dujutsu, fire style, and even his mastery of Sage Mode. Funin enjoyed how his power grew. Hokage-sama. A voice called from outside the store. Come in. Fugaku Uchiha walked in. Funin looked at him and said, Elder Fugaku, what's the matter? This is the best time to attack Hidden Cloud's village. Fugaku said unwillingly. We still have 2,000 shinobi who can fight. I can continue fighting too. Fugaku added in a deep voice, let me take care of the 8 tails. This time, I'll leave an unforgettable mark on it. Hokage-sama, trust me. I'm sure I can. Fugaku Uchiha, I have made a decision. Funin didn't want to listen anymore and interrupted him directly. Remember, I am the Hokage. Fugaku. Funin was too lazy to pay attention to him, and looked at the map, thinking. Funin stared at the Hidden Mist Village symbol on the map, a smile she couldn't hide. Hokage-sama. A ninja hurried in with a letter in his hand. Funin took a stick and used it to poke the letter cautiously. Then, he used the shadow clone, letting the clone open the envelope for him. Stay away from me. Funin shouted at the clone. Fugaku, watching from the side, couldn't help but have veins of frustration appear on his forehead. Fugaku, don't take it lightly. Funin looked at Fugaku and said earnestly, do you know when it is easiest to fail? When you are about to win. That's why I have to be careful now. Very, very careful. After all, I am the Hokage. The envelope opened. It was a letter from Orochimaru. He wanted to speak to Funin alone. Talk to you? Fuck you. Funin tore the letter into pieces. That same afternoon, Funin arrived at the foot of a great mountain. Orochimaru had been waiting for a long time. Impure World Reincarnation, Orochimaru, have you perfected that technique yet? Funin asked as soon as he came up. Orochimaru laughed strangely and said, Funin-kun, you seem to be very concerned about the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu? Nonsense. Funin rolled his eyes. Such a dangerous technique, how could I not care? With that, he looked at him seriously and asked again, if you can summon the second Hokage, what about the first Hokage? Or the third and fourth? Can you summon all of them? Orochimaru grinned. Of course. Orochimaru stopped dead in his tracks. Funin exclaimed in exaggerated astonishment, oh my god, this ninjutsu can even summon the strongest Hokage in history, the third Hokage. It's too powerful. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched. Orochimaru calmed down and said, Funin, you should consider retreating. Continuing to fight will not bring anything good, the 4 shinobi villages have already allied themselves. For now, they are holding back, but if you force them beyond the limit, what do you think they will do? Yo. Funin looked at Orochimaru with interest. So that's your purpose. It's surprising that they managed to convince you to come as an emissary. Orochimaru smiled faintly and said nothing. After all, everyone had wishes, and he, Orochimaru, was no exception. The 4 shinobi villages had put something on the table that had tempted him enough to make him act as a messenger. If you want me to end the war, I have some conditions. Tell me about it. The consumption of explosive tags has been very high. At least they should cover those expenses, right? Even Orochimaru was speechless. Orochimaru-san, don't think I'm bullying others. They started the war. Funin spread his hands innocently. People always have to pay for their mistakes. Orochimaru sighed. I can't guarantee that they will agree to this condition. Funan-kun, you should also understand that even the 5 major shinobi villages may not be able to afford the amount of explosive tags you used. Thinking about that amount of money, Orochimaru shuddered. It's strange that you see it like that. Funan smiled. If it was just a small amount of money, do you think I would ask for it back? I am the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, the strongest and most prosperous village. Do you think I care about a few ryo? I will bring this condition to them. Are there any other requirements? They lost the war. Orochimaru-san, don't you think they should pay compensation? Yes, they should. Many Hidden Leaf Village shinobi have been injured, so they should cover the medical expenses as well, right? All of Funan's conditions had to do with money. Now Orochimaru understood, Funan only wanted to squeeze every last cent out of them, to suffocate them financially. Many people despise money, or at least they look at money lightly. But, in the end, money is not everything. Although without it, one is nobody. Funan-kun, I don't think they'll accept. Oh. Funan smiled and said, if they can't even spare a little money, does that mean they'd rather keep fighting? Chapter 220, A Costly Piece. Orochimaru stared at Funan expressionlessly. Orochimaru-san, why are you looking at me like that? Funan showed a sad expression and said, do you have any bad opinions about me? Do you have any misunderstandings about me? Don't do that, I will be very sad. Orochimaru took a deep breath and said calmly, Funan-kun, your conditions only include those 3 compensation clauses? Funan blinked and said, isn't that enough? From what you said, Orochimaru-san, am I being too kind? I think so too. In this case. No, that's enough. More than enough. Orochimaru interrupted quickly. Funan showed a bright smile and said, Orochimaru-san, I knew you were the best with me. With these conditions, I know you'll do everything to make sure they're met, right? Orochimaru glanced at him and said nothing. At that moment, Funan said something that made Orochimaru's expression change drastically. How about 10%? Funan suggested, looking at him with a sly smile. Orochimaru-san, you can keep 10% of whatever I manage to negotiate as commission. Orochimaru was speechless. Smiling, Orochimaru replied, don't worry, Funan-kun, the final result will definitely satisfy both you and me. What Funan wanted this time, judging from the figure, started at hundreds of millions of ryo. If it is 1/10, it will be tens of millions of ryo. Orochimaru also has the urge to roll up his sleeves and do it. This money is mine, no one else can touch it. As a researcher, his expenses were colossal, otherwise, he would not have agreed to be an intermediary for the Raikage and the other Kage. It's just that he is more difficult to kill. Danzō and others dare not come here, worried that they can't go back after coming. Images began to appear on the huge screens. The Kage appeared in them, with pale and tired faces. They looked completely different from the defiant attitude they displayed at the beginning of the war. They have been beaten to the point of doubting their lives. Gentlemen, I will chair this meeting. Mifune announced. The others looked at him in silence. Everyone, Funan Uchiha asked us to compensate for his losses, including the consumption of explosive tags. He is dreaming. Onoki said coldly. What? The Raikage said indifferently, is Sushi Kage-sama still going to continue fighting? Raikage, are you blaming me? Onoki stared at the Raikage and said coldly, at the time, I didn't force you to participate in this war, did I? It was your own greed that blinded you. And now, after losing, you want to blame me? Bah. Boy, you're not even a shadow of your father. You. Enough. Mai shouted coldly, interrupting the fight between the two and said, I didn't come here to watch you quarrel, I just want to know, what should I do now? Hidden Leaf Village is obviously stronger than expected. They have suffered a great loss, and they don't want to suffer a second time. Raza spoke at this time. Either we fight. Or we negotiate. The others looked at him strangely. What's wrong? Raza became alarmed, fearing that they had discovered his secret alliance with Hidden Leaf Village. That's very bad. You spoke. Ahem, no, I mean, Kazekage, your opinion is very pertinent. The Raikage said, clearing his throat. Raza maintained an impassive expression. He thought back to the last time, during the 5 Kage summit, and it seemed like he didn't say a word. Haha, is that my fault? Raza's face became gloomier. Last time, everyone had great ambitions and barely paid attention to him, convinced that Hidden Leaf Village would fall easily. I don't have much more to say. You decide, fight or negotiate? Raza seemed indifferent. Kazekage, what is your decision? Onoki asked suddenly. Mai and the Raikage looked at him at the same time. Consult Raza. Did Onoki no longer want to fight? Raza always gives people the impression of being steady. Or rather, too shy. However, Raza surprised them. Fight. Raza said in a sonorous voice, this time, Hidden Sand Village has paid a heavy price, and we will not let the Uchiha get away with it. They must pay in blood. Onoki was silent. The Raikage and Mai didn't know what to say. On this occasion, Hidden Sand Village had sent 3,000 shinobi to carry out an exploratory attack against Hidden Leaf Village, with another 3,000 ready to reinforce the battlefield. But, who would have thought, a huge explosion took away more than 1,000 of his men, and those who remained did not dare to continue fighting. Faced with this situation, Raza's anger was understandable. They had not even begun to fight, and they had already been defeated. But they really don't want to fight anymore. What's wrong? You don't dare? Raza slammed the table and shouted angrily, we have 4 shinobi villages and a samurai kingdom. The 5 of us joined forces, but we can't beat Hidden Leaf Village. If it gets out, we will become the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world. The Raikage replied in a somber tone, Hidden Cloud's village's loss has been too great, more than I expected. Did you expect something? Raza replied disdainfully. If everything could be calculated in advance, Hidden Cloud's village wouldn't have chosen to surrender before each of the previous shinobi wars began, right? Did you expect too much, or did you just assume you were going to lose? You. What's wrong? Hidden Cloud's village wants to try their luck against Hidden Sand Village? Facing the Raikage's fury, Raza did not retreat an inch, his expression full of provocation. If that's the case, let's try attacking again. Onoki suddenly shouted loudly. What? The others were surprised. This time, Hidden Stone's village will send 10,000 shinobi. Onoki said with a gloomy and cold face. I want to see how many explosive tags Hidden Leaf Village still has. Mai pondered for a moment and said, although Hidden Mist Village has not yet recovered, it is not a big problem to mobilize 5,000 shinobi. Raza said directly, Hidden Sand Village can also send 7,000 shinobi. That statement made Mai look at him more closely. Mifune said solemnly, if so, the Land of Iron will also do its best to fight back. The Raikage, however, did not immediately agree. He looked to the side and said, Orochimaru, I remember that when you helped us contain Funan Uchiha, it seemed like you summoned a second Hokage. What? Everyone present exclaimed. Orochimaru and Danzō have been silent on the side. Faced with the discussion on how to confront Funan Uchiha, it was rare for Danzō to remain silent. Orochimaru glanced at the Raikage and said with a smile, what's wrong? Raikage, are you questioning me? The Raikage shook his head and said, no, I mean, in the next battle, you could use that technique to summon some dead people to fight for us. The eyes of others immediately lit up. I can't do it. Orochimaru refused without even thinking about it. Do you think that technique can be used at will? You're wrong. I did indeed summon the second Hokage, but that so-called second Hokage. It is said that the person Funan admires the most is the second Hokage. Uchiha. He admires the second Hokage? The expressions of the people present were a little weird. They were all people of great authority and of course they understood that it was the second Hokage's policy that forced the Uchiha clan to retreat to a corner of the village. If Funan had not appeared, what would have been the fate of the Uchiha clan? That is very difficult to say. Yes, he worships the second Hokage. Orochimaru said lightly, so, I used a special method to make the person I summoned more like the second Hokage, hoping to influence Funan Uchiha. As a result, you also saw that Funan became even more ruthless. Everyone fell silent. Regarding Orochimaru's words, they knew for certain that they were completely false. But if he doesn't admit it, what can they do? The Raikage was not discouraged, and said, then, Orochimaru, can you and Danzō help us? Danzō's heart moved, it was finally his turn. I can help, but I'll need to know how much you're willing to pay. But Orochimaru refused directly. I'm sorry, I don't want to be part of this. He said casually, if you want to start a war, that's your business, don't involve me. Orochimaru. Danzō looked at Orochimaru angrily. This was the best chance to get revenge on the Uchiha and also the best chance to unite the 4 great shinobi villages. Why did he decide not to participate at this point? In response, Orochimaru ignored him. He and Danzō have never been on the same side. The Raikage said in a deep voice, Orochimaru, we will pay. Orochimaru glanced at him and said, 100 million ryo. The Raikage almost cursed. Damn Funan Uchiha, you have raised the hiring price of shinobi in the entire world invisibly. No, we can't afford that. The Raikage's face was dark. Then I'll take my leave. Orochimaru stood up, looked at the people present, and said, if I were you, I would choose to make peace. Why? Onoki looked at Orochimaru with a sharp look. Even through the screen, Onoki's imposing aura could be felt. You seem to have overlooked a problem. Orochimaru smiled at the people present, raised a finger, and said, Hidden Leaf Village isn't the only one with two tailed beasts now. Isn't the reason for their war because of the tailed beasts? Have you all forgotten that? The people present suddenly felt depressed. How could they forget it? They just subconsciously wanted to forget it. Because Hidden Leaf Village at this moment is already quite scary. If the other side has a few more tailed beasts, how can this war be fought? Some of them began to reflect more deeply. Tailed beasts are dangerous, but what about those who captured them? If Funin really counted on their help, what could they do to stop him? Chapter 221, When Batteries Die and Alliances Fry Akatsuki. What? The people present were stunned by Onoki's sudden words. But Onoki looked directly at Orochimaru and said coldly, the organization that captures the tailed beasts is called Akatsuki. Orochimaru was once a member of it, but he was judged as a traitor by Akatsuki because of his sneak attack on Funin Uchiha. The people present were silent for a moment. Several Kage looked at each other. Gentlemen, could we use this to attack Funin Uchiha? Ahem. At this moment, Mifune interrupted the conversation and said, Everyone, I have to inform you that the battery power used for long-distance communication is running low. Looking at the last grid of the energy indicator that was still flashing, the Kage looked at each other. Had they really been talking for so long? Okay, no more nonsense, make a decision. Make a decision? What did we just talk about? Nothing has been discussed. So let's find another battery and start over. That time, you must get straight to the point. The communication was cut off. Finding this kind of battery for long-distance communication is not a simple matter. The main reason is that they are on the battlefield at the moment and have to transport the batteries from the village. Who has nothing to do and brings so many large batteries to the battlefield? Isn't that crazy? Plus, those batteries are very expensive. Onoki sat down furiously in his chair. Orochimaru, as always, has ulterior motives, not to mention Danzō, that guy who exudes a dark and sinister air. No one can expect him to do anything good. The other Kage, each with their own interests. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed outside. What's wrong? Onoki had a bad feeling. Sushi Kage-sama. A ninja ran over in a hurry, knelt on one knee, and shouted, Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Leaf Village's army is rushing over. What? Onoki was startled and stood up suddenly, with a cracking sound coming from his waist. Ugh, my waist, my waist. Onoki's eyes bulged in pain, and he screamed. Swish. At this moment, the ninja who was kneeling on one knee in front of him suddenly threw out a kunai and stabbed at Onoki. Earth style. A gigantic rock golem stepped in and caught the attacker, immobilizing him. Onoki's expression was cold, and he said, Although I am old, I am not so old that I can't even distinguish the shinobi from my own village. Which village are you from? How dare you assassinate me? Haha, Onoki, you are dead. You dare to be Funin-sama's enemy. Just wait until Hidden Stone's village is burned in the flames of war. The ninja, with a fanatical expression, began to emanate an overwhelming energy. You! With a grim gesture, Onoki raised his hands and encased the intruder in rock. Boom, a huge explosion sounded. The entire tent was destroyed, and only Onoki was left there, with a gloomy look. Kitsuchi and others hurried over. Sushi Kage-sama. Onoki looked at these people coldly and said, Even assassins can run into my tent. Haha, you are really good. Kitsuchi's face was bitter, and he said, Sushi Kage-sama, Hidden Leaf Village shinobi are attacking us. We. Then what are you still doing here? Onoki roared. Hurry up and meet the enemy. Yes. The group hastily retreated, leaving only a few guards beside Onoki. Watching them go, he muttered, Ouch, my waist hurts so much. Sushi Kage-sama. A guard said cautiously, Is the assassin a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi? We need. Onoki glared at him and said, Who cares where he is from? Damn, do you dare to believe what an assassin says? He said he was sent by Kitsuchi. Should I kill Kitsuchi? The guard ninja was silent for a moment. It was true. Without the killer's body, what had happened could only be ignored. At another point on the battlefield. Bunta, use oil. Jiraiya ordered, while making hand seals. Seeing Jiraiya's attack, the Hidden Stones village ninja on the opposite side began making hand seals and raising earth walls. Earth style. At that moment, the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi rushed forward and threw shuriken and kunai at the Hidden Stones village ninja. Needless to say, all of the kunai and shuriken have explosive tags attached to them. Boom. Boom, another round of explosions. The Hidden Stones village ninja felt like their heads were going to explode. Many of them began to curse in the midst of battle. How many explosive tags did those Hidden Leaf Village shinobi carry? Following the shower of explosions, Jiraiya advanced again with his 3,000 Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Hidden Stones Village, unable to withstand the advance and the constant explosions, had no choice but to continue retreating. Particle style. Finally, the long-awaited Onoki attack by the Hidden Stones Village ninja was heard. The particle style was ready to go into action. Don't even dream about it. Jiraiya and Tsunade shouted in unison, launching a fierce attack against Onoki under the astonished gaze of the Hidden Stones Village ninja. The three of them engaged in a fierce battle. Onoki attempted to use his particle style technique, but his attacks were interrupted. One mistake and he would lose his life. The fight intensified. The battery was quickly installed. The Raikage sat there with a gloomy face. When the communication was turned on, he was about to curse, but he was suddenly startled and said, "Why is there one less? Where is Onoki?" The other people also looked surprised. Weren't they supposed to continue arguing after the battery was changed? Why wasn't Onoki there? Is Hidden Stones Village's execution so poor? Raza said indifferently, "How embarrassing, one of the main shinobi villages can't even change a battery on time." The others were silent. In terms of resources and military strength, Hidden Stones Village is not far from Hidden Clouds Village. If even Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Mist Village have managed to replace their batteries in time, Hidden Stones Village not doing so simply makes no sense. Everyone present had a bad premonition in their hearts. "Where is the shinobi in charge of communications?" The Raikage asked loudly. "What's the situation at Hidden Stones Village?" "We have not received any information." The shinobi replied gravely. And that was not a good sign. With no news, the only conclusion was that something had gone wrong. "Investigate. Send all available sensory shinobi." The Raikage gave the order coldly. Immediately, the shinobi of each village began to move. The Raikage was the first to receive news. Hidden Stones Village was attacked. The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi had launched a surprise attack on Hidden Stones Village, causing them great losses, and the Hidden Stones Village troops had been forced to continue retreating into the Land of Earth. How could it be? Following the Raikage, the other Kage and Mifune also received the information, and were all stunned. Raza was the first to react, and exclaimed sternly, "This doesn't make sense, there's something fishy here. Just when we're about to team up to attack Hidden Leaf Village, they attack us first. There's a traitor among us. Someone has informed Hidden Leaf Village." The faces of those present became even more gloomy, and they began to look at each other suspiciously. They continued to look at each other, and little by little, everyone's gazes fell on Danzō. Danzō, with his only eye visible, had an expression that was both grim and enraged. He felt like pointing at each and every one of those present and yelling at them. Although everyone suspected, no one said anything. Danzō knew that in the end, he would be the one to take the blame for everything. "It was not me." Danzō gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious look, "I wish Funin Uchiha would die sooner. How could I have informed him?" Hearing this, the others half believed him. Why halfway? Because they believed that Danzō really wanted Funin Uchiha to die. As to whether he was the one who leaked the information, that was not so clear. It wasn't a question of trusting Danzō's honor, because he didn't really have any. If he found a reason, he was capable of doing anything. Raza commented coldly, "What are we going to do now?" The Raikage looked up and said, "Danzō, Orochimaru, I ask that you temporarily leave the meeting. From now on, it will be a discussion between the village leaders only." Danzō turned around and left without saying a word. Orochimaru calmly stood up and said, "Raikage, I saved you and helped you negotiate. Where is the money you promised me? When I receive it, I will leave." "Wait a bit." The Raikage replied calmly. "I still need your help with certain matters." Orochimaru looked at him intensely and said in a low voice, "As soon as possible." Danzō and Orochimaru left the Raikage's tent one after the other. As soon as they arrived at a quiet place, Danzō stared at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru." Orochimaru quickly interrupted him and said, "Stop it, Danzō. We're not welcome here, it's not worth getting involved. We're asking for trouble ourselves." "How can you say that?" Danzō shouted angrily. "I want to rebuild Hidden Leaf Village. The support of the other 4 shinobi villages is indispensable." "Rebuild Hidden Leaf Village?" "Yes, Hidden Leaf Village has been contaminated by the Uchiha. Such a Hidden Leaf Village should not exist. I want to destroy it and create a new one." Danzō's eyes shone with obvious fanaticism. Orochimaru was speechless. At this moment, Hidden Leaf Village is at its peak, thriving in both wealth and military power, and standing alone against 5 great villages, it has emerged victorious. With this alone, Funin Uchiha could already leave his mark on the history of the shinobi world, perhaps only below the first Hokage. Orochimaru had a hunch that this war was close to ending. So no matter what Danzō said, Orochimaru didn't want to participate. Isn't living in peace better? Finally, Danzō left angrily. On the other hand, while Jiraiya and Tsunade received Funen's order to attack Hidden Stone's village, he had already arrived at the border of Hidden Mist village to meet with Shizui. After all, men are usually generous with beautiful women. Funen Uchiha looked at the Kiri ninja on the other side, with a light smile, but his eyes distilled pure murderous intent. Chapter 222, when battle plans include pickup lines faced with Funen's words, Shizui and Itachi smiled politely. I'm sure you two think the same, right? Funen looked at them with a suggestive smile. Definitely. The two nodded quickly. Nothing more to say, life is the most important thing. Funen was angry, although he didn't want to kill them, beating them up would definitely be no problem. Why take the risk? Better to avoid getting beaten up if they could. The Hidden Mist Village Shinobi force seems to be mobilizing again, right? Funen directed his gaze forward. Yes. Shizui said in a deep voice, they have retired and replaced some shinobi. Although they officially only have 5,000 men, they are all elite. So their combat power is quite great. That woman, Maitru Mummy, is very vigilant. Funen commented, looking at the enemy with disdain in his gaze. Funen had made some strategic changes on the battlefield before coming. Hidden Cloud's village now had the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the Rukongai, Danzō, and Orochimaru, all of them Kage level. On the other hand, Funen had sent Fugaku along with Akimeki Torafu and the Inoshikacho trio of this generation. Even Guy had fully recovered. They also had a scroll capable of summoning the Three Tails. With a reinforcement of 4,000 shinobi and a large number of explosive tags, the strategy was clear. Defend without attacking to avoid problems. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Funen planned to deal a heavy blow to Hidden Mist Village. There was just one small problem. Funen looked at Shizui and Itachi, both had limitations, one had lost his Mangekyo and the other could not use it. Annoyed, Funen turned to Shizui, at least you had the Mangekyo once. Can't you try to activate the Susanoo without it? Shizui was speechless. You're useless. Funen, seeing Shizui's expression, already knew the answer. Itachi immediately raised his hand and said, I can use Susanoo, but you don't let me. You said it's a trump card that can trap Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alright, you're the best. Funen replied, waving his hand as if he took it for granted. But remember, later use Amaterasu to burn the Six Tails. Use Amaterasu? Itachi hesitated and said, will that expose the secret of the Mangekyo? It doesn't matter. Funen replied, unconcerned. Tell them that I was the one who transmitted a portion of my pupil power to your eyes for this battle. Itachi was a little dazed and said, would that really work? Will Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others believe it? Let them believe what they want. Otherwise, they can just wonder and speculate. Funen rolled his eyes, annoyed. There were multiple reasons for not getting rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The main one was to avoid chaos in Hidden Leaf Village, although Funen knew she now had enough power to impose order. But she did not want to die of exhaustion having to go and solve every little problem. Also, keeping Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a false sense of hope to the Raikage and the others, who thought that Hidden Leaf Village had internal problems. However, as the situation stood, Funen doubted whether it was really worth keeping Sarutobi Hiruzen alive. Forget it, let's keep Sarutobi Hiruzen first. He's been alive until now, so it doesn't matter if he's alive for a while longer. Funen thought about it and gave up killing Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, there has always been a one-eyed monster wandering outside the village, which is quite disgusting. Itachi said carefully, the other party may really suspect me. Don't worry. Funen said with a somewhat disturbing smile. At worst, they'll just kill you, they won't do anything else to you. Haha. What you said makes so much sense. Funen stared at the two and said, one of you keep the Six Tails at bay, and the other one keeps an eye on Maitru Mummy. Don't let them interfere. Understood? Shizui was surprised and said, Hokage-sama, I thought you would personally seek revenge on Maitru Mummy. Funen showed a kind smile and said, how could I harm a beautiful lady? So I can only attack the common shinobi of Hidden Mist Village. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Both Shizui and Itachi broke out in a cold sweat. Mai sat in the central army tent. She was in deep thought. Waging war against Hidden Leaf Village was not her wish. To be honest, she wanted to have a peaceful trade with Hidden Leaf Village, and she was also quite curious about Funen Uchiha. However, as Mizukage, she could not always act on her wishes. Hidden Leaf Village was too powerful, and a weak country had no voice on the international stage. If Hidden Mist Village wanted to reach a cooperation with Hidden Leaf Village, it had to improve its own strength and make the strength of both sides as equal as possible. If it could not be done, then change another way and weaken the other party's strength. Otherwise, the dialogue between the two sides would never be equal. Hidden Mist Village would always be in a state of being led. Now a unique opportunity presented itself. The 4 great shinobi villages had declared war on Hidden Leaf Village. However, the first battles did not have the expected results. They could even be described as a complete failure. I felt uneasy. Funan Uchiha is not a good-tempered person. She said she would cooperate with Hidden Leaf Village before, but then she immediately attacked Hidden Leaf Village. This is undoubtedly a betrayal. Will Funan Uchiha let her go? Restless, she began pacing back and forth, even considering a preemptive strike on Hidden Leaf Village. Guards. I called, ushering in the shinobi on guard. What's the status outside? Don't worry, Mizukage-sama. The guard replied firmly. Everything is quiet. We have deployed all of our sensory shinobi. If any Hidden Leaf Village shinobi comes within a distance of 20 kilometers, we will detect them immediately. I relaxed a little and nodded gently. Mizukage-sama, there's no need to worry so much. We're here. What can the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi do against us? A loud and confident voice was suddenly heard. A man wrapped in bandages appeared at the entrance, followed by several figures. Seeing these people, a faint smile appeared on Mai's face. Of course, I have complete trust in you, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In front of Mai were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist that she had gathered after assuming the position of Mizukage. The leader of the group was Momoki Zabusa, who, in a deep voice, said, We cannot yet consider ourselves the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, since we do not have the complete 7 shinobi swords. Of the 7, they only had 5 swords. We will get them soon. The village already has information about the location of those 2 swords. Looking at the 7 people in front of her, Mai breathed a sigh of relief. Boom, suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out in the distance. Zabuza's eyes flashed with determination, and he shouted, Eliminate all invaders. Yes. The 7 of them disappeared from the store the next moment. Mai looked ahead with a gloomy expression. If Hidden Leaf Village managed to defeat one more shinobi village, the alliance between the 4 great shinobi villages and a land of iron would be considerably weakened. It seemed that Hidden Mist Village had been the unfortunate one chosen for the counterattack. Mai's eyes gradually became sharper. Since the other party came to her, she would not retreat. Immediately, Mai led the Kiri ninja and pressed forward. The 3,000 shinobi led by Shishui and Itachi were slowly advancing. Mai led the crowd to meet them. Mizukage-sama. Utakata quickly approached Mai. I felt a powerful chakra presence. Mai paused. A powerful chakra? Utakata nodded and said in a deep voice, If I'm not mistaken. Funan Uchiha has come personally. Mai sighed deeply and said, The worst possible scenario. Hokage-sama, please come out and let us negotiate. Mai spoke slowly. The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi formation slowly opened, leaving a hallway in the center. Funan walked out, looked at Matru Mummy with amusement, and said, Well, it seems you have detected me, Mizukage-sama. Despite being surrounded by 3,000 shinobi, my brilliance is still too imposing to go unnoticed. Alas, the curse of being the most handsome man in the world. Matru Mummy ignored his words. Does the Hokage really want to take on Hidden Mist Village? Funan chuckled and said, I brought 3,000 shinobi and tens of millions of explosive tags. Could it be that I came here for an outing? Matru Mummy's heart sank again. Hokage-sama, you are truly generous, spending tens of millions of explosive tags at any time. Of course. Funan grinned and said, I am a famous man of generosity. If you are so generous, why can't you let us go? Funan was a little surprised. Before the 2 armies were about to fight, the Mizukage said such words, which was equivalent to publicly admitting that her side was inferior to the other side. Mai said in a deep voice, I know that what Hidden Mist Village has done is something Hidden Leaf Village cannot accept. But Hokage-sama, if you look at it from another angle, haven't we done all of this in pursuit of peace? Hidden Leaf Village's power is too strong, far stronger than the other 4 shinobi villages. We dare not become friends with you at all, for fear of being swallowed up by you. This is the main reason for the outbreak of the war. Do you agree with this, Hokage-sama? After hearing that, Funan didn't want to play along anymore, so he looked at her intently and, after a brief pause, declared, You are right on some points. But none of that matters. The real reason I am here is because of you. The momentum of the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi stagnated. Itachi closed his eyes in pain. Funan looked at Mai with affection and said, Since I last saw the Mizukage-sama, I have been suffering from a disease, love sickness. Alas, I always long to see you. I am absolutely sure that you only have a place in my heart. But we are enemies. Mai replied, surprised. Don't talk. Funan interrupted Mai and said, I know that Hidden Mist Village just attacked Hidden Leaf Village. It's not your fault, Mai. I believe you are innocent. It must be some old guys in Hidden Mist Village who made the decision privately or forced you. I will never let those people go unpunished. I trust you, you are pure and kind. Mai remained silent, looking at him with cold eyes. Are you insulting me, Hokage-sama? We are enemies. Although Hidden Mist Village is weaker than Hidden Leaf Village, we have our own pride. With her words, a powerful momentum rose among the Kiri ninja. Chapter 223, Love, War, and Terrible Pickup Lines. Funan was determined not to keep up with the other party. No matter what the other had in mind, he would make sure to break the rhythm. Mai, are you hiding your shyness? Matru Mummy was furious. She had barely devised her strategy to strike at Hidden Leaf Village's morale and slowly drag them into her trap. However, Funan Uchiha, that bastard, didn't have an ounce of decency. What Mai had just said was just the beginning of her trap, something subtle that was meant to attract attention. But now, no one cared. Funan Uchiha, I didn't really see the real you. Mai looked at Funan with a gloomy expression. Funan said shyly, why do you talk like that, Mai? There's nothing in me that you haven't already seen, right? Get out. Mai screamed angrily and lunged at him. This fight was the last thing she wanted, but now she was so angry that she had lost control. It wasn't that she lacked self-control, but Funan's darkness and brazenness were simply too much. Swish, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Matru Mummy. Mizukage, let me be your opponent. Looking at the Uchiha in front of her, Matru Mummy became even more furious. Get out of here, Shizue Uchiha. Boil style, skilled mist jutsu. Oh my god. Funan closed his eyes. Mai, do you really have to expel that whitish substance? It's so inelegant. Many of those present were left gaping, and some exchanged strange glances. Although not everyone understood immediately, some young shinobi, full of curiosity, began to ask the elders around, only to be scolded. Swish, Shizue quickly dodged the attack, simultaneously throwing two kunai with explosive tags towards Mai. Mai quickly dodged the attack with a nadil movement of her long legs. However, the kunai were tied with very thin threads, and with a simple movement of his fingers, Shizue made them return in Mai's direction, exploding right behind her. Boom. Boom, the explosion engulfed the area where Mai was standing, but there was only a log there. Mai appeared some distance away from Shizue, looking at him coldly. Hee, I expected nothing less from the Mizukage. Your reflexes are impressive. Shizue said with a slight smile, as the three tomoe in his eyes spun rapidly. Mai looked back at him, her face serious. Shizue Uchiha, I must admit that you are very strong. Shizue smiled weakly, before quickly making a series of seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A huge fireball advanced towards Mai. Mai stepped back repeatedly. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. The water dragon absorbed the fireball, before advancing towards Shizue. A chorus of crows cawing echoed through the air. The water dragon struck Shizue, before it vanished into a flock of crows. Ganjutsu? Mai quickly recovered, joining her hands together to undo Shizue's Ganjutsu. But just then, Shizue appeared in front of her, brandishing a kunai towards her neck. TSK, what a decisive man. Mai smiled charmingly and said, didn't you hear about the relationship between your Hokage and me? Aren't you worried that your Hokage will get angry if you hurt me? Shizue looked at her indifferently and continued his attack without hesitation. Humphrey. Mai snorted in annoyance and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Funan watched the battle between Shizue and Mai. Well, it seems they are busy. Let's start the battle. Swish, Itachi quickly charged towards the Six Tails Jinchuriki. The three tomoe Sharingan appeared in Itachi's eyes. In Utakata's mind, Itachi's body began to distort, turning into a gigantic monster that roared as it lunged towards him. The sound of dripping water sounded. Utakata came back to his senses, his face changed slightly, and said, Itachi Uchiha. Another powerful Uchiha, you are really an enviable clan. His unique bubble-blowing device appeared in his hand, and it collided with Itachi's kunai. Clang, the impact was fleeting, both of them distanced themselves after a quick crash. Fire style. Water style, bubbles jutsu. The bubbles, powered by the Six Tails chakra, quickly materialized without the need for seals. A tide of bubbles headed towards Itachi. Itachi moved quickly to dodge them. Fire style, Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenixes. Itachi used Phoenix Fire, destroying the bubbles one by one. Utakata couldn't help but be surprised. I've never seen an Uchiha use the Phoenix Fire with such precision. Attack. With Mai and Utakata occupied, Funan gave the order, and a large number of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi began to advance against the Kiri ninja. Humphrey, Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think there's no one who can't stop you in Hidden Mist Village? The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist stood in a tree, posing, as they coldly looked at the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi. Attack! Zabuza ordered. The 7 immediately scattered, charging towards the Hidden Leaf Village army, ready to unleash a massacre. At the same time, a large number of Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi stepped forward and attacked the 7 men with a round of ninjutsu. Funen's eyes flashed with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and a huge giant skeleton formed around her. Then she lifted a gigantic rock, before throwing it towards the Hidden Mist Village army. Come on, let's play together. Funen laughed. The Susanoo grew even larger, transforming into a giant of more than 30 meters that launched itself fully towards the Kiri ninja. Boom, with a deafening roar, numerous Kiri ninjas screamed as they were thrown into the air. Ugh! Zabuza and the other swordsmen were stunned and rushed to try and stop Funen. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Several giant water dragons appeared and charged at the Susanoo, roaring. Although the water dragons failed to break through the Susanoo, they did manage to force Funen back out of Hidden Mist Village's formation. Humphrey. Funen snorted and performed a series of hand seals. Susanoo also began to form seals following his movements. Fire style. Water style. Seeing this, Zabuza and the others quickly performed hand seals as well. Fire and water collided, generating a large amount of steam. Soon, the 7 swordsmen's water-style ninjutsu began to lose strength. The 7 swordsmen screamed as the explosion of the fire style sent them flying into the crowd. The Susanoo advanced with great strides, breaking into Hidden Mist Village's formation and unleashing a slaughter. From the outskirts, Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi threw explosive tags and used long-range ninjutsu attacks to hit the Kiri ninja. Without getting close, they managed to suppress the Kiri ninja from a distance. Zahahaha. Funen laughed as he killed. My, did you see? All those who dare to stop us from being together, I will annihilate them. When I finish them off, I will take you home to get married. In the distance, Maitru Mummy, who was in the middle of a fight with Shizui, almost spat out blood upon hearing those words. Her eyes became bloodshot, and her attacks became even more ferocious. At this moment, Shizui wanted to curse. Shizui's eyes are just a pair of ordinary 3 tomoe. His Mangekyo had long been given to Funen. At that moment, an immense energy rose into the air. It was Utakata with the 6 tails. Watching the Kiri ninja being suppressed and decimated, he was furious. His body was covered in a cloak of tailed beast chakra, and then, wrapped in a layer of blue mucus. Utakata spat several bubbles towards Itachi. Itachi backed away quickly, his expression alarmed. Taking the opportunity, Utakata moved like a snake, advancing rapidly towards Funen. His speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye he was behind Funen. Not good. Itachi was startled and shouted, "Hokage-sama, be careful." Too late. Utakata's gloomy voice rang out. Like a snake, Utakata coiled around Funen's Susanoo, secreting acid from his body. Sizzle hiss, the Susanoo began to emit white smoke as it was corroded. Impressive. Funen calmly watched the Susanoo that was beginning to melt and smiled slightly. Although you are not a perfect Jinchuriki, you have managed to use the power of the tailed beast in an admirable way. You are a true talent, little bubble. What a pity. Suddenly, 2 additional arms appeared on the Susanoo, which headed towards Utakata to catch him. The Susanoo grabbed the 6 tails and began to squeeze, as if it wanted to break it. Roar. The 6 tails roared, and with a swift movement, it slipped from between the Susanoo's fingers. TSK. Funen clicked his tongue. From a distance, Utakata looked coldly at Funen and suddenly did something that made Funen angry. Utakata formed a small tail beast bomb and launched it towards the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi. Since Funen did not give him time to charge a more complete tail beast bomb, the attack was not very destructive, but it still eliminated dozens of Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi and left a huge crater hundreds of meters wide. Damn bubble, you're looking for death. With a cold shout, Funen controlled the Susanoo and launched himself towards Utakata. Utakata, however, was constantly retreating. You dare to run? Funen stared at him, then suddenly turned towards the Kiri ninja and launched a blood magatama. Boom, the attack, comparable to a tailed beast bomb, caused heavy casualties in Hidden Mist Village's ranks. Funen Uchiha. Utakata shouted angrily. What's wrong? Are you angry? Do you finally understand the anger I felt just now? Funen turned to him with a cold gaze. Don't try to push me away with your cheap tricks. I'm warning you, you have 2 options, confront me once and for all or, hey. We'll see if I give you a second chance to harm the shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village. Utakata stared at him, her expression grim, as hopelessness filled her heart. After letting out a sigh, Utakata's gaze turned determined and cold. Do you want to fight me, Funen Uchiha? Fine, I'll give you that chance. No. Matru Mummy shouted loudly. Hee, Mizukage, please be serious when fighting me. Shisui left as he stepped in to stop Mai from walking away. Itachi also entered the scene, blocking the other Kiri ninja. The other Hidden Leaf Village shinobi took action. At this point, the Kiri ninja could barely stand firm under their attack. Chapter 224, Defeat Alas. Uekata sighed. Mizukage-sama, your decision on Hidden Leaf Village was not wrong, so please don't blame yourself, because it's not your fault. Yeah, I know. Funan nodded and raised his hand to answer. It's this world that's wrong. Uekata. Let's go. Funan looked at Uekata with a smile and said, Little Bubble, it's time for you to get on the road. I, the second strongest Hokage in history, will send you off. Aren't you happy? Uekata smiled. Second? Then who is the first? Senju Hashirama? No. Funan shook his head and said seriously, Of course it's Saratobi Hiruzen. No one can take away the position of the strongest Hokage in history. Uekata. Let's go. No. Mai shouted angrily, the power of her attacks growing stronger and stronger. Shisui could read her every move and wouldn't let her get away from him. If Mai tried to save Uekata, Shisui had complete confidence that he could kill her on the spot. Uekata in his Six Tails form sighed, stepping forward. At that moment, his figure, lonelier than ever, was a reflection of the emptiness he felt. The weak have no choice but to yield to superior force. Even though he knew the path ahead would lead to death, he still had to continue. Both of them, one after the other, left the place. Shortly after, they stopped in a cleared area. This place was not far from where the battle between Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village was still going on, and Mai's angry screams and the explosions of Hidden Leaf Village's explosive tags could still be heard. Haha, this place is not bad. Funan said with a smile, Uekata, how about I let the people of Hidden Mist Village watch you die here? You want to use me to hit Hidden Mist Village's morale? Uekata sneered. Uekata began forming hand seals and said coldly, what a pity. You will be disappointed this time, Funan Uchiha, die with me. Roar. A deafening roar filled the air. The Six Tails body began to grow even larger. Funan watched as the Six Tails aura turned violent and smiled slightly. Uekata, do you really think that by releasing the Six Tails, you'll be able to use it against me? Naive. Too naive. Now I'm not afraid of tailed beasts at all. No, perhaps, tailed beasts are the ones who fear me now. Funan's Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin at high speed and a Susanoo grew to a height of over 50 meters. Come, Six Tails. Funan shouted loudly and advanced towards the Six Tails. The Six Tails stared coldly, then opened its mouth and shot a large amount of corrosive liquid towards the Susanoo. But the Susanoo, moving at a speed unexpected for its size, dodged the attack and struck the tailed beast with a fist. The Six Tails body began to deform as if it were plasticine, bouncing off the ground and reducing the force of the Susanoo's blow. Immediately after, it began to expel a highly corrosive gas outwards. The next moment Susanoo kicked the Six Tails, sending it away. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Seeing the giant blood-colored fireball, the Six Tails sensed the threat and transformed its body. It slithered like a snake, avoiding the flames and enveloping the Susanoo. The Susanoo collided both hands together forcefully, releasing a huge blast of air. The Six Tails, which had already arrived nearby, was blown away by the force of the wind, falling heavily hundreds of meters away. Funan laughed coldly, prepared to launch the final blow. But he suddenly stopped. The next moment several missiles flew towards him, hitting the Susanoo. Although they didn't break through his defense, they pushed Funan back. Funan frowned. At that moment, a strong impact hit the Six Tails. Roar. The Six Tails screamed in agony, being buried into the ground by the tremendous impact. The huge impact directly changed the terrain in this area. At this time, a figure rushed into the ground like lightning. Conan, holding Uekata, who had already left his tailed beast form behind, slowly ascended into the sky. Her face showed a resigned expression as she looked at Funan. Funan frowned and stared at her. But Funan did not move, because a short distance away, there was a figure staring at him. It was Pain, and probably the other six paths were nearby as well. How brave. Funan gave a cold laugh and said, so now you want to steal my prey? Humphrey. Pain just snorted. Continue, I'm leaving now. Pain dropped these words with a very calm attitude and turned around to leave. Are you leaving? Have you asked me if you can leave? Funan sneered and charged towards Pain. But the next moment a swarm of paper cranes blocked their path. They were paper cranes loaded with explosive tags. Funan was silent for a moment. Well, I've been using explosive tags to blow up others, and I forgot the real owner. Now it's my turn to get blown up. Boom. Boom. Boom, explosions rang out one after another. Hokage-sama! The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi exclaimed in terror. Even though Funen was incredibly strong, seeing those paper cranes flying across the sky with explosive tags was quite terrifying. The Kiri ninja were also very worried, because the Six Tails had been captured. Zabuza, who was about to head in the direction Conan flew, was also stopped by another swarm of paper cranes. Without thinking, Zabuza and the shinobi beside him turned and began to run. Boom, the paper cranes continued to chase them, exploding behind them. At some point Funen appeared again on the battlefield, and he looked at Zabuza, who was running with his group, and almost laughed out loud. Funen snorted coldly, his face was full of anger, but he was actually happy inside. Although he had failed to catch the Six Tails, one of the exploding papers had conveyed several messages to him. The content was clear, the Six Tails had been taken away and some of its chakra would be extracted. If Funen wanted the tailed beast, she could have it, but if not, it would be sealed into the Ten Tails body. That was Conan's promise. At the same time, because of this incident, Conan thinks that she did something wrong, so the next time they are together, she will do her best to satisfy all of Funen's extravagant ideas. Funen knew that Pain only wanted to save face. Although he had been defeated by him many times, if he ever got the chance, he wanted to get revenge. Funen didn't care at all. What interested him were the concrete benefits. Furthermore, all the blame could now be placed on the heads of the Akatsuki organization. Hey! Funen, seeing how the Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village shinobi were a little lost, stepped forward. With a smile on his face, he said, "What are you waiting for? Keep fighting." The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi were stunned, but quickly began attacking the Kiri ninja. "Enough, stop!" Mai shouted. Funen responded with a fire style. Kill. With the Six Tails lost, Funen was left free on the battlefield. Wherever Funen appeared, large numbers of Kiri ninja fell. Facing the enormous Susanoo, the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist had nothing to do. Mai was a little lost. Although she knew that the gap between herself and Hidden Leaf Village was huge, she never thought it would be so big. "Mizukage-sama, how do you feel?" Shisui looked at Mai, smiled, and said, "This is the end of betraying Hidden Leaf Village." Mai's expression returned to calm. She looked at Shisui and said lightly, "Do you think you won? In this case, do you think we didn't win?" Shisui pointed to Funen Uchiha who was laughing wildly in the crowd. "No, you didn't win." Mai said coldly, "Until the last moment, no one dares to say that they will definitely win, especially when your opponent is us, Hidden Mist Village." As he finished speaking, several figures emerged and entered the battlefield. Seeing the techniques they were using, Shisui opened his eyes in surprise. "All these people, could they be?" "Yes, it's them." Mai laughed coldly. The battlefield became more chaotic because of the intervention of these people. They were the remaining members of the Kaguya clan, Yuki and other Kiri ninja with KK Genkai who were supposed to have been exterminated by Hidden Mist Village. And this confusion caused by them gave Hidden Mist Village an opportunity. The battle between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village finally came to an end. Hidden Mist Village was defeated. They sought a glimmer of hope in the midst of danger. Mai had managed to hide some shinobi with KK Genkai during the blood mist of Hidden Mist Village, and at the most decisive moment, those individuals entered the battlefield, causing great problems for the Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Thanks to them, more than 2,000 Kiri ninja managed to successfully escape. Also because Funen wanted to capture Maitru Mummy alive, she also took advantage of the chaos to escape. Block Hidden Mist Village. What? Shisui was shocked. Funen said calmly, Hidden Mist Village has suffered a great blow. Right now, it's the best time to subdue them. Shisui, use Hidden Leaf Village's strongest power, all the power that can be used, and do your best to block Hidden Mist Village, understand? Shisui nodded and said, understood. Chapter 225, Negotiating with Funen. Hidden Mist Village is very valuable. Funen smiled slightly and murmured, there are many KK Genkai in this shinobi village, and they are on the sea. But Shisui looked at him suspiciously and said, are you sure it's not from Maitru Mummy? The Hokage's tastes were known to all, he was the type who couldn't move forward if a beauty crossed his path. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Forget the interests of the village for a woman? Funen said unhappily. If I really want Maitru Mummy, the worst that can happen is to destroy Hidden Mist Village and bring Maitru Mummy back. Don't forget, Shisui, I am the Hokage. Okay. This explanation convinced Shisui, especially because of the threatening tone in the last sentence. He still wanted to live a few more years. Thus, Shisui led a squad of 4,000 shinobi, blocking the main routes of Hidden Mist Village. There were also shinobi guarding the auxiliary routes, ready to attack at any moment. While Hidden Leaf Village was fighting Hidden Mist Village, there were also unrest on other fronts. Hidden Sand Village advanced again and confronted the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi army led by Kakashi. Although there was no battle, a large number of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi were tied there and could not move. Hidden Stone's village directly fought with Jiraiya. Of course, they were beaten badly by Jiraiya and left hundreds of corpses. Hidden Cloud's village was also restless. The Rukongai dragged Danzō and Orochimaru to fight together. Fortunately, Fugaku was there, the elite of Uchiha were also there, Akimeki Torafu himself had the strength of a Kage, and the combination of an Oshikacho was not inferior to ordinary Kage. The Three Tails also stayed there. Fugaku didn't even use the backup left by Funin, and he beat the Hidden Clouds village back. In this battle, Fugaku had the potion left by Funin, so he no longer cared about the side effects of the Mangekyo and attacked violently. The Susanoo was pushed to its limits and the Eight Tails was brutally beaten. However, this battle also caused Hidden Leaf Village to lose hundreds of people. When the news of Hidden Leaf Village's victory over Hidden Mist Village spread, the entire shinobi world was quiet. Every Kage knew that the Fourth Shinobi World War should end. 5 days later, a ninja from Hidden Waterfall Village stood up. "Everyone, I will preside over this meeting now." This ninja was visibly excited, as he would be the mediator of the negotiations. This was something that could leave an important mark on the history of the shinobi world. The reason? Mifune was no longer trustworthy and could not lead the 5 Kage summit. Although Mifune did not mobilize the samurai in the end, he continued to participate in the war personally. Because of this, the Land of Iron would lose its status as a neutral nation. Mifune's face was pale. Because of his willful behavior, the Land of Iron is likely to disappear in the future. This was no exaggeration. The Land of Iron was powerful, but in the face of the 5 great shinobi villages, their strength was not enough. The Land of Iron had huge reserves of metals, and in the past, the power of its samurai was enough to defend itself, and because they were involved with many daimyo and did not participate in the shinobi wars, no one dared to provoke them. But now, after the war, the 5 shinobi villages needed to resolve their internal conflicts. How would they achieve this? With external wars, or by plundering wealth? And the Land of Iron had a lot of money. What the hell did I gain from all this? Mifune was in despair. If he had sent out the samurai at the beginning, he would have made friends with Hidden Cloud's village. Now, he is the only one going to the war. The Rukongai is not happy with him, and so are the others. Especially Hidden Leaf Village, which is most dissatisfied with him. The Land of Iron was adjacent to Hidden Leaf Village, and Hidden Stone's village was separated by just a tiny nation. Hidden Cloud's village was not too far away either. If a war breaks out, it will be another version of Hidden Rain Village. It will definitely be devastated and attacked from all directions. Because of this, Mifune looked half dead and almost slumped in the chair. The other Kage also looked helpless. How can they be happy if they lose the war? Looking at the Hidden Waterfall Village Jonin in front of them, they were even more depressed. Damn, those bastards from Hidden Waterfall Village only sent 1 Jonin. Did all their leaders die? In fact, they also know that Hidden Waterfall Village is afraid. Hidden Waterfall Village has always been famous for being cautious in the shinobi world. And now that the other shinobi villages were asking them to mediate in the negotiations, they feared that someone would take the opportunity to attack them. After all, Hidden Waterfall Village still had the 7 tails, and with several great shinobi villages without tailed beasts, it wouldn't be strange if they tried something against them. So when they received the invitation, Hidden Waterfall Village only sent 1 elder, while the entire village remained on high alert. As everyone took their seats, the elder of Hidden Waterfall Village was the first to speak. "Distinguished guests, it is an honor." "Cut the honor for now." The Rukongai interrupted coldly. "Look carefully, the Hokage hasn't arrived yet." "Eh?" The elder of Hidden Waterfall Village was puzzled and looked around. 5 people. Isn't his supposed to be the 5 Kage summit? Raza sighed resignedly. "It seems you forgot that there is also General Mifune from the Land of Iron. There should be 6 of us in total present at this negotiation." The Taki ninja blinked, finally understanding. At this time, accompanied by a rhythmic clang sound, a person strode in. Bang, the Rukongai looked at the person who arrived and directly broke the table. "Enough. Hokage, if you insist on continuing the war, then I insist." Funin nodded immediately. "So, shall we continue fighting? Let's drop the negotiation and get back to preparing for combat." Ahem, ahem. Mai coughed a few times and said, "Hokage-sama, please be serious." "Mai." Funin looked at Mai and his eyes were moist. "Have you missed me?" That look made Mai shudder. "Ahem." The Taki ninja interrupted and said, "Everyone, let's sit down and talk." "Rukongai-sama, please calm down." The Rukongai sat down angrily. "There will be no more war?" Funin looked at the Rukongai curiously. "If you want to fight, say so. You don't have to hold back with me. I am a Hokage who respects the wishes of others." The Raikage stared at Funin with his eyes spitting fire and said, Hokage, you don't have to be arrogant. Sooner or later you will regret it. Funin pointed at himself in disbelief. Arrogant? Am I arrogant? Are you kidding me? This joke is not funny at all. Enough. Onoki suddenly shouted, staring at the Hokage, and said, Hokage, we came with sincerity. If you... Funin extended a hand. Where is that seriousness? Show it to me, I want to see it to believe it. Onoki trembled with frustration. Hokage-sama. The tacky ninja sighed, wondering why he had been invited. Please, I beg you to calm down. Humphrey. Funin snorted and walked towards his seat. After seeing Mifune, he raised his eyebrows and said, Bandana head, get out of the way. Is this a place where you can sit? Mifune was startled at first, and then almost pulled out his sword to cut him. In the end Mifune contained his fury and sat to one side. Well, the 5 Kage summit officially begins. The tacky ninja declared hurriedly. Funin squinted his eyes and looked at the few people and said, well, when do you plan to make up for Hidden Leaf Village's losses? Everyone took a deep breath. Although they had thought about this before the negotiations began, they were still very angry at Funin's attitude at this moment. Hokage, our losses are not small either. Does it have anything to do with me? Funin said with disdain. Don't forget that this war was started by you. In the ensuing negotiation, Funin dominated the discussion, leaving the Raikage and the others with grim faces. Finally, the Kage, enduring the humiliation, agreed to the terms of compensation. Okay. Funin stood up and said, send the compensation to Hidden Leaf Village as soon as possible, otherwise, don't blame me for going to pick it up myself. Wait, Hokage. Mai called out to Funin. What's wrong, Mai? Funin looked at Mai with a smile and said, want to go to Hidden Leaf Village with me for a few days? No. Mai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I would like to know. What happened to the 6 tails? Funin smiled. During the negotiations, Mai had shown unusual support, paying a high price, which surprised him. From then on, he was sure that Mai had something to ask of him. Chapter 226, Funin's Big Secrets. Funin looked at Mai in surprise and said, how was I supposed to know? Mai, even though I really want to help you from the bottom of my heart, this is beyond my reach. Mai smiled stiffly. Hokage. The Raikage said solemnly, according to the agreement we just signed, each village must have at least one tailed beast. If not, other villages will help. What, do you want to deny it? Of course not. I have a strong sense of contract. Funin laughed and said, so that's what the clause was for. The Raikage said lightly, Hidden Mist Village must have a tailed beast. That is the basis of our agreement between villages. If not, the 4th Great Shinobi War will not end, or is that what you wish? I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Funin spread his hands and said, okay, I accept, but you can't just focus on me. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Onoki. Onoki's expression turned grim. Funin said in a deep voice, Onoki brat, you can remain silent, but everything you say will. Buzz, particle style began to condense between Onoki's palms. Onoki roared with a ferocious look, if you dare call me a brat again, I will fight you to the death. Okay, Onoki brat. Ahem. The Raikage interrupted Onoki hastily. After discussing to this point, no one wanted to continue fighting. The 4th Shinobi War was bound to end unless Hidden Mist Village obtained a tailed beast. Onoki br. Ahem. The Raikage coughed dryly and said, Sushi Kage, if you know something, it would be best if you shared it. Onoki looked at the Raikage in disbelief. This bastard, did he want to say something about Onoki brat just now? Onoki replied with a gloomy face. I don't know much either. I don't know much either. The scene was silent. Everyone looked at Funin speechlessly. The last sentence had been said by Onoki, but Funin repeated it right after, echoing it with eerie precision. Onoki's face turned green on the spot. Funin spread his hands and said, I knew Onoki brat would say that, there is no sincerity at all. The whole place remained in an awkward silence. Onoki took 2 deep breaths, gritted his teeth and said, Deidara did pass on information to me once, but with his current identity, he is destined not to tell me much. His betrayal is true, but he said that Funin Uchiha is also a member of the Akatsuki organization. Funin said without hesitation, I am not. Onoki widened his eyes and shouted angrily, you dare to deny it? Why? Funin said dissatisfiedly, you all believe the words of a traitor, but not a Hokage? Does that traitor have such a heavy weight in your hearts? Hearing this, the people present were completely speechless. This makes sense, and they really have nothing to say. Alas. Mai sighed and said, Hokage-sama, please set some conditions. Conditions? What conditions? Funan blinked and said, I'm serious. Well, I wonder if there are any clues in Hidden Leaf Village's archives. Why don't you come with me to look for them, Mizukage-sama? The people present were furious. No. Impossible. I'd rather keep fighting than accept that. The other Kage flatly rejected the idea. The Uchiha were experts in Genjutsu, and if the Mizukage went to Hidden Leaf Village alone, who knew what they could do to her mind? Even Mai frowned in concern. She knew more than the others. The third Mizukage had been controlled by Genjutsu. Oh, sorry. Maitru Mummy sighed and said, Hokage-sama, I can't agree to this condition. Funan blinked and said, don't you think you're exaggerating? I just wanted Mai to accompany me back to Hidden Leaf Village. Who knows, maybe something will happen along the way that will improve our mental and physical health. The corners of the mouths of the people present twitched. Hokage-sama, please be serious. What's wrong? Funan replied, looking at the Taki ninja. Do you think I'm joking? That's why it was even more terrifying. No, no, no. The Taki ninja took a step back, frightened. He wouldn't dare offend the strongest ninja of his time. What I mean is, Mizukage-sama, even if you want, we must think about your safety. TSK. Funan clicked his tongue. Once we're on the road, she won't have a choice. Mai. Hokage-sama, please make the conditions. This. Funan fell into deep thought, and his eyes glanced at Mai from time to time. Mai had a blank expression and ignored him. Oh, okay. Funan said helplessly, who makes me worry so much about you? Give me 50 million and we'll close the deal. The huge contrast between the two conditions made Mai feel a little unreal. Okay, I promise you. Funan smiled. It's a deal. Well, Hokage. Mifune intervened. The Mizukage has already agreed, now you must fulfill your part and share the information you have. Huh? Funan looked at Mifune in astonishment and said, Mifune, you are still here? I thought you left, so why are you still here? Mifune stopped talking. Funan thought for a while, and said, first of all, I want to tell you that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is named Pain. His strength is very strong, very strong. I have fought with him, and I can only say that he has a slight advantage. Everyone present frowned. They were very doubtful about Funan's words, especially his slight advantage. But one thing is certain, Pain must be very strong, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control so many S-rank missing ninja. Secondly, most of his subordinates are missing ninja. Most? The Raikage couldn't help but question. Yes. Funan looked at the Raikage strangely and said, Pain also has his own group of loyalists, he's not a missing ninja from any particular village. Did you really think all of his followers were defectors from other villages? Where would you get so many? The Raikage. Funan then shared with the others some information about the 6 paths of pain, although there really wasn't much to tell, at least, not beyond what had already been seen. Now I will talk about one of your most important officers and one of the pillars of Akatsuki, Deidara. He is one of the fiercest generals under Pain's command. Onoki almost flipped the table. Hokage-sama, you don't need to tell us about Deidara. The Taki ninja said helplessly. We all know about Deidara. You all know? Funan was not happy. He stared at the Sushi Kage and said, Onoki brat, why didn't you tell me? Aren't we friends? Onoki sighed and threw a scroll to Funan. Funan nodded with satisfaction and said, then let's talk about the second most important member of the Akatsuki organization, Biwajazo. You don't need to tell us about him either. Mai threw a scroll to Funan with a helpless expression. This is the information about Biwajazo and Hoshigaki Kisame. This is the information about Sasori. Raza, who had been silent all the time, also gave a scroll to Funan. Funan blinked and said, wow, you know too much. So why are you asking me? We want to know the information about Orochimaru, Hiruko, the Masked Man, and the Black and White Man. By the way, we also want the information about the woman next to Pain. Funan shrugged and said, unfortunately, I know very little about Orochimaru's situation. Well, this is for you. He took out a scroll and, after writing down a few details, passed it to them. Upon reviewing it, those present frowned. Information was scarce, just a few more details than they already knew. Is that all? They asked, somewhat dissatisfied. Yes. Funan said, I only know that the Masked Man knows space-time ninjutsu, the Black and White Man is very good at Earth-style ninjutsu, Hiruko has a problem. He has multiple KK Genkai, which is very strange. Orochimaru, don't ask me about that, I really don't know. The Raikage said coldly, they are missing ninja from Hidden Leaf Village, how come you don't know anything about them? What's so strange about this? Funan said disdainfully. Killer B is still your brother, do you even know all his information? Of course I know. I don't believe you, Funen said confidently. If not, tell me what you know. The Raikage almost flipped the table. My side and said, Hokage, this is all the information you have. How much do you think it is worth? I paid 50 million ryo, and you show me this? Funen thought about it. If Deidara was a traitor, what would he tell Onoki? That's right. Funen's eyes lit up, and he said solemnly, I'll tell you a piece of absolutely valuable news. Funen looked mysterious and said, do you know who the leader of Akatsuki is? He has the legendary Rinnegan. Seeing Funen's expression that seemed to have told one of the greatest secrets of the shinobi world, everyone present felt like vomiting blood. The first thing Deidara had told them was that Pain possessed the Rinnegan. Onoki sighed and said weakly, Hokage, if you want to talk, let's continue talking. If not, this doesn't satisfy you? Then I'll say more. Pain is not the real leader of Akatsuki. According to my investigation, there is another person behind Pain. Those present immediately became alert. Is it true? Absolutely. Funen nodded heavily, looking a little hesitant. Hokage, if you have something to say it at once. We are not children. Okay. Funen nodded and said, I also investigated the leader behind Pain and found a clue. Everyone looked at Funen tensely. Ahem. Funen coughed and said in a low voice, I can feel the chakra of wood style on that person. Impossible. Onoki screamed as he abruptly stood up and exclaimed, Senju Hashirama, he's dead. He's definitely dead. Pay attention. Funen replied seriously. I only said that I felt the wood style chakra on that person, not that it is Senju Hashirama. Besides, it is just a feeling. My perception could be wrong. Everyone's expressions turned grim. A ninja of Funen's level, is it possible for him to be wrong? If he has felt something like this, it is likely that that person really has some connection with wood style. This could be a problem. The Raikage looked at Funen, Hidden Leaf Village. That person has absolutely nothing to do with the Senju clan of Hidden Leaf Village. Funen answered firmly. Chapter 227, Unlikely Alliances and Power Plays. It has nothing to do with the Senju of Hidden Leaf Village? The Raikage frowned and said, is there another place outside of Hidden Leaf Village where there is a Senju clan that can also use wood style? You're seeing things in a very limited way. Funen shook his head repeatedly and said, could it be that only Hidden Leaf Village has wood style? Only the Senju clan can use wood style? Hokage, it's meaningless to say that. Onoki said coldly, wood style has always been a unique ninjutsu of the Senju clan, and the Senju clan created Hidden Leaf Village. Fuck, the Senju clan created Hidden Leaf Village, where did you put me Uchiha? Funen glanced at Onoki. Is this revenge? Is this a provocation? Okay. Come on, let's hurt each other. Onoki brat, you are surprised by what you have seen. Funen laughed a few times and said, Saratobe Hiruzen snatched a child from Shimura Danzō back then. That child knew wood style. He is not from the Senju clan. It is said that he is the result of Shimura Danzō's research. What? Shimura Danzō has reproduced wood style. Shock filled the room and some of those present even stood up. Of course. Funen sighed and said, this person's wood style is very weak. So far, he has only barely entered the level of Jonin, but he does know wood style. Really? Nonsense. Funen said unhappily, if we have the power of Senju Hashirama, we don't have to fight this battle. The people present looked at each other and nodded slightly. It was not that they were too cautious, but the power of the wood style was truly terrifying. The scene fell into silence again. Everyone was thinking. Had Danzō really managed to recreate the wood style? This made everyone excited. They almost forgot the purpose of this meeting. If their village could also have wood style. Especially the Raikage, he wanted to rush to Danzō immediately and snatch the investigation from him. Once again, the one-eyed man became the center of attention. Everyone, let's continue talking about Akatsuki. Mai is very realistic. If Hidden Leaf Village couldn't do it, what can the half-crippled Hidden Mist Village do? The Raikage pondered for a moment and said, Akatsuki's headquarters is in Hidden Rain Village, right? That's right. Funen did not hide anything and replied, it is a very closed village. Let's try to negotiate first. Onoki said slowly, if they don't agree to return the 6 tails, we'll have no choice. Hokage. Onoki looked at Funen and said, if we decide to attack Hidden Rain Village, what would you do? What else would I do? Funen shrugged. Obviously, I would go with you. That's good. With this, the 4th Great Shinobi War came to a brief pause. Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage residence. The loss is still too great. More than 3,000 companions have left us forever. Funen put down a post-war statistics in his hand and sighed slightly. In fact, our losses are not great. Naruto said slowly, some people deserve to die. This sentence made many people's faces darken. This meeting included not only some clan leaders, but also several elite jonin and representatives of the civilian shinobi. In such an occasion, Naruto, how dare you say such a thing? Nara Shikaku was shocked and angry. Of course, they understood perfectly what those words meant. Those who deserved to die were, naturally, the shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet clans and those who were still loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. During this war, these clans had contributed almost 1,000 shinobi. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's living space has been compressed to the extreme. Now he was like an old dog, curled up and hiding in the grounds of his Sarutobi clan. To the Hokage, they were his enemies. If they died, then they died. But could such a thing be said openly? Shikaku had a particular concern. He feared that the Inoshikacho trio might also fall into the category of enemies of the Uchiha clan. The power of the Uchiha had become increasingly dominant, and they were now beginning to cleanse those who remained neutral. Sometimes, Shikaku wonders why Funin still keeps Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps there is another great battle to come. I advise you to prepare. Funin looked at the people present and said slowly, facing Akatsuki won't be easy. Of course, it's not necessary to send ordinary shinobi, only the strongest will be sent. Those present breathed a sigh of relief. If they only sent out the strongest, most of them would not be affected. Someone couldn't help but ask, are we really going to fight Akatsuki? They all knew that Funin might be a member of Akatsuki. Although this idea was difficult to accept, the popularity of the Uchiha in Hidden Leaf Village was at an unprecedented level. The most important point was that Hidden Leaf Village was indeed thriving under Funin's leadership. So, Funin, an unruly Uchiha, did some unruly things, and everyone could accept it. Or at least, their capacity for acceptance had increased enormously during this time. Who knows? Funin said nonchalantly. If the other 4 villages ask us for help, we will go. If not, we will take a vacation. After a shinobi war, everyone is tired. It is time to rest. Hearing this, everyone present looked strange. The war was so short that it left them perplexed. Oh, by the way. Funin exclaimed, looking at Pakura, who was standing beside him. From today on, Pakura will be one of the elders of Hidden Leaf Village, understood? Understood. Everyone couldn't help but look at Pakura twice more. This heroine of Hidden Sand Village had actually come to Hidden Leaf Village and become one of its elders. Of course, although she had the title and status, she did not possess any real power. Otherwise, many would not have looked upon the situation so well. The meeting ended quickly. The Fourth Shinobi World War seemed short, but there were many casualties. There was a lot to sort out afterwards. Alas. An ancient jonin sighed. Someone asked, what are you sighing about? Hidden Leaf Village has experienced 4 Shinobi World Wars. This time the compensation is the most. The other 3 combined are not as much as this time. The man was silent for a while and said, let's not talk about the First World War, which is a bit far away. But, in the Second and Third World Wars, we experienced them firsthand. As for the compensations, he. The others were silent, and then quietly went to deal with their own affairs. Naruto walked to his office. At the door of the office, Shikaku had been waiting for a long time. Naruto, wait. Naruto seemed not to see him and walked straight into his office. Funin's first secretary is Hueco, and the second is Neto, who at the same time is also his advisor. Seeing that Neto ignored him, Shikaku could only stop him. What do you want, clan chief? Neto asked coldly. Looking at Neto, Shikaku sighed. Neto, are you really going to stand on the side of Funin Uchiha? Ridiculous. Neto said coldly, Funin Uchiha is the Hokage, the leader of Hidden Leaf Village. If I don't stand on his side, should I stand on the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Shikaku insisted, you know that's not what I mean. Neto sneered and said, what you think has nothing to do with me. I am Naruto, and you are Nara Shikaku. It is enough for you to remember that your last name is Nara. Neto looked at Shikaku coldly and said, don't worry, of course I remember that my last name is Nara. Naruto's Nara is not Nara Shikaku's Nara. Even someone as cunning as Shikaku couldn't help but show surprise. Are you really determined to do this? Shikaku's voice trembled. Neto said coldly, Nara Shikaku, this world is not static, nor is anyone born what they are. Sarutobi Hiruzen was born a commoner, but he still became the Hokage, the longest-serving Hokage. I, Naruto, am the same. I was not born to be a dog. After that, he walked into the office and the door was shut heavily. At the door, Nara Shikaku's face was livid, and he muttered to himself, rebellion, this is rebellion, this is a betrayal of the Nara clan. Nara Shikaku had long discovered that the clan had a tendency to split. He was shocked and angry, but helpless. It was obvious that this situation was Funen's intention. The Inoshikacho clans did not have the power to oppose him at this time. Moreover, Funen Uchiha used an open conspiracy. Funen valued Naruto, which caused other members of the Inoshikacho clans to relax their vigilance. Only Nara Shikaku and other members in power understood that the other party was shaking their position. If Nara Shikaku is disobedient, then replace it with an obedient Nara. Many members of the Nara clan did not seem concerned by this. To them, what did it matter who led the clan? On the contrary, if having another leader gave them greater acceptance from the Hokage, some would see it as an advantage. In fact, many people in the Nara clan have long been dissatisfied with Nara Shikaku. Because ever since Hidden Leaf Village was established, the position of the Nara clan became hereditary. Also ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen took power, when Danzō came to take members of the Nara clan to his roots, he never took the children of the clan leader and the elders. This made them wonder if the other members of the Nara clan were not members of the clan. Therefore, the Nara clan is now divided into two factions. Chapter 228, When Akatsuki Goes From Bad to Worse. Hidden Rain Village, Akatsuki. Pain was furious, and the consequences would be dire. At that moment, he was staring coldly at Deidara. Deidara on the other hand was perplexed. Since joining Akatsuki, Deidara felt the great strength of the organization, but influenced by his previous feelings, he had revealed some information to Onoki. Mainly because he was worried that the old man Onoki would do something stupid. Who would have thought that someone like Funen Uchiha would appear? Damn old man. You even go and publicly announce the information I gave you. And then you make plans to attack Akatsuki. Damn it, do you really want me killed? Under Pain's intense gaze, Deidara felt uneasy. Boss, I only sent information to old man Onoki when I had just joined Akatsuki. From then on, I didn't really do it again. Humphrey. Pain said coldly, if it weren't for that, do you think you'd have a chance to speak? Deidara said depressedly, what about brother Funen? He is. What am I? At that moment Funen's spectral image appeared, watching Deidara with interest. Little Deidara, I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. Deidara kept silent. Pain stared at Funen coldly and said, give me an explanation? Funen said disdainfully, as if hiding it would change anything. Do you really think that others wouldn't know about Hidden Rain Village's situation? Is that an excuse to betray us? Stop talking nonsense. Funen interrupted impatiently and said, what conditions did the Rukongai and the others give you? Tell me. Pain stared at him coldly and said, the Rukongai and the others asked me to return the six tails and other tailed beasts, otherwise, they would attack Hidden Rain Village. Funen was shocked. Those bastards, are they not prepared to negotiate at all? Tell me, Funen Uchiha. Pain stared at Funen coldly and said, what is Hidden Leaf Village's position? Pain didn't really take the 4 shinobi villages that were half paralyzed seriously. He was only worried about Hidden Leaf Village. After all, Hidden Rain Village was their base. They couldn't just leave whenever they wanted. Funen thought for a moment and said, Hidden Leaf Village will not send troops to help them. That's it? What else do you want? Funen said dissatisfiedly. Help you? Haha, I dare to come, do you dare to trust me? Pain was silent. Funen suddenly asked, how is the sealing of the six-tailed beast going? Pain looked annoyed and said, we only managed to seal some chakra. He glanced sideways at Conan, who was avoiding his gaze. Oh. Funen looked at Conan with satisfaction. Conan is so good, I didn't love you in vain. Humphrey. Conan snorted lightly. The others remained silent. Funen said with a smile, it is estimated that the 4 shinobi villages will form a coalition to deal with Hidden Rain Village. You should be careful. By the way, the samurai may also participate. As for the 6 tails, I'll take it. Don't even think about it. Pain said angrily, I exposed myself, captured the 6 tails, and finally gave it to you for free. What do I get out of all this? Yeah, what do you gain? Funen was also intrigued. Tell me, why did you rush in? I was handling the 6 tails perfectly, and suddenly, you appear. You do whatever you want, keep going like this, and you'll end up killing yourself sooner or later. Pain. What are you looking at? Funen said dissatisfiedly, did I force you to expose yourself? If you want someone to blame, look in the mirror. The other members of Akatsuki maintained a neutral expression, avoiding any reaction. The best thing is to pretend that they weren't listening to the conversation between the two. Pain, exasperated, turned to Funen. Alright. The Shinobi Alliance is going to attack Hidden Rain Village, right? I will receive them as they deserve. They will not forget this lesson. Funen's eyelids were twitching. Pain is angry. Funen glanced at the silent Obito. Hey! Funan raised his voice, attracting everyone's attention. What's wrong? Obito replied in a gloomy tone. Do you need something? Yes. Funan asked curiously, excuse me, how do you feel about it? Can you share it? Me? Obito said coldly, the leader acting this way infuriates me, are you happy? The others watched Funan and Obito with strange eyes. For some time now, they had noticed something strange about Funan's relationship with Obito. Little did they know that Obito was bleeding and crying in his mind at this moment. What happened to each of them? First, there was an extra Funan Uchiha. Later, Nagato also began to lose control. And now, he reveals his identity in front of everyone, capturing the Six Tails. The other villages would never leave the Rinnegan alone, so this war was inevitable. Is this what I want? What should I do with my plan? My Rin. My world. Kakashi, help me. Brother Obito wanted to pounce on Funan and bite him hard, tearing off a piece of his flesh. Since this guy appeared, everything has become unsuccessful. It seems that the whole world is against him. Well, I'm off. Funan said with a smile, his spectral image fading away. However, later that night, a beautiful figure appeared in Funan's room. I knew you would come. You came in person from Hidden Rain Village, are you tired? Funan smiled, looking at Conan. Were you so looking forward to seeing me? Conan said seriously, I don't want Nagato to get into trouble. Nagato doesn't need my help. Conan remained silent, but her eyes did not leave Funan. Okay. Funan sighed and said, you have to carry the scroll I gave you with you. And what about Nagato? Conan asked and said, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't be coming back. After all, you have enough women around you, you don't need one more or less. Funan rolled his eyes. This woman actually dared to put him against the wall and even threaten him. Alright. Funan snorted. The Six Tails will appear on the battlefield to help them. Also, I will lock Hidden Mist Village away until death. They won't be able to escape. Conan finally nodded with satisfaction. One less Hidden Leaf Village, one less Hidden Mist Village, and one more Six Tails. What's more, Funan Uchiha has other backup plans. By the way. Funan continued, with a suggestive smile. If you manage to please me tonight, I might make Hidden Sand Village work half-heartedly and not strain too much. Conan rolled her eyes at Funan fiercely, but didn't say anything. As if I hadn't pleased him before. Early the next morning, Conan staggered out of Funan's residence. As she reached the door, she threw one last sentence over her shoulder, you're not human. When she left, she also took Uzumaki Karen with her. Under Funan's training, Karen had improved greatly and could now use her healing ability without being bitten. With her as insurance, Conan no longer fears running out of chakra on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the leaders of the villages of Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Sand Village, as well as General Mifune, have gathered again. Their goal, Hidden Rain Village and the legendary Rinnegan. After the war, everyone had suffered heavy losses fighting Hidden Leaf Village. But now, with the chance to obtain the Rinnegan, a spark of hope was rekindled in their hearts. Hidden Leaf Village had grown even stronger after the war, and the gap between them had widened. If they didn't find a way to match that power, they might soon be devoured by Hidden Leaf Village. Greater strength was needed to survive. Mai was the first to speak. Are you sure you don't want to invite the Hokage? That man. He is very stingy. The Raikage snorted and said calmly, if we invite him, do you think we would have any chance of obtaining the Rinnegan or the tailed beasts? Mai stopped talking. Raza looked at everyone and asked, let's be direct, what do you plan to do? Everyone looked at Raza strangely. This guy is speaking now. And he is so tough. After thinking about it, everyone was a little depressed again. Hidden Sand Village had been the village with the fewest losses. And now the gap between Hidden Sand Village and the other villages has narrowed and it can even be said that they are equal. Strength reflects attitude. Alas. The Sushi Kage and Raikage sighed at the same time. Mai was very calm. Her mind is full of tailed beasts now. Rinnegan, haha, even if they get it, it's one for Hidden Stones Village and one for Hidden Clouds Village, what does it have to do with Hidden Mist Village? The Raikage spoke, breaking the silence, Hidden Rain Village has already responded to us. They are rejecting us and, according to our spies, are preparing for war. Alas. Mai sighed helplessly. She really didn't know what to say. She just wanted to get a tailed beast back to protect the village. But the Raikage and the others wanted to drag her with them. She was helpless. I shouldn't have gotten involved from the beginning. Chapter 229, Show Me the Rio. Raza's big payday negotiations. The Raikage looked at everyone, automatically assumed the task of temporary command, and said, we will divide the attack into 5 fronts. Hidden Clouds Village will attack from. Wait a minute. Raza interrupted in a cold voice. Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village want to obtain the Rinnegan, and the Mizukage wants the tailed beast. So what about us, Hidden Sand Village and the Land of Iron? Why should we get involved? What do we gain from this? The Raikage and the Tsuchikage were silent. Mifune said on the side, I think that as an alliance, we should help each other unconditionally. Raza sneered. You know well that you joined only out of fear that the others would attack you, since the Land of Iron is no longer a neutral nation. After a moment of silence, the Raikage said, if we achieve our goal, the Rinnegan will go to whoever can obtain it. No, no. Raza replied immediately. We in Hidden Sand Village are not as strong as you, so we better stay out of it. The Tsuchikage said slowly, Kazekage, what is it that you want? Raza smiled, he had been waiting for this question. Funan had told him what to do before the meeting. He felt that Funan's words made sense. During the Fourth Great Shinobi War, we also lost more than 1,000 people in Hidden Sand Village, and on top of that, we must pay compensation of 80 million ryo to Hidden Leaf Village. We are bankrupt. The Tsuchikage and Raikage felt their eyes go dark. Damn, money again. Raza looked at the two with a smile and said, the compensation to Hidden Leaf Village will have to be covered by you. In addition, you will pay the pensions of the families of the more than 1,000 fallen Hidden Sand Village ninja. Well, let's round it up to 2,000. The Raikage looked at Raza angrily and said, Kazekage, is this your sincerity? Raza didn't care at all and said lightly, if you give us the money, I will send a unit of Hidden Sand Village ninja to attack Hidden Rain Village from the flank and help distract their forces. The Tsuchikage couldn't help it and said, are you implying that you might not even attack Hidden Rain Village? Raza still didn't care and said, does it make a difference? If we can keep a good part of their forces busy, isn't that enough? The Tsuchikage and the Raikage wanted to curse. According to that bastard's plan, he will most likely do nothing and still keep the money. Is he really Raza? What? Do you disagree? Raza asked, smiling nonchalantly as he looked at the others. He wasn't worried that they would refuse, because he had nothing to lose. If they don't agree, he'll go home and do what he has to do. The Tsuchikage and the Raikage looked at each other. They wanted to leave Hidden Sand Village out of the alliance. However, according to Deidara's information, every member of Akatsuki was a formidable combatant. If Funan Uchiha was not so unserious, they would want to pull the other party into the alliance. If they gave up on Hidden Sand Village, they would only have the half-crippled Hidden Mist Village, and the Land of Iron as helpers. And if they failed, the losses would be catastrophic. At this critical moment, it is necessary to fight for any power. The two made a decision quickly. They rolled up their sleeves and prepared to negotiate with Raza. The two shinobi villages are in a bad state now, and they really can't afford too much money. Raza also did not insist on a fixed amount. He just wanted to get paid for participating. Without risks, anyone who wouldn't accept would be crazy. Finally, the two agreed to give Raza 50 million ryo. In exchange, Hidden Sand Village would send an army of 5,000 shinobi, led by Raza, to confront Hidden Rain Village. As for the Akatsuki's combat power that Raza could attract was no longer his problem. Raza was very satisfied with this price, but the eyes of the Tsuchikage and the Raikage began to turn red. Going bankrupt. After obtaining the Rinnegan, it would take years to recover. By then, even if Funan Uchiha stepped on their faces with his feet, they would definitely not fight. That day, the alliance negotiations were quite pleasant. At least, in Raza's opinion. As for Mifune, God have mercy on him, he wanted a beast with a tail at least, but he never dared to ask for it. With a huge hand of cards that he had played horribly wrong, he now only wanted to maintain a cordial relationship with the other shinobi villages and avoid causing any trouble. Therefore, Mifune generously declared that the Land of Iron would send 3,000 samurai and also support Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village with 10 million ryo each. Suddenly, the Tsuchikage and Raikage looked at him with different expressions. Instead, Mai was annoyed. Unfortunately, Mifune didn't care much about the current Hidden Mist Village. Mami was so angry that she sat there sulking. After the meeting, Raza quickly returned to her room. One of Funan's clones was already waiting for him. And that's all. Hearing the terms of the negotiation, Funan couldn't help but feel great disappointment. Since they tried so hard to hide the meeting, Funan thought they had some surprising plan, and it might even involve Hidden Leaf Village. But in the end, it was the same old pattern. It was just a three-pronged attack. The main force is naturally the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. Then, Raza helped to stare in one direction. Mami looked in another direction. And the samurai would go with the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. They will just be cannon fodder. What's wrong with Mifune? Funan was puzzled. In the original work, Mifune looked quite smart, although he was very biased. But now that he saw him in person, Mifune seemed completely useless. Funan shook his head. Distance creates idealization. Okay, if they want to attack, let them attack. Funan didn't care and said, after pain teaches them a lesson, they will be honest. Raza reminded, my lord, the Rukongai and the Uchiha have made a great determination this time. Are you sure nothing will happen? What if Hidden Rain Village can't hold on, the Rinnegan? It will not fall. Funan replied confidently. We must have faith in our enemies. But the Rukongai and the Uchiha are also our enemies. Funan was choked again. Why did everyone around him become so bold after a while? The first to move was Hidden Sand Village. Raza showed that they had a real will to cooperate. They had received the money, and, like good mercenaries, they wanted to satisfy the client so that they would be hired again. 5,000 Hidden Sand Village ninja went into action that day and, led by Raza, reached one of Hidden Rain Village's defensive lines. Pain also acted quickly and mobilized 3,000 Dame Ninja. There were no more shinobi available in Hidden Rain Village. The remaining old, weak, sick and disabled cannot be counted. After receiving this news, Funan couldn't help but think of what Naruto said to Nagato in the original work. Believe me, I will definitely bring destruction to Hidden Rain Village. Naruto's mouth is indeed powerful. There is no one he can't convince, but it's unknown how many of the things he promised to others can be fulfilled. Funan shook his head again. One should never place hope in others. Funan turned his gaze back to the reports in front of him. Raza led the Hidden Sand Village ninja, and a powerful opponent appeared on the side of Hidden Rain Village. Conan. Not only was she there was also Biwajuzo and Black Zetsu. Funan was very surprised by this combination. On another battlefront, Mate Rumami led 3,000 Kiri ninja. Sasori, Deidara, and a full 3,000 White Zetsu. White Zetsu appeared on the field for the first time. Funan stood up all of a sudden. He really couldn't sit still. For Funan Uchiha, White Zetsu was the biggest tonic. Funan muttered. If I devour these 3,000 White Zetsu, will I be able to upgrade my Dujutsu to the Rinnegan? Funan checked his fruits. LV4, Fire Style, LV6, Dujutsu, LV5, Senjutsu. If I devoured the White Zetsu, LV7 or even LV8 would be waiting for me. There has never been a moment when Madara Uchiha's realm is so close to me. No, don't be impatient. Funan sat down slowly. I can't be anxious. 3,000 White Zetsu, what's that? There are still 100,000 White Zetsu waiting for me. What I want is not only Madara's level, but Kaguya's, and even surpass Kaguya. But, with the White Zetsu at hand, how could he pass up this opportunity? And just right at his mate Rumami. Funan frowned. If it were Raza, everything would be simple. Mai is not so obedient. After thinking for a long time, Funan called his guards. Tetsui, I have something to entrust to you now. Please give me your orders. Tetsui was shocked. Funan rarely spoke to him in such a serious tone. Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Rain Village are fighting. Funan took out a report and handed it over. Hidden Rain Village is using White Zetsu. White Zetsu? Yes, they are beings that look like humans. Funan said with barely contained enthusiasm. 3,000 White Zetsu, Tetsui, the White Zetsu are extremely important to me. I understand. Tetsui's expression became firm. What Funan wanted was the most important thing to him, even if it meant his life. After so many years, Funan's pupil power had already penetrated into the depths of Tetsui's soul. Funan has long been Tetsui's belief. Chapter 230, Chio vs. Sasori, Grandma's Redemption. Take the elites of the clan. Funan ordered, fixing his gaze on Tetsui. Do your best to bring back as many White Zetsu bodies as you can, without anyone noticing. Understood? Understood. Tetsui replied firmly. Without wasting any time, Tetsui gathered more than 10 elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, and together they set out from Hidden Leaf Village. Funan gently caressed his eyes as he murmured, Rinnegan. This time, I'm sure I'll be closer to you than ever before. He then turned his gaze to the intelligence report in front of him. The last intelligence is also the most critical intelligence. However, for Funan, it became a little boring. Onoki, the Rukongai, along with Mifune led a contingent of 5,000 shinobi and 3,000 samurai towards Hidden Rain Village. Pain, accompanied by Kisame, Obito and Hueco, prepared to face them. Although there are only 4 people, the pressure on Rukongai and others should be great. Funan smiled slightly. No matter how the battle ended, Hidden Leaf Village would not be involved. The most depressed person is probably Obito. Funan was startled suddenly, and quickly looked through the information, and then called Neto. As Neto entered the office, a voice interrupted from outside. Hokage-sama. Funan was startled. This voice. Kazu? That's right. Naruto replied calmly. She's Nara Kazu? Funan, surprised, asked, didn't I arrange for her to go to rest? Naruto remained silent, but Funan understood the situation. Nara Shikaku and the others are not in a good situation. As Funan's personal assistant, Kazu would naturally find out about some critical matters ahead of time. Now naturally, she doesn't want to leave here at all. Staying by Funan's side is the best choice from all angles. Funan shook his head. Hokage-sama, is there anything? Yes. Funan's expression became serious, and he said, Naruto, is there any news about the tailed beasts? No. Naruto said without hesitation. Funan frowned deeply. The 2 tails and 4 tails had been captured by Akatsuki but were secretly transferred by Funan a few days ago. The 3 tails was his summoning beast. The 6 tails had been loaned to Akatsuki. Of the remaining tailed beasts, the 5 tails was theoretically still in Hidden Stones Village, the 7 tails was in Hidden Waterfall Village, and the 8 tails was in Hidden Clouds Village. However, why had these tailed beasts not been deployed in such an important battle? Funan touched his chin and murmured, with my appearance, Obito must have new hope for the future. That's definitely the case. So what will he do now? Funan looked at the latest intelligence and hummed a song. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Because White Zetsu appeared, no matter how much or how little Tetsui and the others gained, his strength would definitely increase. Besides, if 3,000 showed up this time, could it be 5,000 next time? 10,000, perhaps? Maybe even more. Funan sighed. So many shinobi villages have begun to act. Every village must be empty. At this time, is it possible that Brother Obito will not act? After thinking for a while, Funan sent a message with a secret technique. The target is Conan. After a while, Conan replied to him. The masked man is missing, but he left a message that he will definitely come back before the war begins. Funan smiled. This Obito is interesting. He doesn't even tell Nagato what he is doing now. Weren't they good friends, inseparable companions? Where is their mutual trust? Funan once again looked at the map of the shinobi world. If Obito left just to do some private things, then there is nothing to say. However, it seemed clear that he was keeping too many secrets from Nagato. If his actions involved the tailed beasts and the Eye of the Moon plan, without telling Nagato, things between them could get pretty bad. Funan looked inside his body. Within him, 7 masses of tailed beast energy lay dormant, forming a perfect circle. Only the 5 tails and the 7 tails are missing. Faster than expected. Where are they now? Obito is probably looking for them too. I must first make sure to obtain a power at the level of the 6 paths. This world is too dangerous, I need the strength to protect myself. Funan muttered to himself. 5 tails. 7 tails. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the battle between Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Sand Village, along with the Land of Iron against Hidden Rain Village, broke out. While the Hidden Sand Village ninja and Conan maintained a tense calm, Mai led her Hidden Mist Village group in a direct attack against the White Zetsu. The battlefield, already on the verge of eruption, was soon plunged into absolute chaos. Although the White Zetsu had considerable strength, they were no match for the Kiri ninja brought by Mai. The 3,000 White Zetsu were almost suppressed by the opponent. They lost hundreds in one encounter. Seeing this, Maitre Mummy said nothing and personally led people to fight. This time, Maitre Mummy seemed extremely violent, suppressing Sasori and Deidara alone. The 2 old artists were stunned. This woman, so fierce? However, when the 2 came to their senses, they suppressed Maitre Mummy in turn. Fortunately, Hidden Mist Village still has the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, who rushed forward and nearly tortured Deidara to the point of doubting his life. Deidara was originally very arrogant. Then, there was a violent storm. Under a round of attacks, Deidara almost knelt down. He thought flying to the sky would keep him safe, but he didn't count on Ringo Amiri summoning a bolt of lightning that nearly split him in 2. Damn, isn't Hidden Mist Village the weakest shinobi village now? You call this the weakest? Brother Sasori. I can't handle this. What do we do? Sasori's face, although that of a puppet, clearly reflected his displeasure. He coldly replied, call for reinforcements. As for that woman, leave her to me. Saying this, a figure shot out from the remains of the Hueco puppet and landed softly on the ground. It was a human-shaped puppet, Sasori's true body. With an empty gaze, Sasori fixed his eyes on Mai and said calmly, worthy of being the Mizukage. However, this is as far as your path goes. From now on, I will be the one to entertain you. Mai barely spared him a glance before looking away, disinterested. It's you, Sasori of the Red Sand, a genius puppeteer. I really want to compete with you, but unfortunately, your opponent is not me. Huh? Saisari frowned slightly, feeling a bad feeling. Two elderly figures slowly emerged from the crowd. Seeing them, Saisari's eyes, though empty, showed a glimmer of life. His puppet-like body froze on the spot. "Sister, it's him. It's Saisari, that brat," one of them said with a trembling voice, full of pain and resignation. The other figure let out a low growl, barely audible. His tired, clouded eyes fixed on Saisari with unrelenting intensity. "I wasted no time on formalities. Chio, there's your grandson. He's all yours." After saying that, Maitru Mummy rushed towards the White Zetsu army. The two old men were none other than Chio and Debizo. Their gazes towards Saisari were filled with complex emotions. "Ha ha, ha ha." Saisari broke the silence with a laugh. "How pathetic. Did Hidden Sand Village really have to send you two old men to fight? What a disgrace." Saisari. "No need to say more." Saisari laughed and said, "Just now, let's say goodbye to the past." There was an extra scroll in his hand, with the word 3 written on it. "I want you to admire my most precious collection. It took me a lot of effort to get it, you know. I had to plan for a long time to get this masterpiece." With a puff, a cloud of smoke cleared away, revealing a familiar face that left Chio and Debizo completely shocked. This is... How is it possible?" Chio and Debizo were stunned, and their old bodies were shaking uncontrollably. The third Kusagakure. The third Kusagakure puppet moved awkwardly, staring at them with dead eyes. Coldly, Saisari commented, "Too bad I didn't manage to add the fourth Kusagakure to my collection. I tried several times, but never got around to it." Chio and Debizo's expressions hardened. "Huh." Chio sighed deeply and said, "Brother, go help Hidden Mist Village, I'll deal with him." Debizo frowned. "Sister. Go." Chio's voice was erratic, as if it would be blown away by the wind. Debizo looked at Chio deeply, nodded slightly, and left here. "Saisari, everything is my fault. Now, I want to make up for the mistakes I made." "Atonement?" Saisari saw Chio's plan at a glance and couldn't help laughing, then said, "Old woman, according to what you said, then you should help Hidden Rain Village. During the World War, these small shinobi villages were the most damaged, right? Hidden Rain Village suffered especially, it was on the brink of destruction several times." Chio remained calm. She slowly took out several kunai, which with a subtle movement of her fingers became linked with threads of chakra. "Saisari, let me see how much you have improved. Finishing you won't be a problem." Saisari's face took on a sinister expression. The third Kusagakure's puppet trembled under his control, moving mechanically. Swoosh, a round of kunai flew out. The third Kusagakure's puppet barely moved a finger, deflecting the weapons with ease. "It's useless." Chio sighed and slowly took out 3 scrolls. "Huh?" Saisari was a little surprised. "Grandma Chio, are you crazy? You actually... Why? It's weird." Chio smiled and said, "Aren't these your most proud works?" Bang, 3 puppets appeared in the white smoke. Karasu, Kuroari and Sanzuo. "Masterpieces?" Saisari laughed disdainfully. "They were just toys back then. I'm on a completely different level now. What's more..." Saisari looked at the puppet of the third Kusagakure and said, "No puppet can compare with the third Kusagakure. Oh, I'm wrong. Funin Uchiha might be able to do it, but unfortunately, I can't beat him and can't make him the most perfect puppet." There was a trace of disappointment in his tone. "So, let's see." Chio smiled and moved her chakra threads. Her puppets launched themselves towards Saisari. Saisari controlled the third Kusagakure and did not hesitate to confront them. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides immediately. Although the 3 puppets were Saisari's creations, he quickly realized something. These 3 puppets were all transformed by Chio. "What a pity." Saisari sneered. "No matter how much you've modified them, they can't compare to the foundation the third Kusagakure has." His attacks became more aggressive. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Mai led the Kiri ninja in a fierce attack against the White Zetsu. They already had the advantage, but now, with their renewed momentum, Hidden Mist Village pounced like a pack of hounds, forcing the White Zetsu to constantly retreat. The White Zetsu's greatest strength was their ability to transform into the enemies they faced. However, in this battle, Obito was not willing to reveal that ace up his sleeve. He only used them as combat tools, sacrificing them no matter how many fell. The only thing that mattered was stopping Hidden Mist Village. He didn't expect the White Zetsu to win the battle. With this strategy in mind, the White Zetsu began to fight with everything they had. Chapter 231, How to Start a War for Fun. On the battlefield of Hidden Mist Village, the White Zetsu had decided to fight to the death. They completely ignored their own defense and concentrated all their efforts on attacking. Faced with this tactic, Even the Jonin began to have difficulties. After launching 3 consecutive large-scale ninjutsu, Mai was panting slightly as she watched the white Zetsu, who continued to attack frantically. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell are these things? Mizukage, calm down." Ebizo appeared in front of Matrumami. "You." Mai was a little surprised. She was able to invite these 2 old men from Hidden Sand Village thanks to Saori. Who would have thought that this old man would come to help her? No need to be surprised. Ebizo sighed and said, "This war will end soon." Just as Ebizo said, his intervention led to the white Zetsu collapsing. Within minutes, all of the white Zetsu were eliminated. However, Mai couldn't feel happy. That battle had been completely absurd from the start. With a cold gaze filled with killing intent, Mai turned to her subordinates. Who was the first to attack? Have him step forward. Zabuza stepped forward, not to admit guilt, but to explain himself. "Mizukage-sama, the one who started the attack is already dead." Mai was silent for a moment, her expression gloomy and uncertain. She suspected that there was something wrong with this matter. Both sides were facing each other without attacking, when suddenly, someone on Kiri's side launched several explosive tags, provoking the white Zetsu and unleashing chaos. This had led to a battle where, although they managed to defeat the enemies, Hidden Mist Village had suffered great losses. Alas! In the end Mai could only let out a deep sigh, then ordered, "Clean up the battlefield, bury the bodies, and move on." "Yes." "Wait." Mai ordered. "Seal those white bodies, preserve them, do not destroy them." The Kiri ninja were perplexed but obeyed. "Understood." As everyone left, a group of figures emerged from the shadows. "Beautiful!" Komi exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Tetsui. "Big brother, is that the strength of your Sharingan?" He. Tetsui smiled proudly. At that moment, Tetsui's eyes showed the pattern of the Mengekyo Sharingan. "But something doesn't add up," Komi said doubtfully. "How did you awaken it?" "The boss said that one can only awaken the Mengekyo after experiencing extreme pain." Tetsui, Komi, and Yashiro are die-hard Funin fans, so he doesn't hide many things from them anymore. As they looked at the corpses of the white Zetsu that the Kiri ninja were helping to collect, Komi couldn't help but sigh. "I never imagined that you would be able to master a Mengekyo technique similar to the boss's." "Not even close." Tetsui looked proud. "How could I compare to someone like the leader?" Komi looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Tetsui, if the leader asked you to die, what would you do?" "I will definitely die." Tetsui gave the answer without thinking. Komi couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Tetsui seemed confused, and said, "Why? Shouldn't we obey the clan leader's orders unconditionally? The clan leader has never made a mistake. Everything he does and every word he says is the truth." Komi stared at Tetsui blankly. "People say the Uchiha are crazy. This sentence is absolutely true." Tetsui's admiration for Funin has reached this level. Even after awakening the Mengekyo, his ability turned out to be surprisingly similar to the leader's. Mental suggestion. According to Funin, his Mengekyo could induce orders in the subconscious of other people, which would cause certain ideas to become entrenched over time. And now, Tetsui had obtained an identical ability. In fact, he had been secretly using his power to induce Mai to order the white Zetsu bodies to be gathered and sealed. In fact, the entire fight between the Kiri ninja and the white Zetsu had been caused by Tetsui's ability. He had left several mental clues in the subconscious of several Kiri ninja to initiate the confrontation. Thinking of this, Komi couldn't help but sigh. A large number of white Zetsu corpses had been sealed into scrolls, including those of Kiri ninja. Following Mai's orders, all corpses would be preserved in scrolls. Although the Kiri ninja did not fully understand why, in times of war the Mizukage's words were absolute. This greatly benefited Funin. Corpses, after death, lose their vital energy over time. But by being sealed in scrolls, they could be preserved a little longer. Finally, after 2 hours of busy work, all the bodies were packed up. Tetsui waved his hand and said, "Brothers, let's go and get the reward from the Hokage." "Let's go." The Uchiha followed Tetsui and returned to the village excitedly. After the group left, a figure slowly emerged from the ground. "Dobi, is this really okay?" Zetsu's voice was filled with anger. 3,000 white Zetsu, did they just die like that? Furthermore, the bodies were carried away by Funin Uchiha. Obito looked gloomy. What else? Those more than 10 people just now were all elites of Uchiha. Obito hadn't been worried at first. But who would have thought that one of them had awakened the Mengekyo? Obito almost cursed on the spot. Humphrey. Zetsu snorted heavily. There was worry in his eyes. So many corpses of white Zetsu were sent to Funin, who knows if he will research anything. Obito glanced at him and said lightly, "In the future, be more careful." There are more and more powerful shinobi in this world. That Tetsui? Yes. Obito said very aggrievedly, just now, he almost found me several times. What a waste, Madara is also blind, why did he choose you? Plus, he organized such a big plan around you. Zetsu remained silent, deep in thought. Should I revive Madara Uchiha? Let's go. Obito turned and left. Let's go? Yes. Obito said with cold eyes. It's time to hunt the tailed beasts. This time, we won't let the 5 tails or the 7 tails escape. Tailed beasts? Zetsu's eyes lit up, but then he sighed in resignation. Though. The inside of the demonic statue. Funin Uchiha, damn it. In reality, only remnants of tailed beast chakra have been sealed into the 10 tails body. Obito suddenly asked, Funin Uchiha knows a lot of things. Do you think he can become the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Zetsu was shocked and said flatly, impossible. The 10 tails body is in our hands. What's the point of only having the tailed beasts? After saying this, Zetsu felt heartache again. The other part has the tailed beasts, but they only have remnants of chakra. Damn, what kind of thing is the 10 tails that was resurrected like this? No one knows. Mom, help me. Zetsu was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. Obito nodded and said, you're right. Well, let's go. We can't afford any mistakes with the 5 tails and the 7 tails. With a gloomy mood, Zetsu and Obito left the place. Meanwhile, Mai had achieved a resounding victory, and the news revitalized the morale of the Shinobi Alliance forces. On the other hand, the group led by the Rukongai, Onoki and Mifune, continued advancing, going deeper into Hidden Rain Village. No one tried to stop them, except for the constant rain that fell without ceasing, darkening the path ahead and conveying an icy sensation. It was as if a huge monster was waiting in the shadows, watching them with a sinister gaze, waiting for them to come closer so it could seal their fate. The team continued to move forward. After a long journey, they finally saw him. A young face, sitting on a high platform, looking down, staring coldly at the Shinobi Alliance. Even though it was only one person, the Shinobi of the Alliance felt as if they were the ones standing alone against an army. Those eyes. The Tsuchikage and the Rukongai took a deep breath. There was no doubt. The Rinnegan. Have you arrived? Pain's voice echoed calmly. Welcome to Hidden Rain Village. The Rukongai said coldly, we didn't come to talk. Pain, right? Hand over the Rinnegan and all the tailed beasts to us, or else. Pain smiled coldly. These guys should fight, right? Funin smiled and said, fight, kill each other if you want, because. Tetsui. Funin's tone echoed loudly and the Uchiha instantly straightened up. It was no wonder. Funin was considered the greatest Uchiha leader in history. This is the subconscious behavior of every Uchiha. Because Funin had led the Uchiha clan to unprecedented glory. Clan leader. Tetsui looked at Funin excitedly. Do you know what youth is? Do you know what passion is? Oh, my god. Funin shouted intoxicatedly, seeing you, my passion also began to surge. This breath of youth really makes people forget everything. Hokage, Guy is not here. Naruto pushed his glasses. Funin opened his hands and said, Tetsui, congratulations. Thank you, clan leader. Call him Hokage. Naruto corrected him. As he is not a member of the Uchiha clan and is a Nara ninja, he has been trying to correct the way the Uchiha clan addresses the Hokage. This is also a means of self-protection. He can't let Hidden Lee Village go from being a world of several clans to a world with only the Uchiha clan. Naruto simply thinks that this idea is too dangerous. However, the Uchiha gave Neto a dissatisfied look. Chapter 232, Dead Serious About Corpses Hokage-sama. Even Tetsui acknowledged that calling the Hokage, the leader, in the Hokage's office was not the most appropriate thing to do. He immediately corrected himself. The things you requested have already been delivered to the laboratory. Okay. Funin smiled. This news excited him more than Tetsui's awakening of the Mengekyo. White Zetsu's body was the bridge to the Rinnegan. Let's go. Funin ordered, leaving the office accompanied by Yako. The others began to disperse soon after, but Tetsui remained silent, somewhat dejected. Is this all? Not even a few words of praise? I have awakened the Mengekyo, something that should be a source of pride, but it seemed like no one valued me. Before Tetsui could continue to lament in his mind, Yashiro interrupted him. What are you doing standing there? Take your things and get out now. Things? Tetsui asked, puzzled. Suddenly he noticed that there were 5 bottles in his hands. When? A chill ran through his body. He hadn't noticed at all how Funin had handed him the medicines. Yashiro, for his part, seemed indifferent. Your strength is nothing in front of Hokage-sama. Far from feeling discouraged, Tetsui's eyes shone with fervor. Who do you think is stronger, the clan leader or Madara Uchiha? Hearing Tetsui's words, the Uchiha present stiffened. He's probably a little inferior. A deep voice replied. Everyone turned towards the entrance. It was Fugaku Uchiha, accompanied by Shizue Uchiha and Itachi. The three walked into the office. Fugaku said, I am also very interested in the topic you just talked about. Let me tell you my opinion. Looking at the excited Fugaku, everyone present felt very strange. When did Fugaku, who was serious and stern-faced and could scare children to tears, show such an expression? Fugaku didn't care about these at all, and just said, Madara Uchiha, there is no doubt that he is the strongest person in the Uchiha records. His strength is not much worse than Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, with Senju Hashirama's amazing vitality, he would not have died after living for only a few years after killing Madara Uchiha. Funin Uchiha, he may be the strongest person in the contemporary era. At least, I have never seen anyone who can compare with him. And the Rinnegan? Yashiro couldn't help interrupting him. So what of it? Fugaku replied, annoyed. The Rinnegan doesn't necessarily surpass the Sharingan. Besides, Funin is also part of the Akatsuki organization, and it doesn't seem like they've suppressed him at all. Those present nodded, supporting Fugaku's words. But Fugaku changed the subject and said, Funin has two weaknesses. What? Everyone present was tense. They determined within themselves that if Fugaku was right, they would find a way to eliminate those weaknesses. Fugaku explained. The first is his lack of combat experience. How can that be? Yashiro looked skeptical. Hokage-sama always leads from the front. He's fought more times than any of us. Fugaku said, yes, he always wins easily, crushing his enemies. The Uchiha all laughed. This is the truth. Yashiro said proudly. The clan leader is too strong. Fugaku sighed and said, so, I said that he lacked combat experience. What was Madara Uchiha like at that time? He was in the same era as Senju Hashirama, and they fought for a lifetime, right? You mean? Yashiro hesitated. Does Hokage-sama lack an equal opponent? Yes. If you can help Funin find an opponent to fight frequently, Funin's weakness will disappear. Everyone fell silent. Finding an opponent who could match him seemed impossible. By the way, Tetsui suddenly said. Do you think that the appearance of the Rinnegan will? The eyes of the people present lit up. The Rinnegan, that is definitely the best opponent. It was prepared by God for Funin. Hey. Itachi couldn't help it, and said, what's going on with you? Why do you have to find an opponent for Hokage-sama? Isn't it good to be invincible? This. The Uchiha were collectively stunned, and then embarrassed. It's all Elder Fugaku's fault. Tetsui muttered. Ahem, don't say that. Yashiro coughed dryly, then looked at Fugaku and said, Elder, what is the second point you said? Fugaku said expressionlessly, after I said it, it won't become my fault again, right? How could it be? A group of red eyes shook their heads in unison. We are Uchiha, we are not that kind of people. Fugaku. Okay. Fugaku sighed and said, another weakness, Funin is too young. Young? Yes. Fugaku said in a deep voice, strictly speaking, Funin is less than 20 years old. For a ninja, his strength is far from reaching the peak. Yashiro thought for a while and said, you mean, someone will do something before the clan leader reaches the peak? Many people are already doing it. Fugaku said indifferently, 4 shinobi villages jointly attack Hidden Leaf village. This is problematic no matter how you look at it. Maybe there are people pushing it in secret, and the purpose is to solve Funin's power before it reaches the peak. Fugaku's expression became meaningful. So, you all remember this. Recently, there may be problems. Don't let your guard down. As time goes by, Funin's power will become stronger and stronger, and some people will become more and more anxious. Humphrey. Tetsui snorted coldly and said, the clan leader is invincible. Fugaku thought for a moment and said, Jiraiya has been looking for the child of destiny, you know that, right? Who doesn't know? One of the Uchiha presents replied. Okay. Fugaku said with a headache, Jiraiya once thought that Minato no Mikaze was the child of destiny, what do you think? The name Minato no Mikaze caused the Uchihas to frown. For the Uchihas, Minato no Mikaze was a formidable adversary. Furthermore, during his tenure, he did not show any open hostility towards them. In fact, due to his internal struggles with the third Hokage and Danzō, he provided them with some respite. Despite everything, the Uchihas did not hold any ill feelings towards him. If we say that Minato no Mikaze was the child of destiny, well, it's possible that he was. Yashiro replied after a brief thought. Fugaku nodded. Yes. At the time, many considered him so. Even some Uchiha, not to mention the Inoshikacho trio, quickly aligned themselves with him. Everything pointed to a bright future. He paused for a moment before adding in a serious tone, but what was the result? Minato no Mikaze is dead. No one imagined that he would die so young, and even less so at that time. The more perceptive Uchiha began to understand what Fugaku meant. Understood. The Uchiha responded in chorus. Those there were the best and brightest of the clan, smart enough to pick up on Fugaku's message. All of them should be quiet. They have been a little arrogant recently. It was understandable. Funen had not only cemented his position as Hokage but had also become the most influential in the history of the village, rivaling even Hashirama. To the people of Hidden Leaf Village, a leader's strength was measured in victories, and Funen had fought and won all of his battles, even taking on multiple villages at the same time. However, what truly mattered in the administration of the village, the quiet, steady building of its future, went unnoticed by most. Few recognized Obirama's contributions, and the third Hokage, Sarutobe Hiruzen, had further tarnished his legacy by taking credit for successes and blaming failures on Danzō. Funen had reversed that narrative, using Hiruzen as a garbage dump for any of the village's problems. The Uchiha finally understood why Funen repeatedly asked to keep Sarutobe Hiruzen. This is even worse than the previous Danzō. Okay, everyone go away. Fugaku sighed and said, behave yourself recently. Haven't you noticed that the shinobi world is becoming more and more restless? All kinds of demons and monsters have appeared. Some things can't be solved just because you are not afraid of death. Your death is a small matter, and you have delayed Funen's plan. Haha, think about it yourself. The Uchiha looked at each other. Aren't they talking about who is stronger, Funen Uchiha or Madara Uchiha? Why did he turn around and scold them? Tetsui sighed and said, the words of Elder Fugaku reminded me of Funen's words. Stop. Fugaku quickly interrupted. If they are Funen's words, there is no need to repeat them. Don't say it. I will feel uncomfortable. Then hold it back. Tetsui showed his Mengekyo and said calmly, I remember Chief Funen saying something like this, there's no doubt about it, Leader Fugaku has talent. In dealing with the Uchiha. Damn it. Fugaku almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, Fugaku's Mengekyo was also revealed. Seeing the two pairs of Mengekyo looking at each other, Shisui stepped forward helplessly. Everyone, aren't we talking about who is stronger, Madara Uchiha or Funen Uchiha? Fugaku said coldly, now it's Madara Uchiha, after a few years, it's hard to say. With that, Fugaku turned around and walked away without looking back. Meanwhile Funen and Yako entered a hidden laboratory in the Forest of Death. The place was littered with corpses, bodies of white Zetsu and Kiri ninja. This is fantastic. Funen nodded repeatedly, excited. So many corpses together, it's wonderful. Yako looked at him speechless, a little stunned. What's wrong? Do you think I'm wrong? Funen asked with a wicked smile. Look closely, Yako, how beautiful these bodies are. Especially this Kunoichi's. She's still useful, don't you think? Get out. Yako exclaimed, unable to contain herself, as she glared at him. Funen just smiled, walking around the corpses as he examined them carefully. Well, Yako, it's time for you to leave. You don't need to be here anymore. I'll be staying here for a while. Even to someone as close as Yako, Funen did not reveal all his secrets. It was not a matter of trust, but knowing too much could sometimes be dangerous. Yako looked at him suspiciously. You're not thinking of doing something weird with that corpse, are you? She couldn't help it. The hidden mist village Kunoichi was really attractive, even in death. I warn you, Funen, if you do something like that, forget about ever coming near me again. Funen's face darkened. He was just joking. But then, with a mischievous smile, he added, although, if you don't trust me, maybe you should. Take care of storing my strategic resources in your body. That way I couldn't fight even if I wanted to. Idiot. Yako screamed, her face completely red, before turning around and walking away hurriedly. Here? In this place, surrounded by thousands of corpses? Not in a million years. Before leaving, she turned around to say to him through gritted teeth, you pervert. There is nothing you don't dare to say. Hee hee. Funen smiled and turned his fiery eyes to the corpse of the beautiful Kunoichi. Although dead, it can still be used. Ahem. Wrong. It's Yako's fault for making me think about these things. He took a deep breath and concentrated. Although the body is dead, there is still vital energy. Chapter 233, The God Tree Hunger Games. Funen closed his eyes and focused his mind inward. Inside his body, the God Tree was already trembling. White Zetsu's attraction towards the God Tree was far greater than he could imagine. What was the reason for this? Funan sometimes wondered, did the god tree of the shinobi world do something by transforming people into white zetsu? Or could it be that the white zetsu have a part of the god tree inside them? If so, Funan suddenly had a bold idea. What if his god tree could devour the god tree of the shinobi world? If he devoured it, how strong could he become? There is no hurry, everything in due time. But, if I get the chance, I will definitely try it. Funan focused her gaze on the corpses of white zetsu. Come on, let's see how much you can increase my power to. A scarlet mist began to emanate from Funan, spreading in all directions. As the corpses of white zetsu and the Kiri ninja came into contact with the scarlet mist, they began to dehydrate, shrivel, and wither. Having lost all their vitality, they began to crack. A large amount of life energy flowed into Funan's body crazily. Funan felt his flesh being torn apart by the powerful energy. The god tree trembled even more violently. I'm evolving. I'm evolving. Funan was breathing heavily, his face full of fervor. His body was being transformed, it was a change visible to the naked eye. And even more so, his god tree also seemed to be taking a great leap. After this time, I will probably have the power close to Naruto Uchiha and Senju Hashirama. Zahaha. Hidden Rain Village. Onoki glared angrily at the person in front of him. Pain still had his cold expression and in his hands, he held an arm. The arm of the Rukongai. Onoki and the Rukongai were so beaten up that they almost wanted to cry. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? They had brought thousands of shinobi with them, but a single Shinra Tensei had wiped them out. Desperate, Onoki and the Rukongai were forced to join Mifune in confronting Pain. Who knew that the opponent would knock Mifune away in a few strokes? Rukongai, what do you think? Onoki stretched, feeling the pain in his back. We can keep fighting. The Rukongai said coldly. But I don't know how much longer that Pain can fight. They both realized something. After Pain used the Shinra Tensei, he had consumed much of his strength. Otherwise, he would have defeated them all already. Why wait until now? Pain looked at them coldly and said, killing you all is not a problem. Really? The Rukongai sneered and said, if killing all of us is no problem, then let's add more people to the fight, see if you can still do it. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. As the Rukongai finished speaking, a ferocious water dragon emerged with a roar. Matru Mami has arrived. Another one. You guys are like annoying flies that keep coming. Pain's expression turned cold, and he opened his hands. Shinra Tensei. Boom, the huge shockwave completely dispersed the water dragon. Amidst the falling drops, Pain stared coldly at the four people in front of him. Rukongai. Tsuchikage. Mizukage. Mifune. The four of them watched him with equal coldness. Only the Kusagakure is missing. Pain said indifferently. If he is here too, all the better. We can finish them all off at once. Pain, the Rinnegan is truly powerful, but unfortunately, your opponents are us. The Rukongai showed a fierce expression. Hee. Pain sneered and said, do you really think you can beat me? Well, I wasn't going to use this card, but you've proven that you deserve it. With that, Pain began to slowly rise into the air, spreading both arms as he coldly looked down. Not good. Onoki shuddered. A feeling of extreme danger. In a high-pitched voice, he shouted, everyone, retreat, immediately. The few remaining Hidden Stones village ninja were the first to obey, quickly running back. The others, after a brief moment of indecision, also began to flee. You can't escape. Pain sneered coldly as he gathered all of his chakra. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom, a terrible rumble echoed as the earth shook and trembled. An indescribable wave of energy expanded from Pain as the center towards all directions. With this tremendous power, the ground was torn up by its roots, and huge stones were lifted and shattered. Nearby trees were uprooted and destroyed. Finally, the shock wave of the Shinra Tensei reached the remaining shinobi of the Alliance. With their eyes filled with terror, they watched as Pain's force enveloped them. No. The three Kage and Mifune screamed in terror. They had positioned themselves at the front to launch their most powerful attacks against Pain's Shinra Tensei. All of their strength exploded at once. The entire world at that moment lit up with a blinding glow. Funan woke up. He realized that he was surrounded, no, rather, he was wrapped in a crimson cocoon. Am I a newborn? Funan chuckled, and the laughter gradually grew louder. Zahaha. He felt it. His power had increased. A lot. He had never felt so strong before. He looked at his attributes of power. LV:6, Fire Style, LV:6, Dujutsu, LV:6, Senjutsu, Fire Style had risen from level 4 to level 6. Senjutsu had gone from level 5 to level 6. The Dujutsu had apparently not leveled up, but how could it not have improved? Funan opened his eyes and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. He could feel the powerful pupil power flowing. Zahaha. Almost there, Rinnegan. I'll have it soon. Funan tore open the cocoon and emerged from it. As he moved his body, Funan realized that his constitution had strengthened far beyond imagination. This feeling. It's incredible. No, it's wonderful. Funan clenched his fist. He was full of confidence. His comprehensive strength can definitely fight Hashirama and Madara. With this in mind, Funan began to walk with a firm step. Now he was ready to move on to his next plan. Meanwhile his consciousness turned towards the interior of his body. The god tree now gave off a feeling of being ancient and profound, emitting a mysterious energy. It shone with a light on its surface. Funan placed his hand on the door handle and applied a little force. Crack, the metal handle was actually torn off by him. Huh? Funan was stunned, looking suspiciously at the door handle in his hand, then smiled and walked away. Hokage office. Yako was organizing documents. Suddenly, a pair of mischievous hands appeared and touched Yako from behind. She shuddered from head to toe, a flash of fury crossing her eyes. Golden chains erupted from her body, ready to strike. Wait, Yako. Don't attack. It's me. Funan exclaimed quickly. Yako turned her head, glaring at him. Are you crazy? I thought that. The chain slowly retracted inside her as she tried to calm herself. You. Ugh. An hour later, Yako, her hair slightly disheveled, was sitting lazily on Funan's lap. Who did you think it was? Funan asked curiously. Shut up. Yako glared at him. I thought it was my dead husband. Karen's father. Happy? Funan raised his hands in surrender. Yako regained her composure and commented, you were absent for quite a while this time. How many days? 5 days. So long? Funan was shocked. I thought it would be at most 3 days. But your progress was remarkable. Yako said with a mix of mockery and admiration. Just now, you almost killed me. Funan chuckled and said, that's all? If I hadn't taken the time to practice on the way back, I don't know if your fragile body would have survived. Yako rolled her eyes. By the way, how is the battle going? Funan asked curiously. What do you think? Could the Rinnegan lose? Yako stood up and took out a battle report. Strictly speaking, it was a draw. The forces of Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, Kiri, and the samurai all retreated from Hidden Rain Village. However, Hidden Rain Village's losses were also enormous. Funan flipped through the intelligence. On the battlefield, pain had wreaked havoc, not only repelling the allied forces, but severely injuring several Kage. Konan, for her part, remained in a tense confrontation with Hidden Sand Village, without fighting breaking out. Mai solved all the white Zetsu. Chio and Sasori had a confrontation, but they were both tied. Seeing this, Funan could only twist his lips. Probably only Pain was fighting seriously. That's not right. Funan was about to throw away the battle report when he was startled. He took it and read it carefully again. What's wrong? Yako asked, intrigued. Is Pain really that strong? Funan was a little puzzled. One person against 3 Kage, and a general of the Land of Iron, 4 of the strongest masters in the world, isn't he a bit too strong? If it was Naruto Uchiha, he would definitely be playing for fun. As for Pain, the Rinnegan isn't even his. Could he really use it that effectively? He has used several big moves. Does he have so much chakra? In the original work, he also used a big move, and then was half dead, and was finally killed by Naruto. Is he so tough now? Who knows? Yako shrugged as she adjusted her clothes. Though I'd say your little lover must have intervened somehow. Konan? Yes. I'll ask him later. Funan sat up straighter. By the way. Yako continued. What are we going to do now? Nothing. Funan smiled nonchalantly. We just need to focus on managing Hidden Leaf Village. As for the rest, we'll handle it as things arise. I guess the shinobi world will never be peaceful. No way, they're fighting like this, why don't they take a break? Even if they want to rest, someone will stop them. Funan spoke with conviction. By the way, bring me the latest reports on the 5 tails and the 8 tails. Yes. Yako set to work, but recent reports indicated that both the 5 tails and the 8 tails had disappeared. They had not even participated in the offensive against Hidden Rain Village to obtain the Rinnegan. Funan thought for a moment. It seems that despite the defeats, the great villages have not yet displayed their full power. Even now, they are keeping something up their sleeves. Are they still hiding forces after losing thousands of shinobi? Yako asked in disbelief. It's not that surprising. Funan smiled. For many, today's defeats and sacrifices don't matter as much as the future. Even Hidden Mist Village has retained much of its strength. Not to mention Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village. Do you think they seem weakened? If they put their minds to it, those two could easily gather another 10,000 shinobi. Funan paused and added, perhaps they are making plans to strike a decisive blow at the most crucial moment. What are they really planning? Or are they just idiots? Funan muttered. Suddenly, Hueco seemed to remember something. A strange expression appeared on her face. There is a matter that you need to resolve immediately. Huh? Funan looked up. What happened? With that face, it seems like something interesting is coming. You need to be able to laugh after seeing it. Hueco left a report on the table. Look at this. With just one glance, Funan burst out laughing. A matter from the Land of Fire? From our beloved daimyo? Chapter 234, A Bitter Bargain and You're Still Laughing? Hueco asked in disbelief as she looked at Funan. We're talking about the daimyo of the Land of Fire. I know, so what? Funan looked indifferent and smiled while looking at the information. More than a report, it seemed like a disguised letter of supplication. The daimyo could not bear it any longer and had sent a message begging for mercy. The daimyo had ordered a total boycott of Hidden Leaf Village businesses throughout the Land of Fire, especially in the capital. His intention was clear, to ruin Hidden Leaf Village's economy and thereby overthrow Funan. He hoped that in the midst of the chaos, he could reinstate someone more obedient as Hokage, perhaps even Hiruzen. As for the consequences of Hidden Leaf Village's defeat, it had little to do with him, the daimyo. Even if Hidden Leaf Village was destroyed, the daimyo would still be the daimyo. And if the enemy reached the gates of the capital, he could always negotiate a truce, sacrificing a bit of territory to gain stability. This action of the daimyo really caused a lot of trouble for Funan. Fortunately, Funan managed to end the conflict quickly. If the war had dragged on, like the previous Great Shinobi Wars, Hidden Leaf Village would have collapsed from within. In response to the boycott, Funan gave a clear order, strike back at the daimyo. The nobles, accustomed to centuries of inherited privileges, never imagined that the shinobi would dare to attack them directly. The results were devastating. More than a dozen nobles were eliminated in the first round, plunging the Land of Fire into chaos. Fear gripped the nobility. They had never considered that the shinobi, whom they always saw as tools to maintain their power, could turn against them. The nobles demanded the daimyo to take action against Hidden Leaf Village. But what could they do? Send common soldiers against shinobi experts in assassination? That would be suicide. Within days, dozens more nobles were killed. The terrified nobility put even more pressure on the daimyo to take action against Hidden Leaf Village. The daimyo was also very angry and terrified. But when the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi managed to eliminate 2 members of the 12 Guardian Ninja, the daimyo was completely terrified, marking a turning point, so he decided to surrender. That's the daimyo. Hueco exclaimed. Not even Hueco could change her traditional thinking. Naruto Uchiha was so powerful but still accepted Hidden Leaf Village being under the daimyo. What about the daimyo? Funan sneered. Who is born noble? Even Senju Hashirama never said so. Is the Senju clan inherently superior? Who decides which bloodline is ordinary or extraordinary? Look at our third Hokage, the Honorable Sarutobi Hiruzen. He comes from a clan of ordinary shinobi, and yet he still managed to become Hokage, and has held the position the longest, to boot. What do you plan to do then? Hueco asked timidly. Funan sneered and said, since he is so sincere, I don't want to force him to death at once. Wait a minute. Hueco interjected, somewhat uneasy. Does that mean you plan to keep pressuring him in the future? Of course I do, Nyan. Funan smiled and said, since the daimyo wants to negotiate, then we agree. This matter is left to you. Remember, I not only want money, I also want land. Land? Yes. Funan looked at the map of Hidden Leaf Village and said, Hidden Leaf Village has too little land. In the past 2 years, Hidden Leaf Village's population has increased rapidly, and all aspects have also developed rapidly. I need land. His finger stopped on 2 cities near Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Hiachi City and Ongoka City, those 2 will be ours. Those cities aren't called that. Hueco tried to object. From today, that's what those cities will be called. Funan interrupted her immediately. Hueco sighed, resigned. Understood. Without another word, Hueco turned on her heels and walked away. The days passed as the daimyo's emissary remained trapped in Hidden Leaf Village, living in constant tension. He did not fear for his own safety. From the moment he arrived, he was prepared not to return alive. What really worried him was his lord, the great daimyo. These rebels in Hidden Leaf Village, these damn shinobi, they actually dared to attack the great daimyo. Knock. 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 A polite knock sounded at the door, but the emissary, panic-stricken, ran to open it. He looked at the red-haired woman in front of him with fiery eyes, and said in a hurried tone, "Where is the Hokage?" Ahem, Hokage-sama, is he back?" Yako looked at him coldly. After being brainwashed by Funan many times and hearing the rude words of the daimyo's envoy, Yako's expression became indifferent. "Hokage-sama has returned, but he does not have time to see you. However, he has heard your request and has the following conditions." The emissary, with a submissive attitude that contrasted with the usual arrogance of the nobles, replied, "Please tell me the conditions." The two Anbu behind Yako looked at each other, surprised. Whenever the daimyo's emissary came to Hidden Leaf Village, his attitude was always haughty and contemptuous. "First, we need money. Hidden Leaf Village has lost a large sum because of you, so you must reimburse that amount. This is the most logical thing to do, right?" Of course, of course." The daimyo's emissary nodded quickly, but inside he was beginning to doubt. Could it be that Hidden Leaf Village's economy is on the verge of collapse? If so, is there anything they can do about it? Could they perhaps contact the Hidden Stones village people and launch another attack on Hidden Leaf Village? 500 million ryo. Oh. What? The emissary, who had barely nodded, suddenly realized what he was hearing, and a cry of surprise escaped his lips. He almost fainted. Yako remained calm and calmly replied, "We don't accept bargaining. If you don't give it, we will go and get it ourselves." You. The daimyo's emissary stammered, his lips trembling. "That's the first requirement. And now, the second." Yako took out a map and spread it out in front of the emissary. "These two cities will now be part of Hidden Leaf Village." Yako pointed out the two large cities near Hidden Leaf Village on the map. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The daimyo's emissary almost exploded with rage. Yako maintained her serious and unperturbed expression. "We're not negotiating, we're informing. If you don't agree, then you don't agree. Oh, by the way, I heard there are only 6 of the 12 Guardian Ninja left now. I'm curious how much longer they can hold out." The daimyo's emissary felt a chill run through his body. "You better make a decision quickly." Yako, with a calm expression, said, "The war is already over. Do you know how many Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village can mobilize every day? The reason we didn't eliminate certain people at once is because we didn't want to let the situation get to the extreme. If we wanted to, we could solve it all in one night." What she had just said was, of course, an absurd excuse. The real reason was that Funan didn't want to rush things too much. Hidden Leaf Village is in the process of transformation. From being just a shinobi village, it wants to become a nation. If it makes a wrong move, it could end up harming itself. First, they must take 2 cities, as a kind of experiment. If it doesn't work, they'll look for another way. In addition, there are still hidden dangers that have not been resolved, such as Obito, Madara Uchiha and Otsutsuki Kaguya. And that's not even counting the cursed of the 6 paths. Following Funan's malicious guess, his brother, the White-Eyed Ancestor, might have been forced to leave. Otherwise, he would be crazy to go to the moon alone. If Funan does not resolve these people, how will it maintain so much territory? Now, taking 2 cities is mainly due to Hidden Leaf Village's rapid development. Those 2 cities, with a little expansion on Hidden Leaf Village's part, could easily be connected to each other. "I agree." The daimyo's envoy said these words with difficulty. "Do you have the authority to decide such a thing?" Yako looked at the envoy without showing emotion, and added, "If not, I will send some shinobi to escort you to the daimyo's residence." "No need." The daimyo envoy sighed. "When I left, the daimyo had already given me full powers. In fact, in these days, I have received more news confirming my authority, so under any conditions you propose, I have the authority to accept." Yako sneered inwardly. The transfer of power went smoothly. The envoy sent someone to the daimyo's residence, and soon returned with a handwritten letter from the daimyo. The 2 cities, from that moment on, officially became part of Hidden Leaf Village. As for money, the daimyo could not hand over such a large sum at once, so he would do so in partial payments. At Funan's suggestion, the daimyo began taking what he lacked from other nobles. Such a large amount of money could not be covered by him alone. Under the temptation of money and the recent threats from Hidden Leaf Village, the daimyo no longer cared about so many things. The nobles did not beat around the bush either. Several of them began to publicly oppose the daimyo. For nobles, having their money taken away is worse than being killed. What was a simple daimyo worth when they could lose their money? And so, the Land of Fire began to descend into chaos. With that money, Hidden Leaf Village would not only be able to overcome the aftermath of the war but would also be able to carry out several of Funan's plans. Chapter 235, of Tailed Beasts, Fake News, and Noble Heads Rolling. While Hidden Leaf Village is in full swing, news finally arrived from Brother Obito. The 5 Tails was captured. The 8 Tails was seriously injured. Hearing this news, Funan's first question was, The 5 tails and the 8 tails were together? Yes. Yuzuki Yujao replied in a deep voice. According to the latest news, the 5 tails was captured by the Akatsuki people. The 8 tails was with the 5 tails at the time and was seriously injured. Where did it happen? It is said to be on the sea. A place appeared in Funen's mind. Island Turtle. Hidden Cloud's village's most precious jewel. But in the face of such intense pressure, even Hidden Cloud's village could do nothing but give in and use it to strengthen Hidden Stone's village. Interesting. Funen was not surprised by the closer alliance between Hidden Cloud's village and Hidden Stone's village. What really intrigued him was how Obito had found their location. Funen closed his eyes and, through his ring, communicated with Conan. The 5 tails was not captured. Conan, as if understanding Funen's intention, blurted out this sentence as soon as they began to speak, leaving Funen stunned. But according to the reports I received, they're fake. Conan interrupted firmly. The masked man failed. The 5 tails escaped, though we don't know how. Hidden Stone's village spread the news that he was captured, which we also found strange upon receiving it. Conan seemed somewhat puzzled as she spoke. The masked man was furious. It was obvious he couldn't hide it. He thinks Hidden Stone's village tricked him. Funen thought. Could it be that the masked man is hiding it from you? Impossible. Conan said without hesitation. You know well that sealing a tailed beast is not something the masked man can do alone. Even with the help of Zetsu, and others in Akatsuki, it would be extremely complicated. At least they wouldn't be able to hide it from Nagato. Funen nodded silently. I know the whereabouts of the tailed beasts. Hearing these words, Funen was taken aback. Raza, are you saying you know where the tailed beasts are? Funen used a secret technique to project an image of himself in front of Raza, watching him suspiciously. Yes. Raza replied in an annoyed tone. Do you want this information or not? How do you know? Because Gaara is with them, I always know the location of my son. Oh, right. Funen had almost forgotten. The One Tail had always been in Hidden Sand Village. It was logical that the Rukonga's plans included the One Tail, as he wanted to gather as much power as possible. Although Gaara was technically Funen's disciple, the two barely saw each other. Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village had also had conflicts recently, despite being nominal allies. As for the Rukonga's true motives, Funen had no idea, nor did she care. I still lack the chakra of the 5 tails and the 7 tails. The 7 tails. Funen suddenly realized that the 7 tails hideout, Hidden Waterfall Village, would likely become a battlefield for everyone. After confirming the location of the tailed beasts with Raza, Funen contacted Conan again. Conan, how is Nagato? Conan sighed deeply. In the last battle, Nagato used a forbidden technique and suffered some injuries. Luckily, the medical Kunoichi you sent has pretty decent skills. Nagato was always too stubborn. Trying to take on the Rukongai alone alongside 4 other Kage-level warriors, plus thousands of shinobi and samurai. Isn't this nonsense? Funen smiled and said, can you tell me more? I'm also curious. Logically, he should have been in a weak period after using his ultimate move, but he was still able to fight and beat away Rukongai, Mifune and others. How did he do it? Has Nagato's strength improved so much? Conan smiled and said, just as you have someone from the Uzumaki clan to help you restore your chakra in critical moments, Nagato also has his methods. Okay. What are your plans next? Catch the tailed beast. I'll cooperate with you. You know how it works. Once the tailed beast is captured, we negotiate. It doesn't matter if I want the tailed beast or just its chakra, we'll settle it in a way that both sides are satisfied. With this, the conversation ended. Funen understood that Conan was still hiding something from him, mainly because she was worried that Funen would kill Nagato. However, Nagato's fate was something he himself would have to decide. After sending the tailed beast's location to Akatsuki, Funen also informed Gaara about the possible threat of an attack by Akatsuki. After that, he decided to stay out of it. Akatsuki already had the One Tail's chakra. Even if a war broke out, the One Tail would not be the main target. An unexpected period of calm. The Fourth Shinobi World War began, but within days, Hidden Leaf Village had defeated everyone. This left the small shinobi villages, who had prepared for so long, completely disoriented. And then when the large shinobi villages allied themselves to take on a small village like Hidden Rain Village, a village they had been on the verge of destroying several times, they too suffered a defeat. Suddenly small nations like the Land of Tea began to subtly change their attitude towards large shinobi villages. The shinobi villages naturally noticed this. But Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Sand Village paid no attention to them. For their part, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village were clearly dissatisfied. They used to be Hidden Leaf Village's main competitors and boasted of their power. But now, the current situation was hard to accept. Still, For the sake of their plans, they decided to endure it. Among all, the most desolate was Mifune. For endless nights, he sat on the roof with his sword, feeling aggrieved. At first, supporting the other villages against Hidden Leaf Village seemed like the right thing to do. But in the end, it all turned out to be one mistake after another. If it weren't for his strength, his loyal followers, and the need to maintain leadership in the Land of Iron, he would have lost his position as general long ago. Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village are dormant. Hidden Mist Village is in a mess. Hidden Sand Village is quietly focusing on its own development. The Land of Iron feels aggrieved. This is the current situation after the war. As for Hidden Leaf Village, it is focusing on expansion. Although the two new cities were much older than Hidden Leaf Village, Funen felt that the cities did not match his standards. Previously, these cities were owned by the daimyo. Their conditions did not matter so much. But now things have changed. They were now his cities and Funen could not stand even a single flaw. He had decided to completely reform both cities, until they met his expectations. The first thing was to chop off the nobles. What kind of nonsense is this? Are you giving up or not? What? Nobles never surrender? They are born nobles, born high and mighty. Even after losing the war, you still wanted to enjoy the privileges of the nobility? In an instant, a couple of nobles were beheaded and everyone fell silent. The nobles' heads rolled on the ground as the others looked on in shock. I heard that you nobles are all hereditary? Funen asked with a smile. So, you have enslaved civilians for such a long time, hundreds of years, you must be very rich? What do you want to do? A noble seemed to understand something and asked in a fearful voice. Nothing too complicated. Funen replied, smiling. Hand over all your possessions to me, and I will give you commoner status. Impossible. A nobleman shouted, completely outraged. We will never accept that. Another echoed his sentiments, we are nobles. You cannot deprive us of our rights. We demand to speak with the daimyo. Funen looked at the nobles jumping up and down, nodded slightly, and said, you are right, you are nobles, giving you the status of commoners is a bit embarrassing for you. The nobles hadn't smiled yet, and the next moment, they almost fainted. Come on, chop all these nobles for me. Funen muttered, nobles, they all have dignity, they are noble and proud, they would rather die in battle than surrender. Without further ado, amidst the cries of the crowd, the nobles were beheaded one after another. However, the women and children were spared. The civilians looked at Funen with fear. The nobles were all killed, so what about them? In response, Funen grinned, scaring many civilians to sit on the ground. Funen was stunned. Puff. A couple of his subordinates couldn't contain themselves and burst out laughing. Am I really that scary? Funen complained, turning to Yuzuki Yujao. In response to Funen's question, the others held back and did not dare to say anything. Yujao on the other hand answered bluntly, well, you look good, but your smile is creepy. But don't be angry, it's not your fault, it's the world's fault. Funen. You learned bad things, and you learned them from me. The comment provoked laughter from those present, but Funen paid no attention. He wanted to address the commoners, to give them a motivating speech. But in the end he restrained himself. Disperse. Funen looked at the civilians calmly and said, do what you should do in the future. I won't treat you unfairly. If you do something you shouldn't do, The words, though harsh, relieved the commoners, who began to cheer, long live the Hokage. It had become clear, the cities were now under Hidden Leaf Village's control. Chapter 236, when killing nobles accidentally inspires a revolution. After dispatching everyone, Funen, along with Kurenai and Yujao, used the transformation technique to blend into the crowd and explore the city. The death of the nobles had left the city in disarray. Before, the nobles controlled everything, down to the last detail. Their greed had reduced the city to its limits. Now, without them, although there was chaos, Funen was confident it would be temporary. The people sent by Funen are gradually taking over the entire city. Funen believes that they will be better administrators than the nobles. Well, it seems that anyone is better than those nobles. It should be said that pigs are better than those nobles. At least pigs will not push ordinary civilians to the limit. Walking through the streets, Funen saw the extreme poverty of the inhabitants. Most of them could barely stand on their feet due to lack of food. Yujao glanced at the people who were secretly following them, and then one of them immediately disappeared to ask the reason for the current situation. Soon, the answer came. When Hidden Leaf Village prospered, the nearby cities benefited as well. But the nobles, in their greed, raised taxes to the point of leaving the commoners destitute. Funen was speechless. It turns out that Hidden Leaf Village helped some people get rich, and the wealth finally went to the hands of the nobles, and they also took away the original wealth in the hands of ordinary people. Fortunately, they were all killed. As he looked at the impoverished villagers, Funan sighed at the hardships they faced, but took no immediate action. He knew that any direct help would be useless until the new governor he had appointed took the reins. From the nobles, Funan had confiscated a large amount of money. In the Land of Fire, the daimyo also gave the green light to those businesses belonging to Uchiha. This time no one dared to stand up and seek death. With the new financial resources, Funan was able to expand his plans. He had approved several projects for the two cities, making sure that each step was carefully planned. As for ordinary people, Funan's only request at this stage is to have food to eat. After briefly attending to the affairs of the two cities, Funan turned his attention back to the shinobi world. It was then that he received some interesting news. "What did you say?" Funan asked Hueco with interest. "Is there trouble in various nations? Has tension between shinobi and nobles come to light?" "Yes." Hueco looked at Funan strangely and said, "Congratulations, Hokage-sama, you are now the object of countless people's curses." "What does that have to do with me?" Funan replied, bewildered. The nations of lightning, earth, wind, and water were reportedly demanding that their daimyo increase funding for shinobi villages. They even used veiled threats to pressure them. This left Funan perplexed. Since when do shinobi dare to challenge the daimyo? In his experience, shinobi had always shown an almost irrational loyalty to nobles. Hueco looked at him reproachfully. "Hokage-sama, are you really pretending to be innocent? You are the one who caused all of this." Funan was startled, and then he opened his eyes wide and said in astonishment, "Could it be?" "Yes." Hueco sighed and said, "Ever since you took over as Hokage, you never bothered to visit the daimyo. In fact, you not only ignored them, but you went so far as to insult him and even tried to kill him. And after seeing how you treated the nobles, do you think other Kage wouldn't be influenced?" Hueco continued, "Recently you have gone even further. You have directly taken two cities from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and directly killed all the nobles there. Tell me about you. The other Kage are starting to rethink their relationship with the nobles. If you can eliminate them, why can't they?" Funan curled his lips in disdain and said, "They've always had their own ideas. They just haven't wanted to show them. Now we've pushed them to the limit. They have no choice but to act. They need to concentrate all their strength to face the Rinnegan and Hidden Leaf village." Hueco was thoughtful after hearing this. If the other Kage also eliminate their daimyo? Funan pondered for a moment before continuing. "Then the situation will be clearer. Rinnegan, Akatsuki, Hidden Rain village. Hidden Clouds village, Hidden Stones village, Hidden Mist village, the samurai and the alliances of small nations. And Hidden Leaf village. 3 main factions." Funan gave a low laugh. "Hueco, tell me, isn't it interesting? I feel a storm coming." Funan looked out the window towards the village. In fact, there was another force that no one should underestimate. Orochimaru and the impure world reincarnation. That technique should never have existed. Especially now that Orochimaru has helped the Raikage and others, even if the Raikage is on guard against Orochimaru, it is impossible for him to be openly treated as an enemy. That gives him freedom to move around within their villages. Damn. Who knows how many graves that guy has looted by now? Funan knew that the balance of the shinobi world would not last long. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. On this day, Funan was reading documents in the office. The transformation of the two cities was proceeding in an orderly manner, which generally satisfied Funan. Suddenly, Conan contacted him. "Funan, do you want the 7 tails?" "Huh?" Funan was startled and quickly focused. "Did you manage to capture him?" "Yes." Conan replied. "The masked man has been holding back his anger these days and acting in secret. We didn't care about him and didn't bother to care about his life or death. Who knew that he would actually find an opportunity to catch the 7 tails back? Nagato and I were very surprised." "Funan." Conan's tone was full of contempt. Funan reflected. "According to our agreement, each of us must capture a tailed beast." "Correct." Conan said. "You contributed the chakra of the 1 tail and the 9 tails. With the 6 tails that Nagato caught, the 3 of us have completed our quotas. With the 7 tails captured, I think Sasori and Hiruko must be anxious. There aren't many tailed beasts left out there." "Hiruko?" Funan frowned. "If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. I received a report that Hiruko is planning something secretly lately." Conan said indifferently, "Who cares? As long as we can catch the tailed beasts, we will not restrict other Akatsuki members. Aren't you worried?" "Haha." Conan smiled without saying anything. Funan remained thoughtful. It seemed like Nagato had accomplished something recently. Otherwise, Conan wouldn't be so confident. "Do whatever you want," Funan said before warning him. "But always carry with you the scroll I gave you." "Understood." Knowing that Funan was worried about her, Conan nodded obediently. As for the 7 tails, Funan laughed softly and said, I don't just want the 7 tails, I also want its Jinchuriki. Conan's eyes widened as she muttered, but she's just a child. I fuck. Funan promised that if Conan had not used the ring to communicate with him, he would have severely taught her a lesson. Okay, okay. Conan said hurriedly as she noticed that Funan was starting to get really angry. Trying to calm him down, she continued, girl or not, I'm not going to judge you. In fact, in my travels I've met many nobles with unique tastes. After a brief pause, she gritted her teeth and added, some daimyo even. Conan. Okay, okay, I'll stop. She replied with a shrug. Funan stared at her angrily. A few seconds of tense silence passed until he suddenly said, she is too young now. We will have to wait at least until next year. Now it was Conan's turn to get upset. Come to Hidden Rain Village by yourself, she exclaimed before disappearing from his sight. Humphrey. Funan snorted as he watched Conan leave. Little Conan, do you really think you can beat me at this? That same day, Funan himself left for Hidden Rain Village. There, he was greeted by a grim-faced Nagato and Obito. Hello everyone. Long time no see, did you miss me? Zahahaha. I miss you so much. Funan said with a wide smile. Humphrey, Funan Uchiha, you are really brave. Obito stared at Funan coldly and said, aren't you worried that while you're away, someone might attack your village? And besides, coming here alone. Do you really not fear for your life? Funan, holding his head high, replied confidently, as a member of the Akatsuki, I must trust my comrades. And besides, I believe in you. Several people glanced at Funan and were too lazy to pay attention to him. Conan, on the other hand, said, Funan, maybe someone will really attack you and your village. It doesn't matter. Funan waved his hand indifferently and said, I have complete confidence in my strength. And if the village is not able to overcome this obstacle, then let it disappear at once. Everyone looked at him again, somewhat surprised. Obito abruptly changed the topic. I captured the 7 tails. I know. Funan said with a smile. Tell me what your conditions are. I'm very generous. Besides, there are no outsiders here. Just say whatever you want to say. There were only 4 people in the room, Funan, Obito, Nagato and Conan. There is also a black and white Zetsu in secret. Well, he technically doesn't count as a person. Chapter 237, The Colossal Creatures Crisis. Very well, I want 500 million ryo. Goodbye. Hearing what Obito said, Funan turned around and left without thinking. There is no need to talk anymore. Wait. Wait for what? Funan replied irritably. You think the 7 tails is the 9 tails? Even the 9 tails isn't worth 500 million ryo. Unless you can turn that 7 tails into the 17 tails. He paused, folding his arms. Besides, I already have enough tailed beasts. What do I care about one more 7 tails? Do you think I'm desperate? Obito was speechless. Originally, when he and Black Zetsu discussed it, the two of them thought so too. Anyway, Funan has already obtained so many tailed beasts, and he doesn't care about having one more 7 tails. He might as well sell it to him in exchange for some benefits. Obviously, the 500 million ryo was an absurd figure, an inflated price to start the negotiation. However, this is a tailed beast after all, and you can't really sell it for 50 million ryo. Obito took a deep breath and said, I have a plan. I need your help. What kind of plan? Obito leaned slightly towards him and whispered a few words. Funan was surprised. Is it necessary to go to that extreme? If we don't, we'll never be able to gather the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. Obito replied, his tone icy. I'm tired of waiting. Okay. Funan nodded very readily and said, after all, this will also hit the other shinobi villages. As Hokage, I have no reason to refuse. Obito nodded slightly and led Funan towards an underground prison. Funan frowned and said, did you kill Utakata? Why leave him alive? Obito replied with a mocking smile. If the 7 tails Jinchuriki wasn't a woman, I would have eliminated her too. Funan was speechless. His eyes began to glow with the pattern of the Mengekyo Sharingan. Obito instinctively stepped back, activating his own Mengekyo. Don't be nervous. Funan laughed softly and said, Dobi, I won't attack you for the time being. He then turned his gaze towards the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast. In an instant, the pattern of the Mengekyo Sharingan appeared in the eyes of both of them. Obito slowly clenched his fists. Just one glance? Just one glance and he already controlled a tailed beast and a Jinchuriki? The transaction is over. I've taken the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki away. When your plan starts, just let me know. I'll go there in person. Funan left these words and left without looking back. Obito watched him leave silently. Zetsu slowly crawled out from the ground. Obito, he's so strong. I know. What are you going to do? Zetsu sighed and said, maybe we should wake up Madara. Fighting Funan and Nagato at the same time is too much for you. Now, when Obito walked into the base of Akatsuki, he was tense and ready to escape at any time. He was worried. He was worried that Nagato and Funan would attack him. Obviously he was the great demon in the shadows, why did he have to live in fear now? Zetsu was also puzzled. What went wrong? Why did he feel that nothing was going well? No need. Obito said calmly, all the tailed beasts. Chakras are about to gather, and the Moon Eye plan is about to be implemented. I can complete it with or without him. I hope so. Zetsu sighed helplessly. 2 months later. With Hidden Leaf Village as the core and the 2 cities as support, the people of Hidden Leaf Village were busy working hard, as if driven by a fire. After all, 2 cities were being rebuilt. After the fall of the nobles, many civilians were left without a clear purpose. At that time, Funan issued an order, hire as many civilians as possible, give them jobs and the opportunity to earn money. With money and food on the table, stability returned naturally. What's that? A ninja suddenly shouted, alarmed. A large dark cloud was slowly approaching one of the new cities under construction. The shinobi were stunned by that sight. That huge dark cloud covered the sky, blocking the sunlight, and it looked like it was ready to devour everything in its path. A monster. A ninja stammered, trembling. That's a monster. When the dark cloud got closer, everyone finally saw clearly that it was not a dark cloud, it was simply a huge creature. His body was 3,000 meters long and over 1,000 meters wide. Making virtually no movement, his mere presence imposed overwhelming pressure. Defense, activate defenses. Someone shouted desperately. In an instant, the entire city was plunged into chaos. No, it's not what it seems. Several Jonin, after observing carefully, came to the same conclusion. That creature was not heading towards them. Its target was Hidden Leaf Village. Quickly, notify the village. Have them prepare. And us? What do we do? The Jonin gritted his teeth and replied, attack. Fire with everything you have. Understood. Huge crossbows were deployed, loaded with arrows coated with explosive tags. At the same time, shinobi specialized in secret techniques began to prepare their attacks. A few shinobi capable of flight carried bags full of explosive tags, ready to launch them at the creature. Finally, the monster came within the vicinity of the city, entering attack range. Attack. With a single order from the commander, the city's defense system went into action. Boom. Boom. Boom, explosions rocked the monster, covering it in clouds of blood. However, these wounds were insignificant on the creature's immense body. Worse still, after a round of attacks, the monster's wounds began to slowly regenerate. Damn it. What the hell is that thing? The commander was completely baffled. Even though the city was well equipped to repel attacks from entire armies of shinobi, all their efforts seemed useless against this monster. Attack. Keep attacking. Don't let it get any closer to Hidden Leaf Village. The attacks continued to hit the monster, triggering more explosions and raising new clouds of blood. But the creature's regenerative ability was astonishing. Even areas hit repeatedly healed within minutes. As time passed and the attacks intensified, a huge hole appeared in the creature's torso, from which blood flowed like a spring. However, the wound twisted while constantly regenerating. Attack. Aim for the wound. A Jonin shouted. Without hesitation, he used ninjutsu to propel several kunai straight into the center of the monster's wound. Needless to say, the kunai were covered in explosive tags. Explosions mixed with the released ninjutsu, and deafening explosions echoed through the air. Under the combined attack of the shinobi, the monster's wound grew larger and larger. Marg. Finally, the monster let out a loud, drawn-out scream, as if it were in pain. The monster's gigantic body now had a hole so large that its internal organs were visible to the naked eye. The monster let out one last, piercing scream as it slowly fell from the sky, blood gushing from its wound. We did it. The shinobi shouted, cheering in unison. They had managed to bring down that colossal monster. Wait, stop. The commander shouted, his voice filled with fear. In the distance, a new gigantic shadow emerged from nowhere. No, it wasn't just one. There were 7. All the shinobi fell silent and stared at the gigantic creatures. Where did so many of them come from? What the hell are these things? The commander muttered, stunned. The new monsters, like the first, floated in the air, slowly advancing towards Hidden Leaf Village. Some were larger than the first, others, a little smaller, but all were colossal compared to humans. What if they're just passing by? A ninja ventured with a trembling voice. Don't talk nonsense. The commander scolded. And if not? Do you know how much damage they can do at that size? Do you really want to risk it? The ninja lowered his head, unable to respond. The commander looked at the monsters with a frown and then shouted, "Prepare to attack again. Do what you can to take down as many as possible. And notify the village, we need to be ready for whatever comes next." Yes. The city was immediately put on high alert. The same happened with the other nearby town. However, these new monsters proved to be much more difficult to combat. The creatures emitted rays from their bodies to defend themselves from attacks. Explosive tags became useless. Other attacks managed to cause superficial damage, but the wounds regenerated at an alarming rate. "Commander, this isn't working," a ninja shouted. According to reports, these monsters are not only attacking on their own initiative, but their defense and regeneration are becoming increasingly stronger. "How can this be?" the commander asked in disbelief. The attack continued. But it could not cause any damage to the monsters. A Jonin, after a long observation, suddenly exclaimed, "Stop! Stop attacking!" "What's wrong?" the commander asked hurriedly. "What did you find?" "These monsters are evolving." "What do you mean?" "Every time we attack them, they develop a way to counter the attack. It's like they learn and adapt." The commander was stunned and said in fear, "How is this possible?" "This is the fact." The Jonin hesitated slightly and said, "There are several possibilities. One of them is that there is a unique connection between these monsters. When you attack one of them, the others will also react." "So how do we defeat them?" the commander asked with a frown. "We need a massive attack that will take them all out at the same time." The commander took a deep breath, clenching his teeth. "Where are the Hueco?" the Jonin asked. "Use the Byakugan to search for any anomalies in the surroundings." "Do you think someone is handling these creatures?" the commander asked seriously. "It is a possibility that we cannot rule out." Chapter 238, Size Matters. After all, upon receiving notification of the attack, Hueco, Naruto, and Itachi immediately ordered Hidden Leaf Village to enter martial law. At the same time, they gathered a large number of Jonin and special Jonin to discuss what to do. How could there be such a big monster? Some Jonin couldn't believe it. "Big?" Hueco snorted coldly and said, "According to the latest reports, another creature has appeared, even larger than the previous one. It is estimated to be more than 2,000 meters long. Many shinobi swallow their saliva." "What? Are you afraid?" Naruto looked at the people present and said lightly, "It's not surprising to be afraid. After all, even if the opponent does nothing and falls from the sky, a corner of Hidden Leaf Village can be wiped out." His words managed to shake the shinobi present, returning them to lucidity. A part of Hidden Leaf Village destroyed? What if their families are in that part? Besides, how many attacks could they withstand before Hidden Leaf Village is completely razed to the ground? Seeing how the shinobi present began to regain their composure, Hueco and the other sighed in relief. "We don't know where these creatures come from or what their intentions are," Hueco said firmly. "But we can't allow a threat of this magnitude to simply pass through our skies." Itachi added, "Moreover, according to our inference, the other party is likely to be hostile and it is unlikely that they will pass by." "So?" Hueco stood up, her gaze determined. "Prepare for battle. Don't hesitate for a second. We must eliminate these enemies before they cross the borders of Hidden Leaf Village. Report." A ninja hurriedly entered. "What's wrong?" Hueco asked. "My lords, there is the latest urgent report." "Give it to me." Receiving the report, Hueco barely read it as her face turned pale. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked worriedly. "Those damn monsters have started attacking," Hueco said as she threw the report on the table in fury. Itachi took the report. His expression darkened as he read it. The monsters had begun releasing small versions of themselves, which invaded nearby cities and exploded on contact. The two cities and nearby towns had been completely devastated. Self-destruction? How can there be such an attack method? Split? Or clone? The shinobi began to argue nervously. Kakashi stood up and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we don't have time. The two new cities are not far from Hidden Leaf Village." Guy excitedly interrupted him, "Kakashi, my eternal rival. I'm sure you already have a plan. I knew I could trust you." Guy gave a thumbs up with his usual bright smile. Kakashi took a deep breath and looked at Guy helplessly. "Kakashi is right," Hueco interjected. "We don't have time. Everyone, get moving." She then added, "According to the information, these monsters seem to be connected to each other. If we attack one, the others will react immediately. Therefore, we must use different methods to deal with each creature. In short, we cannot repeat our attack strategies." The shinobi present looked at each other, worried. Itachi stood up and said with a smile, "Don't you have confidence? Then let us Uchiha clan take the initiative." When Itachi finished speaking, Shizue led a group of Uchiha shinobi to prepare for battle. The rest of the shinobi present, seeing this, decided to start moving as well. They couldn't allow the Uchiha to take all the glory. Meanwhile, Hueco and other leaders coordinated the ordinary shinobi. Although the effectiveness of the giant crossbows and explosive tags had been reduced, they were devising new strategies. On the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village, dozens of Uchiha shinobi had arrived. They were all jonin, and their faces showed cold smiles as they watched the monsters approaching from a distance. Shizue turned his gaze to two specific ninjas. In a moment, use Earth style to lift us into the air. Understood. The two ninjas replied firmly. Shizue addressed the rest of the group. Then, we'll all use fire style together. I want to roast these things alive. Yes. They answered in unison. When Shizue and the others were close enough to the monsters, he gave the order. Now. The two ninjas quickly formed seals. Earth style wall. A series of platforms were repeatedly and precisely created, propelling the Uchiha jonin upwards. Within seconds, dozens of Uchiha were on an elevated platform, face to face with the monsters. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The flames roared in perfect synchronization. Boom, even the gigantic monster was engulfed in the scorching flames. From the center of the fire, high-pitched hissing sounds, similar to the hissing of a snake, were heard. Suddenly, the enormous creature fell from the clouds, hitting the ground with such tremendous force that the earth shook as if an earthquake had struck the area. The rest of the jonin who had just arrived were amazed by the scene. However, as jonin, everyone quickly recovered. Soon, everyone began to act. The jonin performed a series of combined ninjutsu and achieved something extraordinary. They split one of the creatures in two. Wood style. With Yamato's seals, a tree began to grow at a dizzying speed. In a matter of seconds, it reached a height of over 100 meters. However, the jonin present looked at Yamato, who was panting with exhaustion, with obvious contempt. Don't look at me like that. I'm not the first Hokage. I did my best. Yamato looked angry. The problem was the flying monster. To attack it, they needed to reach heights of over 100 meters. So all kinds of jutsu that would help them ascend were put into practice. The problem was the big tree that Yamato had created. At first glance, it was more than 100 meters tall, enough, right? So why was it so thin? Damn. It could barely fit a person standing up. And on top of that, the person had to stand on one foot. Kakashi looked at Yamato with dead eyes and said, I heard that with wood style you can summon the true several thousand hands. Yamato's face darkened as he remained silent. If I know that trick, what do I need you for? I can get rid of all these monsters by myself. By the way, I'll kill you too. Let you despise me. Kakashi. A Barame Shibi suddenly said, my insects inform me that those monsters can be infested, but not for long. Listen to my signal. Understood, Shibi. I'll leave it to you. Guy, it's your turn. Kakashi prepared himself. Guy nodded determinedly. The 8 gates, 5th gate, the gate of limit, open. Boom, a surge of chakra began to emanate from Guy's body. Go, Kakashi. Guy grabbed Kakashi and threw him with all his strength. At great speed, Kakashi landed on the back of one of the creatures. Chidori. With agile movements, Kakashi formed the seals and thrust the Chidori into the monster. A wound opened on the monster's back as Kakashi began to run wildly over its body. Although the wound seemed insignificant compared to the size of the monster, it was a start. Shibi. Kakashi speaks through the earpiece. Understood. Under Shibi's direction, a swarm of insects invaded the monster, devouring its insides and releasing toxins. Kakashi, time is up, leave the monster's body. Kakashi complied and quickly escaped. The next moment the monster unleashed a burst of power. Bursts of electricity ran through its body, but the insects had already accomplished their mission. Electricity can't handle everything, Shibi said calmly. The monster began to convulse irregularly. Its movement slowed visibly. 10 seconds. Shibi announced in a calm but smug voice. If it's a living creature, as long as it's poisoned, it will die. Several jonin frowned, annoyed by his arrogant tone. Meanwhile, Kakashi continued to fall from a great height. Kakashi. Guy rushed over with a roar, running all the way to pick up Kakashi. Wait, Guy. Kakashi, who was already forming seals, was alarmed to see him running towards him like a madman. I am here to save you. I don't need it. Here I come. Guy screamed and rushed forward like crazy, then created a large pit beneath his feet before leaping into the air. The amazing momentum made people's scalps numb. Kakashi looked terrified and shouted, Guy, I don't need it, I really don't need it, please, go away. Ah. Guy caught Kakashi in the air, disrupting his seals. They both fell to the ground, hugging each other, rolling for several meters until they stopped. A deep mark was plowed on the ground. When they finally stopped, Guy beamed. Kakashi, my eternal rival. Are you okay? Yes. Barely. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Almost died. Kakashi, are you moved? You don't have to thank me. You and I are brothers, to you. Woo, I'm so moved. This is youth. Tears flowed from Guy's eyes like waterfalls. Everyone. So disgusting. Is this the first day you met them? Why are these guys jonin? I always feel like there's a risk of infection when someone goes on missions with them. I don't want to be like that even if I die. Unfortunately, they are both incredibly strong. Chapter 239, a former friend with a grudge Itachi, who had arrived especially to give orders, felt the urge to cover his eyes when he saw Guy and Kakashi. Itachi looked up. After the last wave of attacks, 4 more monsters had been knocked down, leaving only 3 in the air. However, these 3 were incredibly large. Itachi, what shall we do? A Jonin asked, frowning. Although some may still continue the offensive, but the monsters were too big. At that moment, Fugaku appeared beside Itachi and said in a deep voice, don't worry, even though the monsters are incredibly large, they are not immune. Oh? Many powerful techniques can be used multiple times to defeat them. Fugaku explained as he looked at Jiraiya. Such as the tailed beast ball. Jiraiya's face immediately turned grim, and he replied coldly, what do you mean by that, Fugaku? Fugaku, with unperturbed calm, replied, I heard that you are teaching the Jinchuriki to control the tailed beast. I don't know how it's working. Naruto is still a child. Jiraiya said in an icy voice. He still can't properly control the tailed beast's chakra. I know, he's a child. Fugaku replied in a calm tone. Even though I respect Minato, I won't do anything against him. But Jiraiya, you have to understand that a Jinchuriki will always be a Jinchuriki, no matter how we see him here in the village. Even in the rest of the world, he will always be seen as such. Jiraiya remained silent, staring at the monsters. Father, I remember that. Itachi turned his gaze to Fugaku. Fugaku nodded silently and took out a scroll. This is something the Hokage gave me before we left. An item that can save our lives. TSK. Many Jonin curled their lips. The Hokage. What did he put in that scroll? Kakashi walked over to look. Tailed beast ball. Fugaku said, not hiding it. What? Fugaku smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he unsealed the scroll towards the monster. Immediately, an enormous pressure was felt, causing several Jonin to stagger back. A tailed beast ball appeared and launched itself towards one of the monsters. In an instant, the monster was engulfed by a huge explosion. The monster let out a cry of pain and began to slowly fall from the sky. Everyone present was silent. They had fought so hard to defeat a single monster, but the tailed beast ball destroyed it with astonishing ease. Suddenly, a figure appeared above one of the monsters, staring at everyone with contempt. Alright, not bad, Hidden Leaf Village. You destroyed many of my precious treasures. But that's as far as it goes. A Hyuga ninja shouted, his chakra is very similar to those monsters. That's an impressive chakra, as powerful as Shisui-sama's. Several Jonin immediately began to attack. At the same time the 2 remaining creatures attacked. Countless lightning bolts, like arrows, shot into the sky. The entire firmament, at that instant, was tinged with the color of the rays. In the blink of an eye, all attacks were blocked. The next moment, the 2 giant creatures began to expand, and several smaller monsters began to emerge from their bodies. Hidden Leaf Village, bear my anger. The figure's cold voice echoed. The small monsters swarmed down. Prepare for battle. Itachi gave the order in an icy voice. A Tanto appeared in his hand. Shisui also unsheathed his Tanto, 3 Tomui swirling in his eyes. The other Jonin also prepared themselves. Attack. When the small monsters approached, Itachi gave an order. Immediately a shower of kunai flew towards the enemies, all with explosive tags attached, as well as a series of ninjutsu. Boom. Boom. Boom, a series of explosions sounded. Itachi, we can handle these little monsters. You guys go after the big creature and its handler. Shisui shouted. Okay. Itachi responded quickly. He then summoned a giant eagle, and together with Kakashi and Guy, they launched an attack against one of the creatures. The mysterious figure did not try to stop them and let them approach the giant creature to confront it. You. The 3 were startled when they saw the figure. He was small in stature, covered in bandages all over his body. His eyes reflected a cold, icy gaze. Itachi frowned and asked, who are you? Why are you attacking Hidden Leaf Village? He added, don't say you are just passing by, I don't believe it. Hee hee. The figure laughed softly, and the laughter became louder and louder. So the Uchiha is in charge. TSK, how Hidden Leaf Village has changed. Itachi and the other two couldn't help but look at each other. Judging from the tone of the words, could it be that the person in front of them is also from Hidden Leaf Village? At least someone who is very familiar with Hidden Leaf Village. You are Hueco? A voice of doubt spread. At some point Jiraiya had appeared above the creature. No mistake, you are Hueco. Hearing this, Hueco tilted her head, and it was obvious that she was smiling. Jiraiya's expression was heavy, and he murmured, "You were one of our trusted companions, why did you get to this point?" Ha ha, ha ha ha. Hueco started laughing maniacally. Companion? Jiraiya, you're still so naive, no, you're a fool. Suddenly, Hueco stopped laughing and fixed her gaze on Jiraiya. Though, sometimes I wonder, if this face of yours is really yours. Why do you say that? Because I never thought that there are such stupid people. Jiraiya. Itachi. Kakashi. Jiraiya took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, Hueco, stop your behavior immediately, otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. I will try my best to give you preferential treatment based on our past friendship. Past friendship? Hueco repeated it, and then laughed out loud again. Jiraiya, you are still the same. Why are you always so self-righteous? Hueco tilted his head, stared at Jiraiya, and said, You are like this to everyone. Who do you think you are? A savior? Jiraiya said in a low voice, I have always regarded you as companions. Companions? Hueco sneered. What do you think companions are like? Or rather, do you really regard us as companions? Jiraiya's gaze suddenly turned sharp. What do you mean by this? Take Orochimaru as an example. Hueco said coldly, You're still hoping that Orochimaru will return to Hidden Leaf Village, right? Then tell me, what kind of treatment will Orochimaru get if he returns to Hidden Leaf Village now? Jiraiya was silent. Besides, do you know the real reason why Orochimaru left? What? Jiraiya was startled, and hurriedly said, What do you mean by that? Senju Nawaki. The people present were startled when they heard this name that had disappeared for many years. Hueco said calmly, Back then, Senju Nawaki fell into a trap and died on the battlefield. Everyone was comforting Tsunade, and everyone was worried that something might happen to Tsunade. Did any of you notice Orochimaru? Jiraiya suddenly felt cold all over. Haha. Hueco laughed wildly, and said, You didn't notice it, did you? I saw that Orochimaru at that time, his expression was very scary. Hueco showed an evil expression, and continued, I am very sure that Orochimaru at that time was almost collapsed. Jiraiya, did you notice it? Have you forgotten that Senju Nawaki is not only Tsunade's younger brother, but also Orochimaru's favorite disciple? Jiraiya clenched his fists. Hueco said coldly, This is the companion you mentioned. Do you really understand Orochimaru? Do you really care about Orochimaru? No, you are just satisfying yourself. You regard everyone as your companion, but only you know what you are really like. Jiraiya, his face gloomy and a little lost in thought, was clearly struck by Hueco's words. Hueco moved his neck and said, Enough talk, let's get to work. The plan the Uchiha prepared is almost ready. Itachi smiled coldly and said, Indeed. Guy and Kakashi ran in different directions at the same time. The three of them formed a triangle with Hueco in the center. Seal binding formation. A sealing field formed around Hueco. Hueco smiled coldly and quickly formed some seals. He deflected the sealing field that Itachi had prepared with so much effort. Haha. Hueco laughed loudly. Magnet style. Hueco clasped her hands together and launched a shower of kunai at the four of them. Magnet style? Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Hueco was an ordinary ninja. When did he acquire a KK Genkai? Fire style. Itachi opened his mouth and launched a flame towards Hueco, burning both the kunai and everything in its path. Chidori. Kakashi activated his Sharingan and, with lightning running down his arm, he launched himself at Hueco. Hueco narrowly dodged, gripping Kakashi's arm tightly and staring into his Sharingan. Yes, that's exactly it. That's what I want. Kakashi was stunned. After thinking about it, Kakashi understood, and after freeing himself from Hueco, he said, Itachi, this guy, what he wants is the Sharingan. Itachi didn't say anything. The Sharingan? Wrong. What he really wanted was the full body of an Uchiha. The reason he and the others were able to land on the creature was probably because of him. Leaf strong whirlwind. Suddenly, Guy appeared in front of Hueco. Hueco looked at Guy coldly and said, You are the most useless. Let's destroy you first. Explosion style. Hueco threw a punch towards Guy's foot. Boom, the next moment they were both thrown into the air. How could it be? Hueco looked at Guy in surprise. Not only was Guy unharmed, but the force of the blow had been so powerful that even he himself had been injured. Explosion style? Jiraiya exclaimed again. Guy. Kakashi looked nervous and shouted, Jiraiya-sama, don't just stand there, take action. Oh. Jiraiya nodded quickly. Just that. He stared at Hueco blankly, somewhat at a loss. A seemingly ordinary companion suddenly had 2 KK Genkai. Chapter 240, Roaring Youth vs Mad Science. Haha, it's really amazing. Guy let out an enthusiastic shout, jumping up and down a couple of times, while shaking both legs vigorously. Bang. Bang, 2 loud bangs rang out. A pair of heavy objects fell from his legs and crashed to the ground with a deafening noise, raising a large cloud of dust. Guy. Kakashi exclaimed, his lips twitching at the sight of the items. Are you still carrying that? Of course. Guy gave a thumbs up with a big smile and declared, my hot youth will never stop flowing. Ding, his teeth shone brightly in the sun. Hueco's face turned gloomy. Several people surrounded him. Jiraiya, Itachi, Guy and Kakashi. Surrender, Hueco, you have no chance of winning against us. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. Humphrey. Hueco snorted coldly. He naturally knew how powerful these people were in front of him. With such a formidable team against him, why keep fighting? Hueco stared at Itachi, her eyes filled with hatred, as her body began to slowly descend, merging with the giant monster. You're not getting away. Guy roared. 8 gates released formation, the first inner gate, the gate of opening, open. 8 gates released formation, the second inner gate, the gate of healing, open. 8 gates released formation, the third inner gate, the gate of life, open. 8 gates released formation, the fourth inner gate, the gate of pain, open. 8 gates released formation, the fifth inner gate, the gate of limit, open. 8 gates released formation, the sixth inner gate, the gate of view, open. With explosive movements, Guy threw punches wrapped in flames that scattered like projectiles. Morning Peacock. Boom. 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 Guy's attacks tore the monster apart, leaving flesh and blood flying everywhere. In front of everyone's astonished gaze, Hueco, who was already inside the monster, was forcibly expelled. The creature's body lost several layers of flesh in the process. You! Hueco almost exploded with rage. Wild Lion's Mainjutsu. At that moment, Jiraiya attacked, spreading his hair to catch Hueco. Explosion style. Boom, an explosion centered on Hueco destroyed the hair surrounding him. Since you won't let me go, then you can die. Hueco roared with a ferocious look. Explosion style. Hueco launched consecutive explosive punches at everyone present. Magnet style. One after another, KK Genkai techniques erupted, forcing everyone back. Itachi, we can't wait. Jiraiya suddenly shouted. The 2 remaining monsters are too close to Hidden Leaf Village. We have to kill them now. Understood. Itachi looked at it and said, Kakashi-senpai, you and Jiraiya-sama must take care of Hueco. Ideally, we should capture him alive, but if that's not possible, eliminate him. Guy and I will finish off the monsters. Okay. Kakashi made seals with both hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Chidori. Swoosh, Kakashi charged at Hueco as Jiraiya summoned a giant toad that swooped down from above. Itachi. Guy looked at Itachi. Guy-senpai, please use the 7th gate. Itachi said in a deep voice. You take care of one monster, and I'll take care of the other. Okay. Veins popped out on Guy's body as an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, expanding in all directions. 8 gates released formation, the first inner gate, the gate of opening, open. 8 gates released formation, the second inner gate, the gate of healing, open. 8 gates released formation, the third inner gate, the gate of life, open. 8 gates released formation, the fourth inner gate, the gate of pain, open. 8 gates released formation, the fifth inner gate, the gate of limit, open. 8 gates released formation, the sixth inner gate, the gate of view, open. 8 gates released formation, the seventh inner gate, the gate of wonder, open. With a thunderous roar, Guy's body began to release blue steam. This. Hueco's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that Guy? The eternal loser who was always last? This is too exaggerated. The difference between the 6th gate and the 7th was abysmal. When Hueco decided to attack Hidden Leaf Village, he was confident of his success. He even mocked Orochimaru for having lost his fighting spirit after being defeated by Funin. Now, he realized how wrong he was to underestimate Hidden Leaf Village. Roar. Guy let out a roar as his energy reached the limit. He slowly brought his hands together. Daytime Tiger. A roar similar to that of a tiger resounded in the air. The pressure of space violently compressed, concentrating into a devastating direct fist strike. The attack hit the giant monster squarely, passing through it completely. Hueco watched, horrified, as his monster slowly fell from the sky. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hueco gritted his teeth in fury, his expression distorted with madness. He had gathered all his resources with the purpose of destroying Hidden Leaf Village and capturing an Uchiha, either Itachi or Shisui. If they weren't there, Fugaku would be their next target. He was certain that even if Hidden Leaf Village used all their power, they would only succeed in destroying half of his creatures. The other half would grow even stronger. In short, their victory was assured. Then, he would capture a few more Uchiha clan members for research. But now Hidden Leaf Village had defeated almost all of his creatures. What is it? Hueco's eyes widened even more as she witnessed an unexpected change. A gigantic golden-orange warrior appeared around Itachi. Not to mention Hueco, even Jiraiya and the others were also stunned. Another Mangekyo Sharingan? Jiraiya muttered in disbelief. How many Mangekyo does the Uchiha clan have? This is absurd. For the first time, Jiraiya lost all hope. He knew that in the shadows of Hidden Leaf Village there were still those who resented the power of the Uchiha and dreamed of overthrowing them. But seeing this, there was no point in dwelling on that idea. Jiraiya sincerely wants to advise everyone to live their lives in peace. As for his sensei, may Kami protect him. It's clear that he is just bait, used by Funin to draw out all those who oppose him. When the net closes, Jiraiya doesn't know how many might escape. Mangekyo, the same eyes as Funin. Hueco looked into Itachi's eyes with a burning desire. Itachi slowly raised his hand, and his Susanoo followed suit. A huge sphere of energy began to form in his palm. Yasaka no Magatama. The attack tore through Hueco's last creature, piercing it precisely before it fell from the sky with a wail of agony. As the monster fell, Jiraiya, Itachi and the others surrounded Hueco with murderous intent. Surrender. Hueco gave a cold laugh and replied with a twisted smile, do you really think you have me cornered? Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed. Hee hee, Hueco, it seems you're not so powerful after all. The expressions of the people present all changed drastically. Swish, a wave of poisonous snakes appeared out of nowhere beneath Kakashi's feet, forcing him back. Then, a figure emerged in front of Jiraiya, launching a punch straight towards his face. Bang, Jiraiya reacted quickly, performing a seal and using his hair to block the attack. But the force of the blow sent him back several steps. With a complicated expression, Jiraiya muttered, Orochimaru. Hee hee, Jiraiya, long time no see. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with interest. His snake eyes shone with a cold glint as he said, have you become Funin's dog now? Jiraiya shook his head and said calmly, Funin is the Hokage, and I am a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. As long as this kind of relationship exists, I will obey Funin. Orochimaru clicked his tongue. You're still the same as always. And you haven't changed either. Jiraiya shifted his gaze to Hueco and said, so you're allied with Hueco now? Well, that makes sense. You both love experimenting with human bodies. Swish, suddenly, Itachi appeared in front of Jiraiya. With a calm voice, he commented, there was something that puzzled me. Hueco's Chimera Jutsu should contain certain KK Genkai, but the ones I just saw are different. It seems someone helped him modify it. Of course. Orochimaru let out a dark laugh. Funin is also in Akatsuki. He knows Hueco's abilities well. In order to confront him, we had no choice but to alter Hueco's abilities. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Itachi. Impressive, simply impressive. Itachi, you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is wonderful. Really? Itachi smiled slightly, staring at Orochimaru, and said, Orochimaru-san is interested in my body again now. Orochimaru was startled, quickly backing away as he immediately closed his eyes. Ganjutsu? Damn it, that bastard Funin spilled all my secrets. Hey, Hueco, we should retreat. Leave now. Orochimaru looked at Hueco strangely and said, you have already failed, why are you still staying? Humphrey. Hueco heard the sarcasm in Orochimaru's words, snorted angrily, and nodded unwillingly. He had vowed to destroy Hidden Leaf Village with his own strength, as long as someone kept Funin busy in Hidden Rain Village. Goodbye, Itachi, see you next time. Want to leave? Itachi sneered and said, you are really arrogant. Do you think we will do nothing and watch you go? Orochimaru let out a wild laugh as he performed hand seals with both hands. If you want to stop us, go ahead. But I doubt Hidden Leaf Village can handle this. The next moment, the corpses of all the giant monsters began to writhe, swell grotesquely until they suddenly burst apart. From within them emerged countless small creatures, which headed towards Hidden Leaf Village like an unstoppable tidal wave. Orochimaru. To everyone's surprise, Hueco was the most enraged. He glared at Orochimaru with a face full of rage. What did you do to my research results? Hueco had doubted that Orochimaru had secretly tampered with his work while assisting him. Now that he confirmed it, it deeply hurt his pride as a scientist. Since he hadn't really found anything until now. Orochimaru didn't even look at him, but just smiled at Itachi and said, "These little creatures can self-destruct. Tell me, Itachi, can Hidden Leaf Village stop them with its current defenses?" Itachi kept his gaze fixed on Orochimaru, but before they could react, the monster violently impacted the ground. Boom! In that moment of confusion, Orochimaru and Hueco had already disappeared. "Stop those creatures with all your might. They must not reach Hidden Leaf Village." Itachi calmly gave orders. Although the creatures were not that destructive individually, their numbers were overwhelming. Letting them reach Hidden Leaf Village would have been a disaster. This is why Itachi did not chase Orochimaru. Chapter 241, Snakes, Lies, and Sudden Explosions. In the battle that followed Orochimaru and Hueco's escape, Itachi unleashed overwhelming power, destroying countless monsters. Jiraiya summoned Gamabunda, and with his help, he eliminated a large number of creatures. On the other hand, Guy, who was expected to display impressive power, ended up exhausted instantly. Right after Orochimaru and Hueco retreated, Guy's 8 gates strength completely disappeared. He fell to the ground, unable to get up, and needed Kakashi's protection. Furthermore, those little creatures never managed to reach Hidden Leaf Village. Sometime after Orochimaru left, monsters began to fall one after another, losing their lives. It was evident that they had once again been tricked by Orochimaru. Those creatures would never have held out long enough to reach Hidden Leaf Village. Itachi, not giving it much thought, briefly argued with Yako and Neto before leaving the Hokage's office. Where was he going? Of course, to see Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the current power of the Uchiha clan and the influence that Funin had gained in Hidden Leaf Village, Itachi had proposed to eliminate Hiruzen in order to eradicate the shadows that lurked in the dark corners of Hidden Leaf Village. Although Funin insisted on using Hiruzen as bait, luring all the enemies to one place to eliminate them once and for all, Itachi, however, was hesitant about that strategy. It seemed more like Funin simply wanted to torture Hiruzen. Although the enmity between them was not that deep on the surface, Itachi knew that in the past Hiruzen had pushed Funin to the brink of becoming a missing ninja. Knowing Funin's vengeful nature, would he let it go? Definitely not. He would also want to push Hiruzen to the limit, forcing him to become a missing ninja. Itachi. Itachi came back to his senses and found a little old man standing in front of him. The little old man had white hair, a pipe in his mouth, and cloudy eyes, staring at him. Hokage-sama. Itachi knelt on one knee without hesitation and said, "I have something to report." Itachi. Hiruzen took a breath and said, "I thought you wouldn't come." Itachi didn't speak. At this time, it's better to be silent than to speak. Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen sighed and said, "Itachi, you are indeed qualified to be Hokage." Itachi muttered, "During this last battle, I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Hiruzen stared at Itachi. Hidden Rain Village. That feels so good. Funin exclaimed with a satisfied expression. Conan looked at him with disgust. A grown man making those kinds of sounds. Funin looked at Conan with a smile and said, "Conan, darling, put a little more force. This feels too good." "Shut up." Conan stood up furiously. This damn Funin had insisted that his waist hurt and asked Conan to massage it for him. When Conan protested, his response left her embarrassed and speechless. "It's because of you that my waist hurts. If you don't help me, who will? You have to take responsibility." Conan sighed in resignation. After a while, she said, "I'm done. When do you plan to return to Hidden Leaf Village? Are you driving me away?" Funin asked in disbelief. "I'm such a good man. How can you want to push me away? Where is your conscience? Have you already lost it?" Conan rolled her eyes at Funin and said, "I want you to stay here forever, but do you think it's possible? You're the Hokage." "You're right," Funin admitted after a moment's thought. "But I don't want to be away from you. So what do we do?" "What do we do? I don't know." Conan rolled her eyes. "What if you quit being Hokage and move to Hidden Rain Village? That's also an option." Funin considered it seriously. "Though, looking at the current situation, I think it would be better for you to move to Hidden Leaf Village. What do you think, sweetheart?" Conan immediately shook her head. "Don't even dream about it. I won't leave Nagato." Funin spoke with disgust. "You are my woman, and you spend your days clinging to another man saying that you won't leave him. This is unacceptable. Maybe I should kill Nagato. What do you think?" "What do you think?" Conan replied, raising her voice. Funin snorted, dissatisfied. Conan sighed and, with a complex expression, said, I don't think it will be long. Funan understood the subtext. Conan tightened her hands and subconsciously touched her waist. There was the scroll that Funan had given him, with a special clone sealed inside. If Conan was really in danger, that clone would definitely save her life. Thinking of this, her expression softened. She walked over and carefully arranged Funan's clothes. Go quickly. It won't be long. It will all be over soon. Funan said with a smile. When everything is settled, go to Hidden Leaf Village. Okay. Conan replied this time, without objecting. She didn't ask what exactly finish meant to Funan. She understood that he was preparing something, and she also knew that Nagato sensed it. However, as long as their goals didn't clash, Funan and Nagato maintained a kind of cooperation. Funan looked at her deeply before turning around and leaving. The final battle was getting closer. He had to return to Hidden Leaf Village and prepare. Meanwhile, the great shinobi villages did not stop their actions. After Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village had failed against Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village, losing a large number of troops, they began to draw up a new plan, an alliance. With them as main hubs, other shinobi villages began building roads to connect with each other. Several direct routes were built between Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village, allowing the other to send reinforcements as quickly as possible if one was in danger. Other villages also built roads to these too. In essence, the villages were coming together. Even daimyo and nobles began to be treated differently. Shinobi stopped revering them and began demanding money from them. The Raikage even openly threatened them, saying that if they did not pay, he could not guarantee their safety. Faced with the overwhelming force of the shinobi, the daimyos and nobles could only resign themselves. Enough, Hueco. If you continue like this, don't blame me for being rude. Orochimaru stared at the bandaged man in front of him with a gloomy face. This bastard. Even though he had saved him, he was only bringing trouble to him. On more than one occasion he had tried to assassinate him, both openly and secretly. Hueco gave a crooked smile and said, Orochimaru, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Orochimaru stared at him coldly and said, if you really want to joke, I'll accompany you. To be honest, I really don't take you seriously, whether it was before or now. Hueco's expression didn't change, maintaining his carefree smile. I know, I have always known it. Without another word, Orochimaru turned and began walking, leaving Hueco behind. Hueco followed closely behind, his calm unruffled. The Chimera Jutsu. This is what Orochimaru wanted. If it weren't for this forbidden technique, would Orochimaru save him? However, due to his attack on Hidden Leaf Village, Hueco had betrayed Akatsuki, thus cutting off one of his escape routes. Funan maintained a sort of tacit alliance with Akatsuki, and Pain had made it clear that Akatsuki members were not to attack Hidden Leaf Village. Funan's contribution to Akatsuki was evident. The exchanges between Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Leaf Village, although secret, allowed large sums of money to flow into the organization, and although he had taken the tailed beasts, he had on the other hand left enough chakra to facilitate Pain's plans. Hueco had overestimated his ability. He thought he could destroy Hidden Leaf Village and take over the Uchiha clan bloodline, thus perfecting the Chimera Jutsu. Hueco. Orochimaru suddenly stopped and turned his head to stare at Hueco. What's wrong, Orochimaru? Hueco was still smiling, although inside he remained on high alert. When will you hand over the Chimera Jutsu to me? Orochimaru got straight to the point. In Hueco's current situation, he didn't see the need to beat around the bush any longer. Hueco, after a brief moment of thought, smiled and said, Orochimaru, calm down. I told you I would give you the technique, and I will. I just need more time. My patience is limited. Orochimaru's snake eyes bored into him with intensity. I told you, I'll give her to you. But not now. Hueco's smile remained intact. You. Boom, a loud bang interrupted Orochimaru's words. Immediately, an arrogant voice resounded, Orochimaru, Hueco, come out right now. Hearing that voice, both of their expressions changed. Funan Uchiha. Hueco cast an icy glare at Orochimaru, gritting his teeth he said, have you betrayed me? Orochimaru stared back coldly. Wasn't it you who did it? What a joke, what did I just do? Your snake brain has forgotten. I know, but you haven't caused any real harm to Hidden Leaf Village either. Only 2 annexed cities had been destroyed and there were not many casualties since they managed to evacuate in time. After a cold visual confrontation, both looked away at the same time. First we face. What are you doing? Before Orochimaru could finish, Funan's curious voice had already reached them. A duel of glances? Are you looking down on me a little too much? Huh? At that instant, both Orochimaru and Hueco began to break out in a cold sweat. Tap. 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 The sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Orochimaru raised his head with difficulty. Although they had faced each other on equal terms in the past, this time, facing him without any preparation left him completely defenseless. Funan-kun, long time no see. Orochimaru said with a forced smile. Yes, a long time, Orochimaru-san. Funan replied with her usual calmness. Long time no see you, Haruko. Funan said, examining Haruko from head to toe. Haruko forced a smile. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama? Funan repeated with a slight smile as she looked at Haruko. How thoughtful of you. At least you remember that I'm the Hokage. I had already assumed that you had forgotten. How is it possible? Haruko forced a smile, though her expression twisted slightly. Funan-kun. Orochimaru said slowly, does this mean we're going to fight to the death? That will depend on the decision you make. Funan replied with a gentle smile. I extend a very sincere invitation to you all to come to Hidden Leaf Village. I assure you that you will receive honorable treatment as distinguished guests. Alas. Orochimaru sighed deeply and said, sorry, Funan-kun, I don't plan to go to Hidden Leaf Village for the time being, so. Orochimaru-san, are you planning to resist? Yes. Orochimaru replied as he formed hand seals. Bang, 3 coffins slowly emerged from the ground, positioning themselves in front of Funan. Chapter 242, The Shinobi Power Struggle. Funan stared at the 3 coffins that appeared in front of him. They had written on the front the words, first, second and fourth. Funan showed an interested look, he was eager to try it. Orochimaru showed a smile full of madness. The impure world reincarnation seemed to have renewed his confidence. He thought that he could be on par with Funan. Maybe he would even have a chance to capture him alive. For a long time, Orochimaru had coveted Funan's body with an almost sick desire. He was convinced that with that body, there would be no rival for him in the entire shinobi world. Perhaps he would even find the path to immortality. This is... Haruko stammered, dumbfounded. Seeing the 2 figures staggering out of the coffins, a chill ran through his body. Come on, Orochimaru. Funan said, with a playful smile. Let me see the power of the Hokages of old. With great pleasure, madness and excitement shone in Orochimaru's eyes as he formed hand seals. He controlled the 2 Hokages and launched them towards Funan. Huh? Funan was a little stunned. What's going on? Why does Orochimaru still need to control manually? Swish, an instant later, Hashirama was already in front of Funan, throwing a punch. Bang, Funan blocked it with ease, grabbed his fist and threw it into the air. He was about to form seals when Dobirama appeared throwing a kick at him. Bang, with a swift kick, Funan sent him flying as well. Is this all, Orochimaru? Funan looked at Orochimaru dumbfounded, with disappointment in his tone, and said, I asked you to show me the impure world reincarnation. I was full of expectations, but in the end, you showed me this. Humphrey. Orochimaru snorted coldly. Under Orochimaru's control, Hashirama began to perform seals. A large amount of chakra began to be released, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Soon after, small tree shoots began to emerge from the cracks, growing rapidly. Funan watched the scene listlessly, suppressing a yawn. He expected reincarnations to have consciousness, not to be like simple puppets, soulless tools. Funan sighed indifferently and commented, Orochimaru, we should return to Hidden Leaf Village. There you will have enough resources to perfect your research. Look at this impure world reincarnation. It's a mess, it's useless. Orochimaru ignored him, but his expression darkened. It was true that in Hidden Leaf Village he could gain unlimited resources, but in exchange he would lose his freedom. Orochimaru knew all too well that Funan was an authoritarian and controlling man. He would not allow anyone to escape his influence, much less rebel against his orders. Suddenly, large trees emerged, entangling around Funan. Funan casually clasped his hands together, then spat out a large amount of dark red flames. Boom, the crimson flames spread like a sea of fire, raising everything in their path. The trees barely touched the heat before they were already burning fiercely. Orochimaru reacted immediately, ordering Dobirama to attack. Water style, water formation wall. The water collided with the fire in a spectacle of steam and roars. However, Funan smiled coldly, increasing the amount of chakra in his attack. In the blink of an eye, the flames began to push the water back, consuming everything. Hey, it's time to go. Orochimaru's voice rang in Haruko's ear. Without hesitation, Haruko nodded. But, if they want to leave, will Funan agree? Haruko can clearly feel that Funan's breath has become fixed on him. As long as he dares to move, the other party will definitely give him a thundering blow. Funan-kun. Orochimaru called out to him, with a strange smile. We'll be leaving for now. Next time, I'll give you a surprise. Oh, okay. Funan nodded with a smile. I'm looking forward to it, Orochimaru. Hueco looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. How dare you say that you didn't collude with Funan Uchiha? Orochimaru, for his part, was as confused as Hueco. Instead of blocking their exit, Funan simply let them go. After a brief silence, Orochimaru said, Hueco, let's go. Under Orochimaru's command, Hashirama and Obirama rushed towards Funan and fought with him regardless of anything. Seeing this, Orochimaru took Hueco and left without hesitation. However, during this process, Orochimaru was also thinking. How did Funan come to the door? If it weren't for Hueco, how did he find his secret base? If this point is not solved, it will be useless for him to run 100 times. After thinking for a while, Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide. A new Orochimaru tore the original Orochimaru apart and walked out of it. Hueco watched him silently. I no longer have any marks on my body now, Hueco. Orochimaru said coldly. You'd better be careful yourself. Hueco, unfazed, replied, I have already cleansed my body of any trace. Then we're fine. As Orochimaru and Hueco disappeared, Funan shook her head and, dodging several attacks from Hashirama and Obirama, knocked them away. Then, she turned around and walked away. Until now Funan had not been able to decipher Orochimaru's Juinjutsu and could not track all of the hosts marked by Orochimaru, so if Funan killed him he could only expect Orochimaru's insane revenge when he was reborn. This time he had only come to teach him a lesson. To make him understand that he should not underestimate him. When Orochimaru reached a safe place, the impure world reincarnation would dissolve on its own. And so it was. Shortly after Funan retreated, the reanimated bodies of Hashirama and Obirama began to disintegrate. However, neither Funan nor Orochimaru noticed anything. At the last moment before disappearing, Hashirama's face showed a slight smile at the corner of his lips. The shinobi world returned to a kind of apparent peace, however, the fights in the shadows never ceased. The Akatsuki members continued to search for the remaining tailed beasts. Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Mist Village, and Hidden Sand Village continue to strengthen their ties with each other. Hidden Leaf Village, for its part, advanced at its own pace, developing calmly and steadily. The two auxiliary cities were already fully integrated into the Hidden Leaf Village system. In just a few months, both cities had been rebuilt, and because there were no nobles, their citizens were extremely loyal to Hidden Leaf Village. At this, Funan couldn't help but sigh. What kind of life did the nobles force upon the civilians for them to react this way? If the nobles in other cities are equally competent, the process of governing the shinobi world will be extremely smooth. As Funan pondered, he summoned Itachi. Itachi, I'm feeling a little bored lately. Funan said with a gentle smile. Itachi, hearing this, couldn't help but put on a resigned face. So, Hokage-sama, what do you want? To be honest, I'm not very perceptive. If you have something in mind, just say it directly. What about Sarutobi Hiruzen? Has our third Hokage not been doing anything lately? Funan asked excitedly. After cornering him so much, does he have no plans? Itachi really didn't know what to say. Was Funan not aware of the Uchiha clan's situation now? With the current power of the clan, who would dare to rebel? The half-crippled Sarutobi clan, led by an old man, did he really expect them to try anything? Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Naruto is already 12 years old. Funan is looking forward to the big show that is about to begin. The preparations of all forces have completed their first stage. With this in mind, Funan decided that he would be the one to kick off the Naruto series. And he would begin the Hidden Leaf Village Crush plan during the Chunin exam. Or at least he would hold the Chunin exam so that the actors could take on their roles themselves. In these years, the situation has not been easy for the shinobi villages or for the human nations, especially for the nobles. The shinobi have begun to free themselves from the ideological chains in their minds. Under the pressure of Hidden Leaf Village, that gigantic and ferocious beast, the other shinobi villages have finally stopped having respect for the daimyo and nobles. Instead, they started to turn against them. They needed money. Only with more resources could they develop, grow stronger, and effectively confront both Hidden Leaf Village and Akatsuki. To save themselves, the nobles had to become the sacrifice. Now, the shinobi world is divided into three great powers: Hidden Leaf Village, Akatsuki and the Shinobi Alliance. The so-called Shinobi Alliance is composed of the four large villages as the core, along with numerous smaller villages that have joined together to form a defensive coalition. Their main purpose, to resist Hidden Leaf Village and Akatsuki and avoid being completely absorbed. Among these three forces, Hidden Leaf Village is the strongest, followed by Akatsuki. Due to Funan's influence, Akatsuki changed their way of operating and became a ruling power with Hidden Rain Village as its core, and during this time they absorbed the surrounding territories. Chapter 243, The Chunin Exam Gambit. It has been peaceful for too long, Funan said as he stretched and sat up in bed. Beside him, Kurenai also sat on the bed while covering her naked body with a sheet. What's wrong with that? She said, a little annoyed by his comment. Isn't peace in the shinobi world a good thing? Of course it's good, Funan replied disdainfully, stretching lazily. But when that peace is false and unstable, it loses all meaning. In the end, it's better for everything to explode. Are you telling me you want to stir up trouble? Yujao asked as she stood up from the other side of Funan, completely showing her naked body with no intention of covering herself. The subtle marks on her body showed that the previous night had been intense. I'm not the one who wants trouble, it's just that others can't keep calm anymore, Funan replied with feigned resignation. In the past few days, many events had occurred. It was evident that many groups were restless, especially Akatsuki. Because Nagato did not take the lead in Akatsuki's operations, they had suffered several failures, so Obito had lost patience and, leading thousands of white Zetsu, directly attacked Hidden Stone's village. The raid was a disaster, leaving Obito injured, losing many white Zetsu, and even letting the Five Tails escape. The only thing that can be rescued from them was that at least now they can follow the trail of the Five Tails. He is desperate, very desperate. Funan wanted to laugh. The truth was that that battle had been profitable for him, since he had obtained a good number of white Zetsu corpses. To him, the white Zetsu were a goldmine of resources. However, Obito always managed to hide his army of white Zetsu very carefully. Every time he moved his troops, he changed their main base, leaving Funan empty-handed when he located their hiding place. There was a moment when Funan's patience ran out, and when Obito appeared at the Akatsuki base, he grabbed him by the collar of his robe and shouted, "Where is the trust between people?" For Funan, if he could obtain those 100,000 white Zetsu, he would no longer have to fear anything. "So, what do you plan to do now?" Kurenai asked, who, along with Yujao, had changed into their sexy underwear and were tidying up the room after the madness of the previous night. Although it looked more like they were tempting Funan again. "I remember that the Nine-Tails brat has applied to participate in the Chunin exam, right?" "That's right," Kurenai replied, somewhat surprised. "You're not planning on messing with the Jinchuriki again, are you?" "Naruto will be participating in the Chunin exam," Funan confirmed. "And Sasuke too. Urgent report." At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted from outside. "Come in." Funan turned his head and looked at Yako, who hurriedly came in, and joked, "What's wrong? Are you not letting me rest, or is it that I can't rest with other women?" "I'm not in the mood for your jokes," Yako replied, his urgency evident. "The Five Tails has been captured." "Oh." Funan, unfazed, took the report and skimmed through it quickly before tossing it aside. "Aren't you worried?" Yako asked, puzzled. "Now Akatsuki has almost all the tailed beasts except the 8 tails." "Wrong," Funan corrected calmly. "They have the chakra of tailed beasts, but the real tailed beasts, they're all with me." "Yako." Funan gave off that aura of a great classic villain. When Yako saw Funan with that attitude, she suddenly wasn't so nervous anymore. Moreover, she actually realized that the ones who should be nervous shouldn't be them. While Yako was lost in her thoughts, Funan had appeared behind her and then locked the door. Zahahaha. Before Yako could react, Funan laughed like a villain and threw Yako onto the edge of the bed, laying face down. Still confused by the situation, she tried to get up, but was immediately pressured by Yujao. Meanwhile, Funan stood behind her. Immediately after, Funan lifted her dress and ripped off her underwear. "What's HNNN?" Before she could finish speaking, Yako let out a soft, satisfying moan. Meanwhile, a shadow clone of Funan headed to the Hokage's office, as Funan and Yako were likely to arrive late to the Hokage's office, and the pile of pending documents to be processed could not wait. After a few hours of intense exchange between Funan, Yako, Yujao and Kurenai, they went to do their chores. On the other hand, Funan remained lying on his bed reflecting in silence. The 8 tails was the last tailed beast needed by Akatsuki. While for him the 5 tails was the last tailed beast he was missing. Funan knew that when he obtained the chakra of all the tailed beasts, a qualitative change would occur. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He was suddenly a little worried. What if he ran into the greatest con man in the shinobi world, the Sage of Six Paths? That old man hides in the Pure Land all day long. If one thinks that he really isn't up to anything, no one would believe it. Funan hesitated for a moment. Anyway, it would be best to get the 5 tails and not fuse their chakra for now. Funan plans to wait until he is about to evolve his Dujutsu into the Rinnegan, then, he will do it all at once. By then, what does the old man of the 6 paths matter? With that thought in mind, Funan activated the ring on his hand. What happened for you to contact me? Conan asked with a curious expression. Where is the Five Tails? The Five Tails? Conan blinked, puzzled. Are you saying it's in Hidden Rain Village? Wait a minute. After a short period of time, a small origami crane flew towards her. Conan took it, opened it and, after reading a few lines, looked at Funan in disbelief. It turns out that the Five Tails was captured by the masked man, and he just brought it back to Hidden Rain Village. But tell me, how is it possible that you knew about this before me? Conan, I'm the Hokage. Conan sighed. The masked man brought the Five Tails here a little while ago. If you want the tailed beast, you'll have to come yourself. Of course, the masked man will probably ask for something in return. Obito's face was gloomy. He looked at the figure in front of him coldly. Nagato had his back to him, sitting calmly on top of the demonic statue as if he was completely relaxed. Obito had completely lost control over Nagato. He, holding back his frustration, spoke coldly. Why do you refuse? We already have the Five Tails. All that's missing is the Eight Tails. If we join forces, we can take Hidden Cloud's village with ease. I don't need your help. I alone am enough. Nagato replied calmly. Obito was a little exasperated and said, then why don't you do it? I don't want to. What? I don't want to. If you want it so badly, I just won't do it. You. Obito was so angry that if it were a Xianxia novel he would have spat blood. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, Nagato, I know you have your doubts about me, but what about the Eye of the Moon plan? Will you abandon it as well? Nagato was silent. Hueco. Think about it carefully. Obito snapped, before changing the subject. By the way, I received news from Funan Uchiha. Apparently, he wants to organize a Chunin exam. What do you think? Send some representatives. We can't allow Hidden Rain Village not to participate in these kinds of events. Okay, leave this matter to me, I'll handle it. Obito replied with a cold smile. You. Nagato looked a little surprised. What does this masked man want to do? Is there anything else that attracts him in the Chunin exam? Obito didn't intend to explain but said coldly, the Chunin exam coincides with a meeting of the Five Kage in Hidden Leaf Village. With the Raikage gone, Hidden Cloud's village will be vulnerable. It will be the perfect time for you to capture the Eight Tails. After that, he left. Nagato was left in thought while Conan, beside him, asked with a frown. What will he try now? It has nothing to do with us. Nagato said calmly. That's Funan Uchiha's business, as for the Eight Tails. He hesitated. Let's do it. Conan said calmly. I also want to know what the Eye of the Moon plan is all about. Alright. Nagato controlled pain, slowly stood up and said, convey our message to Funan Uchiha, we will ignore the rest and focus on capturing the Eight Tails and carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan. Okay. Chapter 244, From Peaceful Genin to Reluctant Killers. Funan looked at the letter in his hand and fell into deep thought. He had visited Hidden Rain Village, but he did not find Obito. Instead, Obito left him a letter. The content was simple. If he wanted the Five Tails, he had to make the Raikage leave Hidden Cloud's village. It wasn't a particularly difficult thing. He was just curious, what did Obito want to do? Is he after the Eight Tails? Bah, it doesn't matter now. I'll get the Five Tails chakra first, then we'll see. Funan made a decision quickly. Six paths, you're such a jerk, you're causing so much trouble. If it weren't for you, would I have to go through so much trouble? If you had just sealed a tailed beast on the moon, would there have been so many problems? Even if you didn't seal it, as the Six Paths Sage, is it really that difficult for you to find a way to get rid of a tailed beast? To put it bluntly, you're a jerk, you just want to make trouble. Perfect, keep it up. When I have enough power, I swear I'll seal you and the moon too. So you can keep your mother company. Funan murmured, then called Nito, inform the other villages. During the Chunin exams, I will call a Five Kage summit. Nito blinked in surprise before replying, Hokage-sama, we have just received news that the Raikage also wishes to convene a Five Kage summit during the Chunin exams in Hidden Leaf Village. Funan was silent for a moment before muttering, that damn Raikage. Is he trying to steal my idea? Nito gaped. By the way, Nito said again, General Mifune of the Land of Iron also plans to attend. Whatever. Funan didn't care. Although Mifune was a Kage-level fighter, Funan knew that the Raikage was looking for any opportunity to align more forces in his favor. Especially the Land of Iron, whose strategic location was key. But so what? Funan looked out the window. Hidden Leaf Village was transforming day by day, constantly evolving. I'll figure it all out in the next few years. Let this Naruto story end in the first part. Shippuden doesn't need to happen, and luckily this world doesn't have anything from the Boruto timeline, so it's unlikely to exist. Anything from that plot. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, hurry up. A voice full of complaints was heard. Naruto looked at the carefree silver-haired man in frustration. Next to Naruto were Haruno Sakura and Sasuke Uchiha. I'm sorry. I got lost on the path of life. Kakashi replied with his classic excuse. That's nonsense. Naruto exclaimed indignantly. As for his character, Naruto remained the same as in the original timeline. Sasuke, however, was different. Not having experienced the massacre of his clan, he was not as cold-blooded. Sakura, on the other hand, was still the same obsessed fangirl as always. Unfortunately for her, this Sasuke ignored her even more than in the original timeline, not even taking the time to answer her. His ideals were set on becoming a ninja like his older brother, Itachi, or like Funin. Women? Haha. Sasuke had heard many times that if it weren't for Funin being distracted by so many women, he would have already unified the shinobi world. As he thought of this, Sasuke cast a hostile look towards Kurenai, who was standing nearby. Kurenai. Kakashi. Okay. Kakashi said helplessly, don't make such a fuss. You're already signed up for the Chunin exams. This time, I called you all here because I have something to arrange for you. What's it about? Naruto asked curiously. Kakashi said seriously, as you may know, this time the Chunin exam will not be just for Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. There will be participants from other villages, and our relations with them are not exactly friendly. Therefore, as Genin representing Hidden Leaf Village, you have the responsibility to fight for our village. Haha. Naruto laughed loudly, pointed to the sky and said, this time, it's my turn to show off my skills. Just wait and see, I'll let the shinobi from other villages see how excellent Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi are. I'll have them remember that I, Naruto Uzumaki. Ahem, who was it? Naruto, who was full of dust, looked around angrily. It was me. Sasuke replied with a scornful look. You're just a loser, who gave you the confidence to believe that you could excel. Naruto said angrily, shut up, you conceited bastard. I'm not a loser. I stopped being one a long time ago. A few years ago, it was true that he was at the bottom of the class. But that was long gone. Ever since the perverted sage appeared in his life, his strength had increased considerably. Humphrey. Sasuke snorted coldly and didn't bother to pay attention. He was very dissatisfied with this guy. Or rather, he hated him. Naruto, an immature clown, had been lucky enough to get an amazing sensei. Of course, Sasuke would never admit that what really irritated him was the attention that Funin, one of Hidden Leaf Village's most respected shinobi, paid to Naruto. Although he knew that the Hokage must have his own reasons for doing this, Sasuke was unhappy. Why are you looking at me like that? Naruto shouted, clearly annoyed. You want to fight? I'll show you how strong I am. Enough. Kakashi interjected with a frustrated gesture. Could you two stop fighting for a moment? Sasuke, with a cold smile, completely ignored Kakashi. You want to taste the power of the Uchiha? Fine, I'll indulge you. Kakashi, watching the scene, sighed in resignation. Why did his team have to be like this? The other teams that were there with him seemed so united, working together like true partners. At least Sakura seemed calm. Kakashi looked at the girl with a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Sakura's eyes were shining with excitement, as she muttered to herself, so handsome. Sasuke is the best. The most amazing. Kakashi called out to her several times but failed to get her attention. In the end, he could only sigh. Enough. Kakashi's voice echoed loudly. Naruto and Sasuke stopped, while the rest of the teams, who until then had been enjoying the spectacle, fell silent. Kakashi, with an irritated look, exclaimed, didn't I already tell you that the situation is serious this time? In an icy tone, he continued, the Chunin exam will include shinobi from other villages, and many of them will be willing to join forces to face you. Do you understand what that means? Some of those present frowned. Others looked confused. It was Kurenai who calmly explained, what Kakashi is trying to say is that shinobi from other villages might join forces to eliminate them. Naruto, with his characteristic enthusiasm, exclaimed, it doesn't matter. I will defeat them all. Defeat them? Yashiro Uchiha intervened, shaking his head. What we want is for you to kill them all. Will you be able to do that? Huh? Naruto and the rest of the Hidden Leaf Village 12 were left gaping. What's wrong? Can't you do it? Yashiro asked in an icy voice. Kill everyone? The smiles on the faces of the Hidden Leaf Village 12 couldn't help but stiffen. Especially when they found out that their sensei didn't deny what Yashiro said, they couldn't help but gulp. Kakashi said with a serious expression, This is no joke. If we've gathered all of you together before the Chunin exam, it's because the situation is extremely serious. But... Sakura muttered nervously. Kill them all? That seems... too much. If you don't kill them... Guy intervened, putting his youth aside. They'll do it to you. It's that simple. Why? Tenten asked in disbelief. Because we are enemies. Kakashi replied in a deep voice. The Fourth Shinobi War ended recently. Although you did not participate, you must have heard of it. Do you know how many of them died at the hands of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi? Do you think they will let go of this hatred so easily? At least, we also have companions who died at the hands of the other side, and we will not forget this hatred. The atmosphere became heavy. The Hidden Leaf Village 12, who had grown up in a more peaceful time, were not accustomed to such realities. Kakashi and the others, who had lived in times of war, looked at these young people with complicated expressions. That was the consequence of peace. They grew up happy and secure but lacking the coolness and determination necessary for the battlefield. Listen to me, everyone. Kakashi spoke in a serious tone. This time, the Chunin exam will be completely different. You must be prepared to kill all the shinobi from the other villages. If you do not have that determination, you will die without a doubt. The hostile attitude of the other villages towards Hidden Leaf Village was evident. Kakashi's words fell like a bucket of cold water on the Hidden Leaf Village 12, who fell into a deep silence. Kurenai, her voice soft but firm, added, if anyone does not wish to participate, they may choose to withdraw. We will reorganize their teams, and in the coming days, they will receive intensive training. They will learn how to kill. Chapter 245, The Naruto Strategy for Unsolvable Problems. After hearing Kurenai's words, the Hidden Leaf Village 12 confirmed the seriousness of what Kakashi had just said. There was no turning back. There were only two options, not participating or participating with the resolve to kill. Why? Naruto broke the silence, shouting in frustration. Why does it have to be like this? Wouldn't it be better if there was peace in the shinobi world? Kakashi said calmly, peace in the shinobi world would be ideal, but Hidden Leaf Village has no intention of attacking. It is reality that forces us to act. You, as a Genin, will not understand this yet. Won't I understand because I'm a Genin? Naruto repeated, then gritted his teeth and shouted, if that's the case, then I will become Hokage. No, I will surpass the Hokage. Kakashi looked at him in surprise. Clap. 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 Applause was heard, interrupting the moment. Not bad, really not bad, he is indeed a passionate boy. The voice came from Funin, who appeared walking with a smile. Kakashi approached Funin discreetly and whispered, what are you planning now? Such a passionate young man made such a surprising statement. If I don't say something, I feel like I will be suffocated. Funin's eyes flashed with excitement. Kakashi was very upset. Watch your words, these are all children. Children? Funin looked at him with disdain. Didn't you become a Jonin at the age of 12? Sure, compared to me, you were a bit behind. But if they're already shinobi, how can you call them children? Damn Saratobi Hiruzen. Kakashi. For a moment, he even felt some pity for the third Hokage. Danzō has been gone for a long time, maybe he has died outside. The damn Danzō has changed and turned into the damn Saratobi Hiruzen. Funin turned to Naruto, speaking with a mix of seriousness and mockery. Naruto, haven't Kakashi and Jiraiya told you about the current situation in the shinobi world? Naruto nodded, though his understanding of the matter was not complete. However, he knew that the situation was chaotic, with constant minor conflicts and daily deaths. Do you want to change that? Yes. Naruto shouted with determination. I already said it, I will surpass the Hokage. And I believe in what Iro Sage says, one day the era will come where people understand each other. Well said. Funin clapped his hands. So tell me, are you ready to kill your enemies? What? Naruto was stunned and shouted, I just said that I want to. Funin said as a matter of course, don't you want to become the Hokage, to surpass the Hokage? Then you must at least become a Chunin first, right? Then the Jonin, and finally the Hokage. Naruto nodded slowly, though he didn't quite understand where this was going. So, if you want to be Hokage, you need to take this exam. And to pass it, you need to kill your enemies. How do you plan to be Hokage if you can't do that? Hidden Leaf Village has now experienced 5 generations of Hokage. Which one of them jumped directly from Genin to Hokage? The first and second generations created Hidden Leaf Village, let's not talk about them. The third, fourth and I all became Jonin early, didn't we? Naruto's brain instantly became a mess. However, it is Naruto after all. Soon, he found the answer. It doesn't matter. Naruto shouted. Even if I spend my entire life as a Genin, I will never abandon my Nindo. Kakashi and others looked at Naruto in surprise. Even Sasuke and others were a little surprised. This idiot, he is really an idiot. He actually has such persistence. Funin smiled widely. Then, keep trying. I do have one more question for you, though. Hokage-sama. Kakashi's tone became heavier. He knew that Funin's final blow was coming. Funin didn't even look at him, but smiled and said, Naruto, if one day in the future, I, Funin Uchiha, as the Hokage, give an order that goes against your Nindo, what will you do? Will you betray the Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village, and the Will of Fire? Or will you abandon your own Nindo? Naruto was silent, stunned. Funin didn't stay any longer, and after saying this, he turned and left. Seeing the hot-blooded boy's distressed expression, Funin feels inexplicably happy. After walking to a deserted place, he turned and looked back. I say, Jiraiya, why are you following me? Do you want to assassinate me? Are you so brave? A small frog jumped out and opened its mouth. From inside the frog, a hand emerged, followed by a body. Jiraiya looked at Funin with a grim expression. Funin Uchiha, was I not cooperative enough when you became Hokage? Funin frowned, annoyed. You say that as if I couldn't have become Hokage without your cooperation. Believe it or not, I'll be gathering a dozen men tomorrow to go on a blind date with Tsunade. The momentum that Jiraiya had just gathered dissipated in an instant. What did you want to tell Naruto with those words? Jiraiya growled, gritting his teeth. Funin rolled his eyes at Jiraiya and said, You're Naruto's sensei, don't you see? I want to train that boy. Hee hee.